Like, listen, like, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the
them
only person
books
I have
with
been
the
was Stanley.
squint in his eyes. Spins still so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And
are
Nate, Stanley
those?
doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand that it's a white people problem.
Okay, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype.
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
View, which actually leads us to how we can find resistance history in some unlikely places, like science fiction. We've talked about Philip K. Dick and resistance to the Nazis, but let's today talk about Octavia Butler and resistance to the Nazis and making America great again. Hey folks, I'm Tad Sturmer at the University of Southern Denmark, and I'm the author of A Resistance History of the United States. Octavia Butler's Parable of the Talents takes place 6 years from now, in 2032. It's shockingly, unsettlingly prescient. In it, democratic America has been captured by a far-right regime that calls itself Christian America, intent on, and I kid you not, making America great again by returning the United States to its white Christian origins, to the First Republic, by purging all non-Christians and subjecting Black people to modernized slavery. To write it, Octavia Butler wanted to know how that would work. How could a fascist regime emerge within a democratic society and no meaningful resistance rise against it? So she looked closely at Nazi Germany. Butler was explicit about what she was doing there. She wasn't looking for monsters. She was looking for how ordinary people get trapped inside systems that make resistance disappear unthinkable. And she kept coming back to the same thing. People don't surrender their freedom all at once. They're isolated, frightened, cut off from each other, and offered a story that promises order. That's how fascism works. Not by persuading people to become evil, but by hollowing out the social and political space in which opposition could actually exist. Nazi Germany was her case study, and how a modern state uses fear, law, and crucially, identity, national identity, history, to render whole populations into bystanders while brutality becomes routine. She studied how the Nazis emerged, how they consolidated authority, how no effective opposition ever got traction, turning resistance into nothing but isolated acts of defiance that changed nothing. But instead of looking at the Nazis, she looked at the Germans and searched for what was missing, resistance, and asked why. What she found was an answer, or at least something of an explanation, in the lies Germans told themselves about their identity and, crucially, their history, and how Hitler, bludgeoning them and seducing them, her words, during the extreme economic and social instability of Weimar during the Great Depression, used German history and national identity to manipulate them, while simultaneously destroying the social and institutional capacity of organized opposition. And in the stories that the Germans told about themselves, there already existed big lies for Hitler to build on. By the 1930s, German nationalism had absorbed a powerful, normalized strain of anti-Semitism as a core feature. It wasn't a contradiction to them in any way. It was how German national identity worked. Germany's most prominent nationalist historian, von Chragedy, was a liberal, a member of the National Liberal Party. And he's the one who coined the phrase, "the Jews are our misfortune," in 1879. Being liberal and being anti-Semitic were not opposites. They reinforced each other through this shared commitment to the German folk, to the belief that Germans shared blood, destiny, a common heritage. It's a little bit like liberal nationalists today in America, who can embrace the moral leadership of enslavers and celebrate a constitution that enshrined racial oppression, all while doing nothing more than clutch their pearls over the racism that made the enslavers and their constitution possible. Back to the Nazis. The disaster of World War I, defeat, humiliation, the Treaty of Versailles, was ready to be exploited against that identity. Germany hadn't really lost. That's how the story went. The army had been stabbed in the back by enemies at home, enemies to Germany at home, Jews, socialists, the November criminals who signed the armistice and founded the Weimar Republic. Internal enemies had betrayed the nation. And so what Octavia Butler discovered was that most Germans couldn't think outside that box. For too many, Hitler, even though he was Austrian, never stopped being German. He was never an other. He was an us. And that makes all the difference in resistance dynamics, when combined with the potency of national identity and the terror that made breaking from it socially and physically dangerous. But some Germans could see outside that framework, the radical left. Their loyalty wasn't to the German nation. It was international, to the working class everywhere. Marx had said, the workers have no country. Nationalism was the enemy of that, a tool to divide them. So the Third Reich was always illegitimate in their eyes from the very start. They'd never accepted the German state as sacred in the first place. And that's why the radical left was the first, most effective, and the only organized internal German resistance capable of operating at scale against the Nazis, and the Nazis knew it. So when they gained power, they moved fast. The brown shirts had been fighting communists in the streets for a decade, and the communists had been swinging back quite nicely, so the brown shirts had lists. When Hitler became chancellor in January 1933, the SA knew exactly who to go after. The only people prepared to mount real resistance inside Germany were destroyed early. Every opposition after that amounted to acts of defiance, not effective resistance. The White Rose, the students dropping leaflets, the Jehovah's Witnesses, total non-cooperation, 10,000 in prison, more than 1,000 dead, various assassination attempts, even the swing kids, defiance. Important, yes. Symbolic, sure. Did they change anything? Not really. Resistance strategically pushes back abusive authority. It at least slows it down, makes it pay attention. The Nazis just rolled on. But that's what Octavia Butler wanted to understand. Why? And she found it in the absence. Germans had no usable access to a history that made them ask critical questions about when governments release you from allegiance by abusing their authority. No spaces to engage in that kind of understanding. The Revolution of 1848, which was a crucial moment in European history, when Germans rose up for constitutional government, for democracy, it didn't survive in German political culture as any kind of legitimizing story of resistance. Why? Because it failed, crushed by the princes. And Bismarck, who explicitly dismissed 1848 as proof that speeches and majority decisions couldn't accomplish what iron and blood could, built German unity from above through war, not through popular uprising. And so a usable German past was the wars of national liberation against Napoleon, Bismarck's own wars, the Kaiser. All of it pointed to loyalty to the German state. And so there was no accessible story of Germans rightfully opposing German government, opposing German power. What would it have taken for Germans to act against a German government that Germans presumed was legitimate? Octavia Butler was never able to find an answer to that. Neither did the Germans. The major German plot against Hitler wasn't really a plot against the Nazis. It was against Hitler. That's what Valkyrie is about. Members of the pre-Nazi German establishment, the aristocracy, the elites, the officers, they knew Hitler was going to lose the war in 1944. And what did they want to do? They wanted to save Germany, but not necessarily destroy the Reich or even authoritarianism. Just like they had shifted to the Nazis in the 1930s to preserve their place in the establishment, they shifted away from Hitler in 1944 to preserve the existence of that establishment. You sense a theme here. And even that was a single act. It was a conspiracy, but it was not a movement. So Octavia Butler was able to see how easy it could be in America. Hit the right notes from our past, make them play on the stories of our history shared by liberals and conservatives, ensure that the establishment acts to protect itself, move quickly to demonize and then remove the recognizable opposition, and let a kind of national inertia generated by an ill-informed, unhistorical faith in institutions with no one countering that, one that ignores the real history in favor of a comfortable one, let that do the rest of the work. Hitler didn't abolish the Weimar Constitution. He suspended it in an emergency. There were elections too, until there weren't. That's what led Octavia Butler to reflect on the importance of not only understanding history, but understanding resistance history. As she wrote in 2000, it does encourage me to use our past and present behaviors as guides to the kind of world we seem to be creating. The past, for example, is filled with repeated cycles of strength and weakness, wisdom and stupidity, empire and ashes. To study history is to study humanity. And to try to foretell the future without studying history is like trying to learn to read without bothering to learn the alphabet. We're trying today to read fascism, to read authoritarianism, to read defiance, and to read resistance. So we need to learn the alphabet. And that's what my work does. With help from great resistance minds like Octavia Butler. She also helps with her point about magic bullets, but that's for another time. You can read part of her essay, which is really cool, A Few Rules for Predicting the Future, through the link below. That's all I got. Alan Z.
All right. Well, that was interesting. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. I've done a healthy amount of panel hopping from Big J's panel, where like cooler heads and actual critical thinking reigned supreme, to Nidish's panel, which was going along good until a couple MAGA folks came up there, and then it just devolved as expected, all over the Renee Good thing, which I'm literally, I guess my takeaway is, why is there a need to racialize what happened? Still trying to figure that one out. So as planned, today is Tragedy of the Chad, or what did I call this stupid show? Tragedy O. Jackson, which is a play on Chad O. Jackson, the Martin Luther King, what would you call him? The Martin Luther King heretic. And shout out to CKJ3. He is the sponsor of today's show. He sent me this debate, apparently, that Chad O. Jackson had with a guy I'd never heard of before. He calls himself Austin Unscripted. He has a PhD in something or another. But anyway, I watched about 20 minutes of it and figured, you know what, I'll just save it for Saturday. So Saturday is here. So sorry I was late, but you know, I got engrossed in what was going on the other panel, so this got pushed back. So everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. Everybody, if you are new, happen to wander in and you're new, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're an eclectic bunch, and we're not for the faint of heart, but well, I guess the most important part, hey, the investments in the Sovereign Beer Fund are now being taken. So consider donating to the host, donating to the beer fund, and we can go from there. Hey, what's up, Mrs. Queen Sun Kissed? Did you catch Big J's show this morning? It was very entertaining. Especially once Mela comes up, she makes everything entertaining. So the link is pinned at the top. CKJ3, you can either click the link. I think I actually emailed you the link. You can hit it whenever you want. I was hoping actually Lupin, because I wanted to talk to him about the Georgia governor, our governor, Brian Kemp, but he had a prior commitment, so we'll have to talk with him about that later. The contention was I would actually vote for Brian Kemp, you know, if I didn't like the Democratic candidate. He does not have that positive of a view, and I was just curious to know, because I trust Lupin. He is a voice of reason. I definitely want to hear, you know, what his objections would be. So what we have here is the original debate, which is like almost 2 hours long. And then Chad O. Jackson did an 1.5-hour rebuttal on his channel. So what this is I found the link up on I found the show up on X. So we'll be watching it from there. So without further ado, Oh, there's not a link? Okay, my bad. Let me drop it right quick. I thought I pinned it. I'm getting sloppy in my old age. And just so you know, I'm not really into. I've talked enough about Renee Good and that whole ICE stuff up in Minneapolis. I have my thoughts on it. I don't think it's as solid a case as people like Cellulite and Raw G would think it is. They don't seem to understand that reading the U.S. code doesn't really do much if you don't agree about what exactly happened. I think that I think that she, Renee Good shouldn't have been doing what she was doing. Anytime you mess with police operations, you're kind of taking your life into your own hands, especially with ICE, people that are just kind of lawless. They literally, their leader, which is Trump, it is not Christy Noem. They basically are doing a stand back and stand by or whatever. Um, I have some problems with, how ICE is being deployed. But the hardcore MAGA types are you can't talk to them. They're going to believe what they believe, and I believe what I believe. And it's fun to kind of joust back and forth, but it gets old after a while. They don't. The funny thing is they want to cite code and all that stuff. They don't understand what they read half the time, and then they want to talk in hypotheticals, which I don't find. Most people don't understand how analogies and metaphor work. So, this, hey, hypothetical stuff, I usually just kind of blow it off. I literally am being dismissive. People this morning have called me judgmental. I am judgmental. They've called me dismissive. I am dismissive. So, anybody who actually thinks I'm being that way, well, you're right. I am that way. And I've earned it. What's up, 12th man?
What's up, Stanley? I hope you're having a happy Saturday and cracking a few beers.
Nope, haven't gotten around to cracking a few beers.
Not
Saw my
yet.
son off to school, so
Oh,
that was the major activity of the day.
right
That and
on.
being up on these panels, being judgmental.
Yeah, I hear you,
So
my
what have you
friend.
been up to? I saw you were on Bob's Gospel of Bob's panel the other day.
Yeah, I got some juice on that if you want to hear it, Stanley. Like,
Not particularly. I didn't listen. I just how when you're going through YouTube, I just happen to see you in the thumbnail. They have the panel up on the thumbnail.
uh,
I did see Nightish was reviewing a little bit of it, and what I saw was just basically degeneracy. So I'm
oh,
not even remotely interested. Sometimes I'll pop into the
well,
chat
let,
for the
can I
obligatory
tell
roast.
you what happened anyway, Stanley? Is uh Skywalker, that one God mod that he
One
has,
what?
God mod. That's what we call them, God mods. He just
God
took the
mod?
whole God mod, like GODMOD, God mod,
Okay.
like that, and he just basically took Bob's channel from him. So now, I guess it's the Skywalker channel now. It's no longer the
How do
gospel
you take someone's channel from them?
because you gave them the keys to the rent. Like, you
Okay, well,
know what I
see,
mean?
all Bob has to do is just cancel the account. Being a God mod doesn't change who the owner of the StreamYard account
You
is. It's
changed the
all
whole
done.
password and everything. I don't.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Uh, you might be able to kick someone off, but generally only one person pays the bill. So in the
That's really
end,
StreamYard.
the person paying the bill is going to get the last laugh.
Yeah, I'm wondering who that's gonna be.
Who cares?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, I mean, I love Bob, but the rest of the cast of
Yeah, he's a
characters
good
over
guy.
there, I don't, I could take them or leave them, to be honest.
Kind of like Nasus too. She's a very beautiful black woman.
Yeah, I don't
And
really give a
she,
fuck. I think that she's just one of the other folks over there. Nothing special. So,
yeah,
Gospel of Skywalker. All right, so I'll
Gospel of
wait
Skywalker.
for let's see, is CKJ3 out there? And I apologize for being late. Maybe I shouldn't have done it, but I kind of got into what was going on these panels. Oops. Hold on one sec here. Let's see here. So CKJ3, you can just join whenever you get a chance. I was Deacon Dave, I thought was going to he was kind of interested in this. What's up, Brooklyn Watson? How you doing? There you are. What's up, CK?
Hey, Kimmy.
What's going on? I'm gonna be in and out, Stanley.
Oh, that's all right.
Kimmy.
Errands and stuff. But
I found this on X because I kind of didn't want to watch it on YouTube because this guy, the social whatever his name is, he's got like a million plus viewers, and sometimes those channels will strike you. But I found it out on X, so I should be okay there. And then Shadow Jackson actually did a react. So the gift that keeps on giving is Shadow Jackson, thinking that he is normal. What'd you think of the title of the show? It's a little corny, but I liked it. Tragedy.
you and Deacon came up with that the other day, right?
No, I did.
I thought y'all said that the other day when y'all.
No, we came up with something else because originally I was going to call it the Tragedy of Jackson, but I got to thinking, well, Chad tragedy, I could just replace the excuse me, the T with a CH and it would still be pronounced the same way. Tragedy. So Deacon Dave will be along at some point. And this is, like I said, it's 2 hours, so you're gonna get your heaping helping of Chad for sure.
Yeah, I just with this guy, I don't understand how you get to this point of thinking. Is I don't know. I really just don't get it.
Well, I actually kind of understand because I went through. Look, there are people, and I love Raw G. I think she's actually really cool, even though she and I like to go butt heads. Just because you read a section of the U.S. Code, it means nothing. These people think that all black people think alike, for starters. So if a black person reads the U.S. Code, that's just how it is, and that's not true. She is convinced that vehicular homicide was something that this lady was trying to do with her vehicle. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? This dude, that cop had his hand on the vehicle. So of course he was trying to get out of the way because he was slouched over it. So he overreacted. That's my impression, and they don't agree. That's perfectly fine. But reading the U.S. Code about, vehicular homicide and obstruction of justice and all that, I don't agree that any of that happened. Now, maybe the obstruction of justice happened, but what I'm saying is, at least the clips that I saw, a cop can't just come up to you and say, get out of the car without giving you a reason. They can't ask for your identification without giving you a reason.
If you're
Okay,
obstructing
don't talk,
traffic,
12th man. 12th man, don't. Okay, there's nothing you can say that's going to correct what I just said. Cops
yes,
cannot
there
just
is.
walk up. Cops cannot just walk up to you and ask for ID.
They can
They
tell
have
you to
to.
get the fuck
Okay,
out of the
bitch.
vehicle.
When I say don't talk, I literally mean there's nothing you can say because I know I'm right. There isn't a doubt. I'm not saying this asking a question, am I right? I'm telling you that a cop cannot just order you out of the car. He should say you're being detained or something like that. These ICE agents have got it in their mind, and I guarantee you they are being trained to act like they walk on water, and they actually don't. Maybe they do in practical, but legally they don't. You can't just walk up to a woman and tell her to get out of her car without identifying yourself, without giving her some sort of reason. And at least in the clips, there's nothing that led me to believe that it was a lawful order. Maybe it was, but nothing in the clips has convinced me. So you can talk, but I'm not going back and forth on this because I know I'm right. What's up, Dave?
Not much, man. Not much. How you
And
doing?
these people seem to think that some things are debatable. It is not a debate that the woman did not deserve to die. This idea that she deserved what she got. I'm sorry, no. Nothing. Even if what she did was wrong, and believe me, it wouldn't have been my wife, or it wouldn't have been me, or it wouldn't have even have been my child. It's like these guys are crazy. They have guns and badges, and no matter what they do, they could shoot you in cold blood and they're going to get away with it. You're playing with fire. And now we know that we're playing with fire, but there's nothing that she did. There's such a thing as civil disobedience. You can trail the cops. You can photograph the cops. It's a First Amendment issue as long as you don't interfere. Now, these people were pissed off that she might have even been harassing them, but they were pissed off. You heard what the guy said after he shot her, fucking bitch. He literally said that. He's caught on audio. So he was harboring he had an issue with her. Maybe he was right to have an issue, but it does not bode well for him. He was not the cool, level-headed professional that we want our law enforcement to be. That's my opinion. And there may be people who come up with the narrative that, oh, she deserved it, but I don't think that's true. No one deserves to be killed. And we need better cops if you shoot every nuisance. Cops are supposed to be trained to put up with this sort of stuff, to de-escalate, and going for your gun should not be the first response. It shouldn't have been it shouldn't have been a first response when she tried to go past. You got to read the room, and I didn't see anything that was particularly life-threatening. And if the narrative that, oh, he had been dragged by a car a month or whatever the length of time before a few days ago, if that was the case, my question is, should he have even been on active duty or doing that sort of duty? You know, who knows? I mean, the guy's an Iraq veteran and had been injured, apparently. Maybe he shouldn't have been on active duty, or he should have been put behind a desk. I don't know. But if you're going to try and get sympathy for this cop because he had an incident with the vehicle before, sorry, it doesn't work, at least on me. He shouldn't have been there if he was that traumatized. So, you know what? I'm not in a mood to be over-talked on my own panel. That's not going to happen much today. And I know I'm right. Cops cannot just walk up and go, hey, let me see your ID. They generally have to tell you why they need your ID. Now, if you want to volunteer and give it up, fine. But those who choose not to, they have a right to ask, why am I being, why am I being investigated?
Stanley, can I say something?
Depends.
Just let me say what I gotta say. If you
It
if you
depends.
ask,
I don't promise you. I don't promise you'll be able to finish the sentence.
are you hot right now, or you want
No,
to have
I'm not hot at
conversation?
all. But again, 12 Man and I have a long history, and I don't. He has used up his grace with me.
I missed most of that. I don't even know what happened. I came over and hit the link. I seen you was talking about what you call it, tragedy O Jackson.
Mhm.
That's pretty unique. I like that. But yeah, if
Yeah, I
you
don't know.
ask,
It's kind of corny, to be honest.
I like it. I like it. It's creative. But if you ask the cop, why am I being detained, then he should answer you. But if you smash the gas before you ask, then you got a different set of circumstances on your hand.
I don't think that he should have shot her.
Uh, this is not the first time that this situation has happened.
That's irrelevant to my point.
Okay,
I simply don't think. I simply don't think he did the right thing.
yeah, maybe not lawfully he'll get away with it, but between him and God,
I
that might be a
honestly
whole
no.
different
I don't.
story.
I think under certain. I don't think he would get away with it.
The law is
At
on
a
his side.
minimum, I don't think the law is on his side.
The executive branch is on his side.
Okay,
So
well
it doesn't even matter if they could
then
supersede the law.
they have tipped the scales of justice.
Absolutely, just like anybody else who's gotten pardoned from the executive branch.
Well, yeah, even if he got convicted, you're absolutely right. Trump would probably just pardon him if Trump doesn't do a preemptive pardon. Minnesota is being frozen out of evidence for the investigation. So we know which way that wind is blowing. The only thing I have to say, and poor little people like Cellulite and Raw G can't seem to understand that reading a law. See, they're presuming all this sort of stuff. And when you don't agree with them, they want to do 3 paragraphs and throw temper tantrums. He and I looked at the same video, and I don't agree with his interpretation. The cop had his arm on the hood when she pressed the gas. Maybe he shouldn't have been slouched over the damn car.
But I told you there were several different angles, and you only wanted to watch the first one.
Okay, all I have to say is I
So Big
watched
J could
another
prove his little
angle.
point.
I watched another angle, and I'm still not convinced.
Right, it's tough, but the eyes don't
I
lie.
don't think it's tough.
No, it's tough when you don't
Why
want
is
to
it
see what
tough?
you saw, but the eyes do
Okay,
not lie.
I'm
That car
I'm
made
tired of
contact with that
people.
man.
I'm tired of people telling me what I see and how I should feel. What I'm saying is, even if everything you said was right, I still don't think he should have shot her. I don't think he should have pulled his surface revolver or whatever his weapon was.
See, I wouldn't have shot her either. I don't agree that he should have shot her, but he does have the immunity on his side.
I don't think he was justified, and I don't see it as cut and dried. I don't think that she was using her vehicle as a weapon. I do think she was trying to escape. I think she was trying to evade. I do agree with that. I don't agree that his life was in imminent danger.
I don't know. I think it was. I disagree with
you. Then we just disagree.
Yeah, I'm okay with disagreeing with you. I'm not gonna try to make some type of grandstanding point. I think people can go and observe the evidence or observe the videos on their own.
I have no intention of doing that. I saw today more than I would have seen otherwise. I honestly don't care enough about the story. I am willing to let the newspapers and the law figure this out. Actually, my biggest issue is not, whether she was shot or not. It's why it's being racialized. That part I actually don't get. to me, you know, it's a tragedy. You never want to see something like this happen. And she was this mother of small children. But what I'm trying to figure out is, where does "you fucking white bitch" get into it? Why? Why does it have to be racialized?
I know. It's almost like we're the biggest victims, and we can't let this white woman just look like this. We gotta
Well,
take
no,
this
what it
victim
is,
card. That's what it
is
looks like to
everybody,
me.
I think everybody's going, good. Finally, it's happened to a white woman, which to me, I guess you could feel that way, but it really
That's sad. That's pathetic as fuck.
it is.
But
Because to be honest,
what if they were
hold
always
on one sec.
consistent? What if they were
If you
always
really-
consistent though, Stanley?
Are they
And then-
always consistent?
What if they were always consistent? What if every single time there was an incident, it was a consistent, you took this step, we made this response? Then that means that the whole time, because you didn't know the law, you were putting yourself out there, and what happens in these situations actually happen. And now we're just at a point of accepting it. Hey, we're not going to try this move when we're in this situation. And the better plan of action is to just comply.
You remember that one woman cop who she wound up shooting a guy thinking that she was going for her taser? You remember that? That wasn't that in Minnesota as well, or somewhere up in the Midwest. This woman cop, the guy, it was a lawful stop and all that, and there were several cops around, and he was kind of being resistant, so she thought she was going to tase him and pulled her service revolver and killed him instead.
Yes,
And
I do remember that.
She knew instantly that she had fucked up. I literally felt sorry for her, and she wound up going to jail. I would have been more inclined to go, yeah, she did it, but damn, she didn't mean to do it. You know, what can we do, you know, to kind of, you know, just like, we'll take her gun and badge, and, you know, she'll never be a cop again. I actually felt sorry for her. This cop, I don't. I think that he did not do a good job for whatever reason. And I think the people that are just locked step in I was going to say goose stepping to ICE, these guys are so anti-immigrant that whatever ICE does is to be forgiven, because they are doing God's work, getting these illegal immigrant criminals out. That's really where it all stems from. I think that Black Americans, legacy Black Americans, should be the least likely to be anti-immigrant. These
Why?
people
That doesn't even
pissed off.
make any sense. To me, that
Why
doesn't make
doesn't it
any
make
sense.
sense? Given
Why should
our
we be less likely to be?
motherfucker, let me explain it.
I'm trying to clarify what the fuck I'm saying.
Okay, well, do it quickly.
Why shouldn't we be less
Okay,
acceptable?
let me explain it. Given our history in America, where people just like, it didn't matter, the color of your skin means you are automatically this, that, or the other. Most immigrants don't commit crimes. If you want to argue that, oh, hey, they're taking our benefits, well, I think it makes white people in general think that, oh, hey, look at these guys, they're fighting for their Black jobs. I think the whole premise of Black jobs and immigrants are taking jobs that Black people should have. I think it is the ultimate insult. Okay, in my impression is that these Blacks are fighting for scraps along with the other lowest rung, and we need to get the illegals out so blacks can have scraps all to themselves. They can have the welfare. They can have the old dilapidated buildings. I think it's insulting, and I think blacks should have more pride than that.
But they don't.
Okay, I think they should.
But if they're only going to get scraps, why should they get less?
I think most black people aren't competing with immigrants, for starters.
Whether you like it or not, they are.
No,
or they were. I think that there are a lot of people who are lazy enough to do that.
I think there is no way you can prove that. It's your impression that most black people are. I don't think the stats will bear you out.
I'm not saying like they don't have any expectations. I'm saying that they can do better than
blackdemographics.com. According to blackdemographics.com, the 68% of black Americans are working class or above, not working poor, not below the poverty line. Most black people are working class or above. I don't see that as in direct competition with illegal immigrants.
You say, why do people make it racial? And I ask you, why do you make it political?
Because everything is politics in these United States.
Well, isn't everything racial in the United States?
Pretty much. I mean, it's a racist country. However, it doesn't have to be. I mean, race is something that you can actually avoid most of the time. You go walk into the mall, people aren't like being all racial. Most people get along when they're actually there, when they're amongst each other. I think that we sometimes make it racial. Now, politics is something else. Politics is actually downstream from culture. You can't escape culture. You can't escape politics. It is possible to escape race, but it would take everybody pulling in one direction, and that's not going to happen.
I think what's happening is some people are waking up and realizing that it's been consistent as hell, and the lies that they were told aren't true. They're realizing what the lies were.
What's been consistent?
The way people were judged by how they act, how they are, their behavior. This is just an example of it. We're touching on this behavior thing, this poor decision piece. That's what this is with this woman that got, unalive.
Oh, well, wait, hold it. Don't think I'm taking her side. I don't think what she did was right.
Okay, so then you are making it political.
I don't think what she did, wrong as it may be, should have been a death sentence. I think there were two wrongs here. I think wrong meant wrong.
Before she got
with you, Stanley. It's a sad situation all around.
Before she got shot, she could have complied. Before she got shot, she didn't have to press the gas.
She could have.
Before she got three different things.
What's your point?
You're not going to let me get to my point.
No, I'm not going to let you. That's right. You're correct. So what you're saying?
All right, so you're being disingenuous. I'm not going to have that conversation. We can move on.
What you're saying is that she deserved what she got.
I'm not saying that at all, because if I was saying that, I'd just say that. If I was saying that, I would just say that.
Well, we agree that what she was doing shouldn't have been done. But I mean, civil disobedience. I mean, people, she probably thought she was doing something good. In the end, it wound up being fatal. And I think we would agree that mature adults, especially, dude, there's some risks you don't take if you have kids, for starters.
Well,
right. She's not a good decision maker.
Yeah, but I still don't think she deserved to die for it.
She made a bad decision that caused her death. She's not a good decision maker.
Well, that happens sometimes, but she didn't do anything. I think that cop had a hair trigger.
Oh, God.
Well, he probably did after already being run over once before.
And you know what? He was not served well by the system if he was in that situation. Maybe he wasn't ready.
He will be okay, but she won't.
Oh, he's going to be okay, but the the executive branch will tip the scales. All I'm saying is she made some bad decisions. Her parenting, her decision-making skills, her very maturity is definitely something that I would shake my head at. However, she did not deserve to die. Had she made it to jail and come before a judge, they wouldn't have sentenced her to death.
George Floyd didn't deserve to die, Stanley.
He certainly didn't.
But George Floyd did not have to make the decision to take drugs that accelerated his heart rate.
Okay, all I have to say is going back and looking at the steps leading up to it, none of that, none of the drugs or the lifestyle or the fake $50 bill or $20 bill, none of that had anything to do with the decisions that what's his name made. Forget his name now. The sergeant. Yeah, none of that has anything to do with the decision making of the cop.
Derek Chauvin, but I think he should be released from prison.
I think
just to further my point.
I think he was negligent in the line of duty and he got what he deserved. And again, all the bad decisions that George Floyd made had nothing to do with the decision making that Chauvin made.
I think Chauvin is a prisoner, a political prisoner.
Now you're yanking my strings, right?
And I'm dead fucking serious. So I'm dead fucking serious.
He's a political prisoner?
Yes. You know,
wow.
optics is what got him locked up. I don't think what he did had anything to do with why
I
George
think a
Floyd
trial
died.
by a jury of his peers is why he is where he is. They could have nullified it.
I didn't comb through it to figure how we got to that point.
Well, he had a jury. You know he had a jury trial, right?
Yeah, I did know that. Yeah.
Okay, so that kind of changes it. The jury thought he was guilty.
Yeah, but toxicology reports also came out after the trial.
Okay, listen to what I said, Dave.
It doesn't matter.
The toxicology,
the actual cause was proved after the trial.
See, let me slow this down right quick, and then we'll say hello to Queen Sunkissed. This is what I mean. Okay, I say he was convicted by a jury of his peers, and you immediately go to a toxicology report.
Yes, because you're the one who screams due diligence. Hold
on there, cowboy.
You're the one who screams due diligence all the time about some fucking Abrego Garcia. They didn't even do the due diligence by getting the toxicology report.
Dude, you are moving the goalposts all over the country.
You got to be consistent. You're inconsistent as shit.
I am being consistent. Don't you think the jury saw the toxicology report, Deacon Dave?
Honestly, I don't. Show me where it did. Show me where they did.
Come on.
Show me where they did.
Okay, dude, I'm not going all the way back.
I'm not going to hold you to it. But I'm just saying you can't say that either.
All I have to say is that I watched some of the trial. The fucking toxicologist was up there, or it was some medical expert. There were opposing medical experts who walked through the toxicology report, and all that was covered at the trial. Nope. So he was convicted by a jury of his peers.
Go ahead.
Okay, see, this is what MAGA does. Okay,
it's not even MAGA. Okay, no. Stop accusing me of MAGA, bro.
This is what MAGA. This is what MAGA does. Okay, if you present them evidence or you give them a rhetorical argument, they just go, "Nope, I don't believe the jury had all the information."
You did not present
what
evidence.
would lead you to believe that the jury didn't have all the information they needed to convict him? What makes
Even you
think
just
that?
said that there were conflicting reports.
Oh no, I said there were conflicting medical experts
Medical experts. However,
that
you
were
just
at the trial.
phrased it.
At the trial.
Okay, so you know good and damn well that they're not. Neither one of them were. Did we even compare the two when one came out way
help you out,
after
'cause you
Tobin
seem
was proven
tongue-tied.
guilty?
You seem tongue-tied. The jury was there when each of the medical experts talked about it. They believed one over the other, apparently.
How come him as an officer didn't get that same immunity? Because of optics, that's why.
Well, wait, why would a cop have immunity for murder?
He didn't murder that guy.
Yes, he
Matter of
did.
fact, I've
You and
never
I
seen
disagree.
nobody being
Go ahead, Queen
suffocated from the
Sonia.
back. No, from the back of their neck, I've never seen anybody suffocated. I've never
Well,
seen
It
it.
doesn't matter what you saw. He's a
It
professional.
doesn't matter what you're
And
trying to tell me because you either can
professionals,
address my point or
Hold on,
don't say nothing about it.
professionals are
Address
held.
my point or don't say nothing about what I
Dave,
just said.
hold on.
Professionals.
No, you guys keep the fucking skates on and you're not addressing my
She
point.
just started talking.
She
Professionals
didn't
are
address my point.
What was your
professional.
point, Dave? Oh, hold on one sec, Queen Sunkissed.
Show me in history
What's your
where.
point? State it succinctly.
Have you ever put a chokehold on backwards?
Okay,
I don't
that's not
think
a,
you
is that
die.
your point?
I don't care if nobody stops you. You're not gonna die if you put a chokehold on backwards because the windpipe is in the front of the body.
Okay, let me tell you what happened, Dave.
There's no
He was
windpipe in your
flat
back.
No. You stated your point, and I understand your point. I acknowledge your point. If you have your chest flat on the ground and someone puts their full weight, you are not going to be able to expand your diaphragm. That's what happened.
Or breathe very well.
Exactly. Procedure is you roll the people over on the side so their chest cavity can expand so they can breathe. You literally, if someone is flat on their chest and you have your full weight, they might not be able to expand their chest cavity due to the weight.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
They literally made the man where he couldn't breathe, and that's why.
Right. This
So go ahead, Queen.
We're having an
Sunkissed.
optics. We're having an optics conversation.
It's not optics.
Yeah, okay.
The police officer.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
clearly
not.
about optics.
No, it's
he
not.
would have laid
It's
on the
about-
ground and died with
Okay,
handcuffs
wait.
on without a fucking thing because the knee didn't do it.
It is white woman.
So it's not about optics. It's about
and it's just not. It's not George Floyd 2.0. Number one.
Right. Well, we haven't claimed it's George. I didn't claim it anyway. Maybe Dave did.
Well,
But let
I've seen
Queen
a lot of
Sunkissed
other
talk.
People doing that.
For the record, I didn't.
A lot of white people saying,
Oh, my
"Oh
Lord.
no, it's George Floyd 2.0." What a bunch of bullshit. Nothing alike.
Go ahead, Queen
Not even
Sunkissed.
the same case.
So it's professionalism. So when you have certain careers and you're supposed to be professional, you're held to a higher standard. For instance, you can have a car wreck in your car and y'all can just take it up in civil court or with the insurance company. Whereas a truck driver or a professional driver can be prosecuted for the same type of accident because they are a professional. That man didn't have no business putting his full body weight on that man's neck. So it's not optics, it's what he did.
Well,
to
it
help.
was also the length of time.
Yes,
Dude, he
8
was on-
minutes,
It's
damn
like,
near
yeah,
9
I'm
minutes. And that's another thing that people don't understand. They think when you choke somebody, you choking them from the windpipe. No, you're choking them from the sides of their fucking neck. So he's on the ground on one side of his neck, and this man got his full body weight on the other side of his neck. That helped facilitate his death. It's not optics. He didn't have no business, and he is exactly where he deserves to be.
And it could very well be that, because George Floyd's health was not the best, that, a
No.
healthier man who wasn't a drug user might have survived it, but he didn't. But
He was on
you
drugs and he was unhealthy.
okay, listen to what I'm saying, Dave.
I heard what you said.
I'm acknowledging that he was on drugs. He doesn't have the same survivability. Okay, it
Right.
does not absolve Chauvin.
Right. It's definitely going to put Chauvin under the jail because what it looked like.
No, you put Chauvin under the jail
has nothing to do with the
because
function
he
of
helped
drugs on your
facilitate
heart.
that man's death.
Yeah, it has nothing
Well-
to do with the function of drugs
Well,
on
the
your
thing
heart.
is, if
Right.
you're talking about the optics that showed him on top of George Floyd for 9 minutes, yeah, that optics, you're absolutely right. Because we were able to see him. We were able to see him do it for damn near 9 minutes.
That's my point. That's
Well,
all.
Okay,
anybody
and-
that holds
and-
somebody's neck for 9 minutes should be prosecuted. That's assault. Because you could kill somebody like that. And somebody died because of that. And that's why he's in jail, because he committed a crime.
No, it's not why. He was a political prisoner. Now, what happened
No,
in the
he committed
Jordan?
a crime.
What happened in the Jordan Penny case, where he was choked from behind on the windpipe or on the blood vessels, or I mean the veins in the neck? That was actual, and he didn't go to jail.
He committed a crime, and he was prosecuted for it.
What the fuck? So this lady, she obviously was wrong. She used her weapon as a cart, and she paid the price.
So that's not what happened either. Did you see the body cam footage from the officer?
What in this recent case?
Yeah, we just went
Yeah,
through this.
when he shot her and called her a fucking
where he
bitch
goes,
after he
Yeah.
did it.
bitch at the end.
No, that should put him in jail because he called her a bitch.
Fucking bitch.
Actually, they should put him in jail because he pulled his weapon for no reason at all. And then he shot her when he was not in danger because she was turning her wheel to drive away from them. So he was never in danger. He shot that lady for no reason. Now, will he be prosecuted for that? Maybe he'll be prosecuted for it, maybe not, because they can say that the fact that she moved that vehicle, he could have feared for his life. We don't know. But looking at this footage, and
hold on,
anybody,
12th
I have a
man.
driver's license, so I know how to drive. So if she wanted to hit him, she wouldn't have cut her wheel the way that she did.
Who cares?
Well, hold on. If who cares is your response, then you know what? Sounds like she won the argument.
Who, me?
No.
No, you're not talking to me.
No, I'm talking to Sunkiss. If the response is who cares, that means she landed a punch and you can't recover.
Assault an officer with your vehicle, someone's going to jail or hurt or dead. You cannot assault.
Okay, this weird determinism that MAGA seems to have, like if you piss off a ICE patrol or an ICE officer, you deserve to die. What kind of weird, it is a cult. MAGA is a cult.
Yeah.
I don't even think 12 Man said that, and you definitely didn't hear me say that.
No, I'm
Can we let 12 Man finish his point before you draw that conclusion?
His words. Everyone concerned knows that I will twist your words. So welcome to the show, first timer.
Welcome to Stanley's world.
Literally, it's like a fucking portal. It's a portal to get here. It takes a portal.
I can't hear him.
Who?
12 Man.
Yeah.
Let 12 Man make his point.
Well, Mike, just because you got a license and you can't drive, they don't have nothing to do with me.
Well, Mike drives drunk.
That sounds like your personal problem. You usually have to take competency tests to get your license to prove that you know how to drive.
I don't know.
So, and whether you feel like I know how to drive or not, the point still stands. She cut her wheel in a particular way, and if you know how to drive, you know where the car is going. So that man was not in danger.
I've seen it frame by frame, my friend.
I was pretty
Okay,
much telling you,
man.
lady.
It's
I was
supposed to be
telling you.
Other people have seen it frame by frame and disagree with you. And
Let's
really,
make
no,
this
we can all
argument.
don't tell me what to let. Don't do that.
Okay.
Okay, well, you're acknowledging that.
Salute Deacon Dave. Shout out to Deacon Dave.
I will get to acknowledging Mike in just a second. I was going to say that, the frame by frame thing, you seeing it frame by frame is not definitive. What it means is you've made your decision, a lot of it based on your bias, I guess. And
you're dismissing what the eyeball sees.
In the end, it's really going to be left up to people who are not us.
Well, hopefully Congress, Stanley, will do the investigation because
Congress doesn't have that kind. They can oversight, I guess, the ICE part of it, but they have no obligation to investigate, from the Minnesota side. Federalism isn't going to allow that.
I don't even think it's going to get a proper investigation. I think they just going to sweep it under the rug.
It's proper. It's proper, all right. From the top down, this shit is getting dismissed. That's proper because she shouldn't hit the gas.
It's never gone to trial to be dismissed.
Right. So I don't think they already said that they was blocking the investigation.
Well,
I think from the FBI.
Trump has basically decided that I guess you would call it trickle down immunity. So
she provoked that on herself, Stanley. She provoked that. She was antagonizing them ICE officers.
I don't believe in that Bible thumping stuff where
her and the gay girlfriend
where
they provoked that.
Yeah, all of that is relevant.
They were taunting the ICE agents. Actually,
so they follow.
Okay, hold on, all of y'all. Taunting the ICE agents is not illegal necessarily.
When you use that vehicle as a deadly weapon, it's illegal.
But that's
I don't think it was used as a deadly weapon, Mike.
It was.
It was not.
You only saw one video. I saw 3 or 4 videos.
I seen 6 videos. I also seen the video where the ICE agent was standing right outside of her window. She looked him in his face and said, "I'm not mad at you, guy. It's okay." And
but did you see the gay girlfriend outside of the car?
I saw
video
the girlfriend with her video that don't have anything to do with the woman that's behind.
Because they was using Stanley. They was using that goddamn tracker app to track these people, following them around, antagonizing them.
So what?
Yeah, you was looking for trouble. Why not sit your ass at home?
Is looking for trouble illegal?
Yes, that is illegal, in my opinion.
No, I'm afraid not. And you're not a lawyer. Your opinion is.
Well, I'm not. I never claimed to be a lawyer.
I mean, that's not illegal.
Can you claim to be sober right now?
And I am sober. I just got off work about 45 minutes ago.
Did you slur that S?
I haven't even cracked the beer, not yet.
All right.
Well, I'm just telling you what y'all are doing right now.
Or since when you're not sober.
What y'all are doing right now, Stanley.
After a while.
Stanley, you have to understand. You going off a narrative. You don't know the whole story.
Neither do you.
Don't either.
I don't. But I know what I said on a few videos. I pieced it together, and I know them
people came up with your own conclusion to decide that an American citizen deserves to be killed by ICE agents. Like, no American citizen deserves to die that way for no reason. The lady
should have chose
where she was wrong at is when they told her to get out of the car. She should have just got out of the car, but she did not use her car as a deadly weapon.
That's her fault.
That is a lie. She turned to her wheel to get away from them, so he was never in any danger. That is a lie. Can he claim that he was in fear for his life? Yes,
he
This type
can
of
because
and
mentality
the
that
car was
is mentality
moving.
and
The
that
car was
that may
moving.
enables
that may
anything.
be the reason
already
why he
did.
won't get prosecuted should there be
They're,
a
Mike,
Car
proper
was
they're being
moving.
totally
investigation.
disingenuous. Don't
But
listen to this dumb
based
shit.
on what we actually saw, that man was not in any danger.
What
And
Deacon
then he
Dave
turned
say?
around and called the lady a fucking bitch after he shot
We
her.
don't pay
Like, that's
attention to Dave.
crazy.
No, I'm saying that these two are being so disingenuous. Do not listen to this
Okay, well,
bullshit.
wait, hold it.
Yeah, I
Hold
mean,
on
Stanley,
Deacon
here.
Dave,
I've
I
been at
know,
this
man.
all
Hold
day
on here.
long. Me
Don't
and you've
you
been at this
Stanley me.
all day
Don't
long.
you
And then you
Stanley
got a
me.
new challenger coming up here talking about some shit we already covered. Now, and look, I don't know, in the last hour, maybe hour and a half, we already proved without a shadow
I
of a
don't.
doubt
Well,
that the
see,
point that we're taking.
you and I disagree. You haven't even proved beyond a shadow of a doubt. You know,
Don't make me call cellulite up here. Don't make me call him up.
y'all literally see Raw G is used to getting up on a panel and she reads the law. She's not used to people pushing back. Her reading the law means nothing to me because number one, we don't even agree.
Define what a lawful arrest was.
We don't even agree that law applies.
No, we do agree. There's no doubt
we
about
don't
it.
agree.
And
Stanley
she proved
does
it to
not
you.
agree.
You're denying it because you want to be right.
Don't tell Stanley what Stanley agrees to.
What law?
No, I'm talking about me and Raji.
Well,
Raji, whatever it is.
Khan says it right. She's light on facts. She thinks that
But she
reading
wasn't
from the
on this one.
statutes, she thinks reading from USC whatever is gonna impress me. I'm like,
it was the definition of what a lawful stop was.
It literally
because you want to be
wrong. She was wrong.
When an officer tells you to get out your car, it's a lawful order.
No, she is
that's a direct order. You're right, Deacon Dave.
She is. Do
I don't
we even
understand
know
what
that?
the-
Okay,
what's-
God damn
what we
it.
don't
Do we
understand. I don't
even
get
know
it.
that law, dude? Do we even know that law applies? That's my point.
He
Do
gave
we
her a
know it
lawful
the
order,
law
Stanley.
in Minnesota.
Do we know it applies?
Yes, because
Just like
she
when you
pulled it
get
up
if
from
you get pulled
Minnesota
over by the
law.
police.
I don't think it does.
It's
If you get pulled
Minnesota
over by the
law.
police and you drive off after
No.
they tell you
She
to
read.
stop,
She read from a U.S. statute, not Minnesota.
Okay.
But
still,
motherfucker, did you not
United
think
States.
I heard what she read from?
When did she get? So
Pull it up, Stanley. Stop wasting
No,
time.
I'm not
I
pulling
got
it
a
up.
question though. When did it
I'm
become
using the goddamn
a
example.
traffic stop?
I'm
When
using
did
the
it be-
example. If you get pulled over by the
That's
police, they tell you to
exactly.
stop.
That's
They tell
exactly
you to
my
stop.
question.
When did it
They
become a
didn't-
traffic stop?
It became a
That's
traffic
exactly
stop
my
the moment.
point.
Well, not a traffic stop, but it became a stop, a legal stop when he told her to stop the car. She didn't do that.
But he never said stop the car. He said get out of the car.
Same thing.
No, it's not.
Y'all just trying to cover up. Y'all trying to.
No, what you're trying to do
No,
is
you guys
cover
are
up
caping. You're
cover
caping.
up your MAGA tinged
You
attitude.
want to be right, and nobody
So-
agrees
You
with
so-
you.
don't
no,
tell
no.
Except for you lefty
cannot
liberals
So
come
this
up
doing your
is the
and tell
thing.
you
liberal
to get out
opinion.
of the car.
Thi-
That's
this
what the
is
shit
the-
is about.
No,
This is
what it's
political
about
because you're
is
Shout out
liberal.
to Donald
no.
Trump.
In the court of law, it's not what you know; it's what you can prove. So
Well,
that's a valid
it's proven.
question, which is why I'm asking the question. See, I'll be watching these cases, and
It's
it
proven.
do.
How is it not
I'm
proven?
gonna just go ahead and say
No,
this.
it's
It
not
do.
proven, Mike.
He
It do. Black
told her to
folks.
stop the car, get out of the car. It's
He
proven.
did not tell her to
Okay.
stop the car, and telling her to stop the
With
car is not
badges
a.
and lights and
Okay.
Hold on.
uniforms and
Hold on.
Okay.
Telling her
Hold
to
on one
get out
second.
of the car is not a traffic stop. So you got to prove
Exactly.
at what
As a
point it
matter of
became
fact,
a.
a cop can't just walk up and tell you to get out of a car. He's got to tell you you're detained. He's got to identify himself. Dude, there were all kinds of problems with this. They think because it says ICE on their vest that everybody's going to comply. Citizens don't have to comply. She wasn't illegal. She's a U.S. citizen.
That
but that
doesn't
gun
matter,
said
man.
otherwise. That gun
How
put
you
it
gonna
into
get
the
out the car
madness.
if you don't stop?
That gun put it into
It
the
does
madness,
make a
didn't
difference,
it?
Mike.
That's crazy.
How you gonna get out of the car if you don't stop? See, y'all not making sense.
Mike.
No, when did it become a
Mike
traffic
didn't-
stop? When did the officer say,
The moment
I
he
am
told her to get out of the
detaining you?
car, it's a stop. It's a
No,
lawful stop.
no, that's not true.
See,
The
y'all don't
officer
know
has
nothing.
to.
You don't
No,
know
you
nothing,
don't know
lady.
nothing. The officer has to let you know that they're detaining you, first of all. So
Yeah.
him telling her to get out the car does not mean that she is detained or anything. He's just
He had a
saying get out of
reason
the
to tell
car.
her to get out of the car, didn't he?
No, he didn't.
How do you know that? You just know
Because
when
I
the
watched
video
the
started
video.
rolling. Yeah, but you didn't see before the video
I
started rolling.
saw her pull up next to
Trust me,
him
Mike.
and say,
You just woke
Well,
up.
I'm
You
not
I
got
gonna
am.
almost
argue with
gotta
you,
ignore
lady.
this shit.
I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
you gotta
argue
I
with
ignore
you.
that.
watched her pull up next to this officer and say to him, I'm not mad at you, dude. Not in an aggressive manner or any of that. There was no reason for this man to shoot
Oh, but
this
you didn't
woman.
hear that part where he said, "Get the fuck out the car."
I heard that and I said I
Okay.
heard
Okay,
that.
well,
They
isn't that
hear
a
what they want to
lawful?
hear.
That's
Deacon
the
Dave.
officer
No,
telling
it
you
is
what to do.
not
See,
because she was not
That's
detained.
that
He hear
is
what
an
they want to hear.
officer telling you what to do.
so
Now,
see,
if you
these
drive in
okay.
another officer's
Okay.
direction, you're
I
dead wrong.
understand that your Fuhrer, Donald Trump, has instilled into you when the SS says something, you say jawohl and click your heels. But this is America. Okay.
Stanley, do I have to
Cops,
lean in?
there are professional standards. Okay. Just because you're an ICE cop doesn't
Man, bring
mean you
Deacon Dave
skirt
back,
the
Stanley.
rules. Dude, you go too. Y'all need to. I understand your overwhelming need, but the thing is there's nothing in those videos that let me know that she was detained.
This is so
Nothing.
easy.
She was
Even a
detained the
caveman
moment
can
he
do it.
told her to get out of the car, dummy.
No, that's not how it works.
See, y'all, you don't.
That's not how it works. A cop cannot just come up to you and say, get out of the car.
Yes, he can. He totally can.
Yeah, well, maybe to people like you, but normal people, no.
So you saying he just shot her for no reason, Stanley?
Yes.
That's exactly what the both of them were saying.
Yeah, that's
Unfortunately,
bullshit.
like there's no leading up to it. There's nothing that happened before that.
They just said the moment
to shoot her. He decided to shoot her because she was parked sideways in the street. That's what they believe.
He decided to
These
shoot her
motherfuckers are
they
so
don't see
nuts.
before they don't
decided
see before the
decided
cameras
to
start
do it.
rolling.
Okay.
Before the cameras,
he was annoyed. Didn't you hear when it was all over?
Bring Mike back up here.
Didn't you hear his remark after he'd taken a life? It wasn't like, oh shit, it was fucking bitch. He thought she deserved it too.
she followed them around on that fucking ice tracker that they have.
So
they
what? Is it illegal?
She's antagonized them looking for
Is
trouble.
it illegal?
How is that hard for you to see?
Is it illegal?
And parked sideways in the middle of the street is pretty illegal.
That should be
they
illegal.
Can't
if it
answer
ain't,
yes, no questions.
Blocking traffic is pretty illegal, Stanley.
That is, if she's blocking traffic, that's not a federal offense.
it ain't if she was, she was.
Hold on, Mike.
That's not a federal.
Hold on, Mike.
That's not
I got
a
you. I got
federal
one.
offense. That's not
The
a federal offense.
is obstructing federal business.
Why didn't they call the local cops?
Obstructing federal business is a federal offense. They can get her for that alone.
What was she obstructing exactly?
The roadways when the
whoa. Roadways are federal business now?
When they're doing their investigations and they're doing their work,
clue what you're talking
when they're doing
about.
their work and you're parked sideways in the middle of the street obstructing them, that is a federal offense.
Okay.
She's blocking their right away.
Thank you for making it up as you go along, Dave.
See, that's what's wrong with you,
you're making
Democrats.
this whole shit up acting like she did nothing but fucking got shot in the head, unfortunately.
She didn't do anything to be shot in the face. Like, I don't know what's wrong with y'all.
She used that
feel
vehicle as a weapon. He told her to get out of the car. She reversed.
They think when the feds show up, when the feds show up, everything comes under
she
federal
reversed
law.
it and she attempted to
That's
flee.
not their jurisdiction, and she didn't reverse anything.
They have
That's a lie.
They're federal.
They have jurisdiction all over.
Deacon Dave, There's
they have jurisdiction all over.
Okay, Deacon Dave, stop
She's
your yelling,
nuts,
Deacon
Stanley.
Dave. Stop your yelling, Mike. Feds, just because the feds are there doesn't mean they have jurisdiction. The roads, unless it's like on a federal facility or something, no, it doesn't automatically, like wherever their shadows fall, the territory is theirs. What kind of weird, man, it is a cult. MAGA is a cult.
I apologize, Sunkist. I really do. I don't like to raise my voice, but you gotta say some shit that you actually know. Because when you do that too often,
you know?
It triggers an octave that I didn't know I had. That is fucking crazy.
Hold on.
I'm not apologizing, but
number one, I ain't finished my statement and you just flew out
You've
the
been
handle.
talking all
That's
this
your
goddamn time
inability
about some
to
stuff you
control
don't know.
your emotions. They don't got
You're
nothing
just
to do
running
with it.
interference. That's
If you
why.
want to
And
have
it's
an
actually
adult
aggravating.
conversation, it's not difficult. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying, but we should be able to discuss with each other like adults.
Stop being the puppet master's puppet.
Well, you can call it whatever you want to. I'm dealing
Yeah,
with.
Stanley, you're the guy behind the curtain. Stop fucking gassing her up to do this shit.
Dude, stop being paranoid.
She really don't believe that shit she's saying, Deacon Dave.
I believe everything that
No,
I'm
she
saying.
believes it because she don't know no different.
This is what these MAGA cult
Just because
members
you are
do.
a
They just
federal
have-
officer does not give you jurisdiction over anywhere that you are at. You are there to conduct federal
You know how
business.
stupid that sound?
That woman would no. It's not my fault that you don't know civics, sir.
She don't know how stupid that sounds.
It's not
You know
my fault
what?
you don't know
You know
anything
what?
about civics.
This woman bashing that you two MAGA cult members
It's not
wanna
woman
do won't
bashing,
be
Stanley. You
accepted.
don't
It's
just because you
exactly
want to
what
simp
it is.
for Stanley.
It's exactly what it is. I know
you
you,
want to
Mike,
simp
and I know
for
you, Dave.
Stanley. You want to simp for? It's okay.
Hey,
We get that.
I know it's okay. I know it's
We
okay,
get that,
Mike.
but you
Thank
know we're not telling
Thank
you.
you for
You know we're
confirming the
telling the
obvious.
truth.
We're all
I
equals
don't
up
think
here,
you're telling the
Stanley.
truth.
This is the battle of the mind.
I will
It's not
give.
sexist
I'll
right
give
now.
Mike. I'll give Mike a little credit. It's the truth to him. So he's not lying. If you think it's the truth, then it's the truth for you. But the normal people, not necessarily.
So you telling me when these protests happen and they block the streets? I'm using it as an example. They block the streets. You basically saying it's okay. It's legal. But if you're in the car, it's not legal.
No, it's not illegal, but it's not a capital offense either.
Stanley, Channel Jackson is on the screen when he was talking about how MLK did not get permits and they sick dogs on his ass. It's the same fucking thing. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dave, I have no idea what you're nattering
Federal
on about.
officers have jurisdiction in federal places. They can have some jurisdiction in cities and streets, but it's only under certain conditions. Was that
She needs a
illegal?
permit to park
Stop.
sideways in the street.
So in that particular situation, that woman had just left from dropping off a kid or something like that. So her being in the street with a lot of protesters and ICE out there creates a circumstance, which means this is what's going on. It's not like she was just sitting sideways in the street for the hell of it. So that's number one. You got to give context to what is going on.
Yeah, you
In
don't
the
know if she
court
was
of
just
law.
sitting there.
They can't even. They think context is spelled.
You
with
don't
a-
know. You
with
just
a-
saw a video. You didn't see what happened before people started recording.
Sir, it doesn't matter.
you?
Neither did you.
I didn't,
What-
but I could
exactly.
piece stuff together
So
from the
you-
video I did see.
And you can piece it together from what you saw, just like I can piece it together from what I saw.
Yeah, but
And I also
you and
know what
Stanley
your rights are
wrong,
and what the
and I'm
law
gonna leave it at
says.
that.
And so that's why it needs to be an
You
investigation.
don't know the law. You had to Google
Because-
that. Google is not
Okay, that's
always
fine.
right.
I think I posted more facts in the chat, and I haven't seen you post shit. So
What
don't
makes you
tell me
think
what
them the
I know
facts
and
that
what
you
I don't
posted?
know.
The
Because one
action is on
thing
the
I am
panel.
going to do is research, and another thing I'm going to do is read. Okay, so
That's bullshit.
number
Yeah,
one,
that's the other thing. These people don't read.
Stop it, Stanley. You need the cheapest fucking half-cracked window to
She
fucking
doesn't even
make
read.
that stupid ass point right now. This ain't it.
The more you read, the better you read, and the better.
That's what's
you're
wrong with these
able to-
Democrats.
That's
That's what's wrong with these Democrats.
The better the better you are at sussing out actual what's important. The better you are at understanding context. And most of the people don't read. Most of these
Copy
people,
and pasting is not applied knowledge.
most of these people
He's
in
not
this
applying it to
Blackosphere
conversation.
YouTube, I could go up on any random panel and just make something what seems to me an obvious contextual point. They don't know what evidence is. They don't know. They just don't know what they need to know to be trying.
I wish
to
we had
attack
Miss
some of these
Brooklyn up here
arguments.
to give her opinion.
Okay,
I know
she
what precedence
linked there.
is.
She wants.
I know
All I
what
have to
precedence
say.
is.
All I have to say is, it used to be back in the day that black, especially elders, black people, emphasized education, and somewhere in the past 20 or 30 years, it got de-emphasized. If the boomers are going to be blamed for anything, it's not making their kids read. They have raised some ignorant millennials.
Is that what created that sinister laugh you got, where you just know that you fucked everybody else up, and now you want to laugh about it? Is that what you're doing?
Hey, it's part of
If
the
that's
brand,
if that's
baby.
the case,
It's part of the brand.
you ain't shit.
See,
Well,
these
I'm sorry,
goddamn
so Chris,
Democrats, Dick and Dave, we're not gonna get nowhere with these Democrats.
No, then that's
So
all
I'm
it
not a
is. He made it.
Democrat.
He
I'm an
admitted that he made
independent.
it political.
You don't even know what an independent is.
No,
So
you're not independent if you
I'm
still
not
vote
a Democrat. I'm an independent. There are
Just
some
saying anything.
policies that the
see, the
Democrats
MAGA
put out.
cult, the MAGA cult jumps
It's
to
not a cult, Stanley.
conclusions. It's not a cult.
We're
That's
trying to
what
make
all these
America
cult.
great again, and
Everybody in a cult will be the first
it's
to tell
people
you
like
it's not a
y'all.
cult.
It's people like you two that keep messing stuff up.
No, I'm not messing up anything.
Yeah, you part of the
I'm not a
problem.
criminal.
You
No,
part of the problem.
I think they don't understand the intersectionality that aligns with these views.
Did you say intersectionality?
I said a lot of shit because I want to sound just as nonsensical as what I'm hearing. So let me match the energy.
Well, finally, I'm having some effect.
Why
I'm gonna
didn't she
match the
comply?
energy. I'm gonna start saying shit.
She should have
And then
complied just
Stanley,
for
you
her
said
own
you said
personal
that's part
safety.
of the MAGA cult, and we
Well,
could call
you know
you a
what?
Biden. You part
You
of
know
the
what,
Biden and
Sunkist?
Obama cult.
I honestly think
No, they're
she
more
did
thin
not
walls than
understand.
Biden.
I don't think she
Oh, tampon
understood what
Tim.
she. Okay, I don't know why y'all
I
are.
don't think she understood either. I think she just was
Yeah,
going on about her
I
business.
think she thought. I think she thought, hey, these are the good guys with the badge. I can cut up a
Yay!
little bit.
Hey, you
Solid
didn't think that
snakes in
shit,
the
Stanley.
chat. Holy shit.
You didn't think
What's
that,
up, man?
Stanley.
Where you been?
No. When she was playing with him, like, oh, hey, what did she say? You don't have to worry. I'm not mad. He actually thought that, hey, I'm kind of a cute white woman. They're not going to shoot me. Well, she did FAFO. That's for sure.
Oh, okay, cool. We're getting somewhere.
Yeah, we're getting somewhere now.
I'm not saying.
That's a bill.
I'm not. Okay, she didn't realize the monster she was playing with.
Exactly.
How is it for a monster when she used the car as a
Wait,
deadly weapon?
I thought you said I was getting somewhere.
Yeah, but
Well,
we're
now
going to take the
you was getting
small
somewhere,
incremental
but you
victory right now.
backslid.
Oh, dude, did I lead these gullibles right down, dude?
No, I'm gonna take the small victory.
She
That's
thought
just
being a
feel like-
soccer mom. She thought being a soccer mom was gonna.
She was no soccer mom. Who she did not have custody of her own children. That is not what we consider a soccer mom. She actually failed as a mother.
Who is we? Wait, hold it. Are you the soccer mom judge or what?
No, a soccer mom is an active mom. A mom who has custody and does the right thing and is responsible.
If she was
What
a
we've
stand-up,
seen with her taking the bullet to the head was a product of her making wrong decisions after wrong decision after wrong decision. A real mother wouldn't be out there protesting. They'd be more concerned about the well-being of their own children.
Wow. So
if she was a stand-up citizen,
because
Stanley,
she's a mom,
if she was a
can't
stand-up citizen,
participate
like Deacon
in
Dave said, she would have been at home
political
with the
process
kid
or
and the
civil
gay girlfriend.
disobedience. Is that right?
And why didn't she just comply? What was it so hard for her to comply? Whether you were right, right or wrong.
Mike, did you not hear what both Sunkist and I said?
I'm not worried about what she or you said. I'm asking you a question.
She was doing a lot of things that she shouldn't have been doing.
Okay, so she deserved what she
did
got.
not deserve the fate.
When
I'm
you
not going
use
to
that
say she
vehicle,
deserved, because that's a strong word in this
well,
situation. She didn't deserve it, but
he
she
made.
chose. She made a
Yeah,
bad
she
decision.
chose that. Yeah, I should have used that word. She chose. You right, Dickie Day.
I think
She
she made a
chose.
lot of
She
bad
chose, and she got
assumptions.
what she got. I don't
Okay,
feel bad for her.
she
She
got
was
what
in the
she
wrong.
got.
Chose the worst
She got what
possible
she
outcome.
got, but she did not deserve what she got.
She
So
She
chose
was
the
this is
acting
worst
like a
possible outcome.
YWN.
She gave
this
control
is
up.
the
That's what she
difference
did.
between
She was acting like a YWN at that time.
the
Yeah.
difference between what y'all are saying and what we're saying is this. We can say
I like it.
that she
I
was
like it,
out of
Mike.
line for some of the actions that she took, but that does not absolve law enforcement from the actions that they took. Because if
Yeah, I
law
mean,
enforcement was
you
doing what
gotta
they were
protect the
supposed to
dummies
do,
too.
that lady
Do
probably
you,
wouldn't be dead right
Oh,
now.
Ron makes a great point.
Son Kiss? Do you know? Do you know any law enforcement?
I know plenty of
Like
law enforcement.
No,
Yes,
she
personally?
don't. She will.
yes,
Have you ran this by them and see what they thought about it?
yes.
Well,
No,
Because I
she
hold
work
didn't.
with
on.
law
I
Hey,
said,
enforcement every day.
highlight
just give me
Ron's point.
hold on,
Highlight
folks.
Ron's
Let
last
me
comment.
throw up a splash screen here. Yeah, I suspect this is somebody trying to get around a panel ban, but I want to make sure. So just give me 1 sec here. Let's test my theory.
He's cool for today, man. God bless him.
No, dude, you don't come up
It's been
using that
long.
kind of language on my panel and I look the other way. I'm tired of that. Big boss. Hello? You there?
Hey, Daddy, just tell them, man, what.
Yeah, I do. See, I thought so. Come back when I let you up. Being all tricky, being all being all tricky dicky. That doesn't impress me, son. So what were
What's
y'all
up, man?
saying?
Nah, I said highlight Juan's last comment, please. I think it was his last one.
Let's see, where is it here? I saw it. This one?
Not, yeah, I agree with that as well.
Yeah, okay. The wife should be charged with murder. Yeah, okay.
They interviewed
So
the wife, and she admitted that this woman would listen to her. They interviewed her after, everything happened, and she admitted that, she made a bad decision, and I shouldn't have told her to drive off. That's what the wife did. The wife, and that love is a strong thing. The life got her set up.
okay, let me help you out. Okay, the wife had no control over that twitchy trigger finger cop.
You don't think so?
No,
You don't
I
think
don't.
that she had any control over the outcome?
No.
Man, it would probably
Okay,
amaze you.
you need to prove cause and effect. How did that wife cause the cop to draw his gun and fire?
No, her bad decision.
Okay, I need you to do the cause and effect.
Whatever she listened to in her mind that made her hit the gas is what led to her demise.
Okay.
Whether it's been the influence from the wife
Okay,
on the side of the car,
listen to your logic.
who tried to get in the car, but then
Okay,
ultimately said,
I've said that she did
Yeah.
not deserve her fate. So you and I fundamentally disagree about the cause and effect.
Well, she deserved it because she tried to flee from what he was giving her lawful order. She deserved what she got.
No, she did not.
Well, I think she did. That's my opinion.
Yeah, well,
you have yours, I have mine.
think President Trump is a good president.
He is.
Your judgment is compromised.
We're
Shout
not
out to
judging
Donald
Mike's
Trump.
character. We're judging the character of the lady who drove the car.
Dude, I judge a man's character by the man he voted for.
Mike's character is not on trial right now. That's not what we're questioning.
I could judge your
just
character because
like
you
to
voted
Right,
see.
for
because
Obama
nobody asked
and
you what you
Biden.
thought of Mike.
Yeah, but
would
it
just-
would be a positive outcome if you make that judgment.
I would just
Man,
like
you
to
didn't
see
even Biden wasn't
a
even your
full.
president, Stanley.
I would
The
just like
auto
to see.
pen was.
He was it was an anti Trump vote,
And
pretty
Obama
much.
didn't do nothing for you.
You know what? I didn't expect him to do anything but be a good president, and I think he was.
I think he failed. I think he failed.
I just would like to see a full investigation into this situation, so we don't end up in a situation
Juan,
where we
what
got
was the
Investigation need to
order?
be swift and fast, and
why, so we
that
don't have
Oh,
law,
it's never
the
gonna
federal
make it to
government
trial.
just out here shooting and killing citizens because
Donald
they
Trump
I
said
just
he
think
protecting all law enforcement, and he's standing on that.
they
Donald Trump
shot.
stand on business, and y'all hate it.
So a black
Y'all hate
man
it.
got shot New Year's Eve by ICE agents.
Juan,
That's what about
what
him.
was the order? What was the order? Get out of the car isn't a lawful order if you're not detained.
You're
But
gonna sit here
Juan
and
is
chat and question that?
Juan
That's
is
just what I
actually
said. I said
Juan
that
is
one.
actually a law school graduate, so I'll defer a bit to him. But
Stanley,
my
that's the same
understanding.
thing I
Okay,
said.
God damn it, Mike, I'm talking.
Well, I don't give a fuck. I am too.
Okay, well, I give a fuck. So the point is if you're not detained, you don't have to get out of the car. At what point was she detained?
Right.
So wait,
She
what
was
does it
detained
require
when
for
she told
you?
him to get out the car.
That's not a detainment, sir.
It is.
No, it's
So if a police officer walk up to your car right now and tell you get out the car,
what if
are
he
you
had
gonna flee?
said what if he had said make my dinner?
Are you going to flee if a police officer walk up to your car right now? Are you going to flee and tell you to get out the car? Are you going to flee or are you going to comply?
Look at Juan's response here. Get out of the car strongly. Actually, it strongly implies that you're being detained. She didn't infer that, obviously.
Yeah, she made a bad decision because she didn't have respect for authority.
And quite frankly, that wouldn't hold up in a court. If even I'm not even a lawyer, and I would laugh that it was strongly suggested. It was
because when you get into court, they're gonna ask you why you were detaining the person. So what would be the reason that she would be detained?
He had a reason if he told her to get out of the car.
The thing is her being detained was implied. It's not like she was
fleeing and eluding. If she lived,
so there was
before the fleeing and eluding, she was impeding an investigation.
Yes.
What investigation?
Right.
They were on the street for a reason, Stanley.
They
we
were
don't know why they
business,
was on the street.
or you can hit her with obstruction. She was obstruction.
Well, they didn't say any of that, and they have to clearly tell you that you're being detained.
How are they going to tell her that when they advised her to get out of the car?
If he can open his mouth and say, get the fuck out of the car, he can open his mouth and say, you are being detained.
That's not how the law
Congress
works.
needs to do.
That is how the law works.
Pass a law.
No, it's not.
The police cannot walk up to you and tell you to get the fuck out of the car, and that's a detainment. That's not how that works.
Why don't you test that theory?
They can tell you to get out of the car, and then they use you are being detained, and they'll tell you what you're detained for. Once they get you safely,
was never told that she was detained.
She didn't give him a chance to get out because she didn't get out the car.
John Strive said he told her she was under arrest. Okay, I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear that either. I ain't see no backup.
Do y'all follow JLR Investigates online?
It in the news.
Stanley, do you follow JLR Investigator? He's an YouTube investigator.
I know who he is.
Yeah, so he showed the video. Not the video that you probably saw and that she's talking about, but he showed a video right before then where they was antagonizing that officer. He showed the video yesterday.
Antagonizing isn't necessarily.
They followed them. They followed those officers around. And they were looking for trouble, and she got it.
Looking for trouble is not an offense, and I haven't seen the videos where there's something about her being under arrest. I didn't hear that.
There's multiple videos out here.
Okay, and
they just showed you one.
Even if she was under arrest, still doesn't justify what the cop did.
She fled and eluded and used that vehicle as a weapon.
I don't think she was under arrest.
She used that vehicle as a weapon. When you reverse, it don't matter
Nah,
if
I
you
don't think
reverse,
so.
you go forward or you turn sideways. It's a weapon.
You know
got
what,
an officer
Mike?
standing
You know
beside
what,
that
Mike?
vehicle. That's a weapon.
I'm tired of people of your ilk saying the same thing over and over.
Well, you saying the same shit over
we
and over.
We just disagree on that.
Okay, well, we can move on. One of us, like Be Brave say, one of us
So
is a damn fool, and I know it ain't me.
Okay,
it
well,
says
you know
that
what? You coming over here and quoting, you coming over here and quoting "Be Brave" is like that lady tempting the cop.
this says that Renee Good was not formally detained, arrested, or suspected of immigration violation. So
Oh
there's
my
no
God, that's like
detainment
way
here.
before the arrest, way before they tried to get her
Okay,
out the car.
now they're making it up, right? Right,
This is
Dave? Is
what it
that what you're
says.
saying?
It says Renee Good was not formally detained. She was not arrested, nor was she suspected of an immigration violation. So, in order to be detained,
So
they
why
have to
didn't she
have.
just comply?
Can I finish saying what I was saying? Thank you.
No, because you're sounding
So,
stupid, and
okay, I'll wait.
Go ahead, Sunkist. I had
So,
to
in
put him in
order
the
for
back so
it
you
to
could
be,
finish.
No, there was a history. There was a history of sounding stupid, and there was a history
Okay,
of
wait,
during
hold it.
the
A
court.
history of sounding stupid? What the fuck are you talking about, Dave? What
I
does
was
that
trying
have?
to
How
clear.
is
I
that
was trying to
relevant?
clear up Mike's point.
Oh, you
it's
mean
all
Mike
good,
has
man.
a
I'm
history of
done. I'm
sounding
done
stupid?
arguing.
That we
No,
agree
Mike's
on.
point about what she was saying is that there right now we're experiencing a history of sounding stupid because during the ICE investigation, she was not a
What
suspect.
investigation?
We're gonna play dumb.
Well, wait, ICE has done an
That's the
investigation?
stupidness I'm talking about, Deacon Dave.
Right. Like it's just contagious. Now it rubbed off on you, Stanley. Stop it.
Okay,
this says she was not held
ICE
in
has
detention by
ICE has
ICE, but was
had an
killed during a
ICE has
confrontation with
had
them.
an investigation.
He
When?
wasn't a suspect in their investigation.
So she was never
Okay,
detained in order to
She
be
was
given
detained
unlawful
for
you get
order.
obstructing.
detained.
She was detained for parking sideways in the middle of a
She
road
wasn't
while an active
detained.
investigation.
She
There's
was
no
not
charges on this shit. She never made it
detained.
that far.
I just
She
sat up
was
here
not
and read to you what is
detained.
Obstruction
being
of
said.
justice is what she did. Obstruction of justice. She illegally parked in the roadway.
Thank
They
you,
got 3 or
Deputy
4 things when
Dog.
they told her.
Thank you, Deputy Dog.
No,
Now
Mike's
let
right.
the lady speak.
All right, well, let her speak.
She been talking long enough.
Oh wow. Yeah,
No,
that's
don't be a
crazy.
stranger. We can have fun with this, but don't be a stranger.
So let's see
No,
if
I
she
don't
was
have a problem with her. I
obstructing
just think
justice.
she's wrong.
Why is he talking again?
And Stanley, don't ever disrespect me and call me a she.
Go ahead, Queen.
So I don't see anything that says that she was obstructing justice. I see nothing that says that she was detained by ICE. So you can't.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I other than the racializing part,
Why do you give
I'm
her so
actually
much room to talk, but when we talk, we can't get no talking time?
because I respect
What
her.
makes her so right and us so wrong,
I
Stanley?
literally just said it. I respect her.
Liberalism,
That was weird.
intersectionality.
Well,
Stanley
I
booted
want to
you.
just go ahead and wrap this part up. It's probably time to get to Chad. We've been going back and forth on this long enough.
And that's just like George Floyd.
My
That guy
parting.
he didn't apply no
Why are
pressure
you
on that
bringing
man
George Floyd up again?
because he didn't apply no pressure on his neck. If you look at that video, there was no pressure.
On the windpipe.
He had his
Okay,
knees on he had the knees on the back,
thank you. So let's go ahead and
and he
transition
resisted.
on to. Let's go ahead and transition, Mike, to the main event, which is Chad O. Jackson debating a guy that I'm not familiar with. He goes by Austin Unscripted, but he actually has a PhD or something, or I looked him up on X. Hold on one sec here.
Oh, he has a player hating degree, Stanley.
No, he wants to be president in the future. He really does.
Well, good for
He
him.
has presidential aspirations. Is that how
Well,
you
all
say
I
it?
have to say is I won't vote for a man who cuts a part in his hair.
He's still young, and
Cut
if
it.
that's all he got, he's cool, man. He's a clean dude.
That was stupid of you, Stanley, to say something like that.
He's a clean
You
guy,
know,
and he's put together. But his stance on this shit, it just sounds like more nonsense, and it comes from like this pride of we need heroes and all that type of background. I think Chad
all
chopped
right.
this up
Well,
pretty good.
let me do the housekeeping. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. It's good to see y'all here. Hey Savage, hey Juan. And Aries, we're gonna go ahead and get to the main event. Everybody make sure you hit the like button. If you happen to be new, please make sure you subscribe to our humble little channel, which is definitely sometimes it's bitter herbs and unleavened bread. It's a meal you got to get you.
So
The
before you
Sovereign
move
Beer
on to the
Fund,
topic, can I ask a
the
quick question?
most important part is the Sovereign Beer Fund for investment. My son's gone back to school. I have the
I
nest
was just going to ask you, was
again.
JB your son?
He's my boy. He's my boy. He's not my
You
son.
didn't deny Stanley. You said he's your boy. You didn't deny
That's
if he was
right.
your
He's
son.
my boy. He's my boy.
Okay. So he was telling the truth.
Didn't
Okay.
they used to call slaves boys?
Because you didn't deny it.
He's my boy, but he's not my son. So anyway, Sovereign Beer Fund, feel free to contribute. So let's get to the famous Chad O. Jackson. Most everybody probably knows who he is. He is a plumbing company owner, lives in Dallas. He is famous right now for being a debunker of Martin Luther King's holiness. He thinks Martin Luther King was just a communist, number one, and a philanderer and basically a degenerate, number two. And he's done a documentary. He has a YouTube presence. He's got a channel called Chad O. Jackson. So if you're interested in some of his work, he's there for the viewing. In this case, he's debating a guy who is who has read all of Martin Luther King and has memorized it, and I guess maybe if he beefed up a bit, maybe he'd be a more MLK impersonator or something. It's a weird debate, but I'm willing to go along with it. And by the way, this show is brought to you by the CKJ3. He contributed to the show, and I really ought to put that up. Let me create a banner for it. This is brought to you by the CKJ3. Thank you, CKJ3.
I have one request before you start the video. Can we please debate the points, not the ad libs and the.
Nah, it depends.
We're going to get 5 minutes in this video. We're going to end up chopping it up again.
Well, I got 20 minutes into it. So, I know I can make it 20 minutes.
All right, let's go for 20.
Oh, and feel free to stop this at any time. The link is pinned if anybody wants to come up.
Do we jump this hurdle? Earl Browder believed that you can't be hostile to these people, you can't be hostile to their faith. What you must do instead is infiltrate. And so what the communists then did in the 1930s is that they infiltrated churches and seminaries, both Protestant and Catholic. The communists were actively infiltrating the church. The reason that's important to bring that up is because this is the ilk from which Stanley Levison came. Before he actually worked with King, he worked with a Christian publication called The Churchman. So
you can full screen this. Hit the full screen button.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that some of this X part, this Stan Levinson point that he's making. And by the way, I encourage everybody to read Jonathan Eig. He did the latest biography of MLK. It's a very good biography. It's maybe 3 years old now. That's how I even know who Stanley Levinson is. So I think that Chad makes a lot of sketchy. He connects the dots with some sketchy lines. A lot of it is just his opinion. He's not real good with like documenting this stuff. The other thing is, I think Chad O. Jackson was a relative. I'm guessing, I don't know this for sure, but Chad O. Jackson has this beef with MLK because MLK somehow or another, it was either senior or junior. I think it was senior. Somehow or another had some dealings with a preacher, Baptist minister, whose last name was Jackson. And I haven't been able to figure out whether that Jackson is a relative of Chad's. Maybe that's why he has such such vitriol. He doesn't ever say, at least in the past. I don't know if he even says it in this video because I've only watched 20 minutes of it.
So what is it
he did address that.
Trying to working with the so-called.
He addressed it. There's no relation. But go ahead.
Okay.
Christian magazine, this Christian journal. Essentially what he's doing is he's trying to, in a sense, infiltrate, just like many communists were at the time, especially during the Cold War, infiltrate the church so as to subvert or to blur the lines between Christianity and communism. This was the editor, this was the, for all intents and purposes, PR person, the ghostwriter, the speechwriter for Martin Luther King, a so-called minister.
Okay, guys, Chad O. Jackson and Austin Julio Braun here today. We're going to be talking about MLK. Nice little friendly conversation. Chad's first debate, actually. So thanks for the bravery.
First debate.
It's not an easy thing to put yourself in the spotlight like this, you know?
No, it's not. It never is.
But let's do some quick intros and then talking points from there. Who wants to start off?
Chad. So I'm Chad O. Jackson. I am a filmmaker out of Dallas, Texas. I'm also an independent researcher and the owner of a plumbing company, of all things, in Dallas, Texas.
I've never heard of him here in
Very happy
Dallas.
to be here. First time in Nevada. And
welcome to Vegas.
Yeah.
And I'm Austin Julio Broughton. Some of you may know me on the internet as the best fake doctor in social media, Dr. Julio. And remember, it's just a nickname, folks. Relax. And that nickname actually came from Dr. Martin Luther King. From the time I was 8 years old, I learned all of his material. I learned all of his speeches and sermons and committed them to memory. And learned about as much about the man as I possibly could. And so I'm just here today to kind of address some of the things that I've heard from your documentaries and from your research on King. I think that this will be one of the greatest conversations surrounding the core of the civil rights movement that the Black community particularly needs to have. There have been a lot of things said about King over recent years that I think two intellectuals have the capability to discuss.
Yeah. I agree.
I love that. So you found him through his documentaries.
Yeah. It was Uncle Tom, if I'm not mistaken. And I also looked at the MLK project that Chad was working on. And it was very, very, the points that you raised were some that I'd heard from multiple different sources. But the first one, I think, among them that I wanted to talk about was the claim that King was attached to communism. I wanted to give you a chance to kind of expound on that.
Certainly. So in order to do that, we first have to look at the history of communist agitation and infiltration in this country, dating as far back as the 1920s. During the Second Congress of the Communist International there in Moscow, the communists were trying to figure out how to basically penetrate the United States. And there was an American journalist by the name of John Reed. He was very much of a muckraker of sorts. And he told the delegation that the way to do it is through the Negro. He said that the Negro, by and large, in America, is the Negro lacks a kind of political consciousness, and we need to raise the political consciousness of the American Negro. And so as a result of this, Vladimir Lenin himself greenlit the use of any means necessary to raise the political consciousness of the American Negro. So over the course of the 1920s, we saw all these race riots spring up seemingly out of nowhere. Whether you're talking about the Tulsa so-called race massacre, they called it the race riot for a long time, but now they call it the race massacre. Again, all across the country, we saw these race riots, and the question became, what's the hidden hand behind these riots? Because, from the 1800s into the 1920s, you see relative success, or let me say, an upward trajectory as it pertains to Black Americans. This is documented by the late Walter E. Williams. This is documented by Thomas Sowell. Among many other scholars. You saw this upward trajectory, this upward mobility. And there was this interesting speech that was delivered by Manning Johnson, either 1956, 1957, somewhere thereabout. And he made an interesting point.
So I wanted to, did CKJ3 pay for this? Did CKJ3 pay for this video? You can't
That's
hear
what I
you
Hold
if
on
you're
one sec.
talking.
Hold on one sec.
I think that's the word on the street.
Sorry about that. I was on the phone with my father-in-law. So what was your question, Mike?
So the question was, did CKJ3 pay for this particular video to be shown?
Well, he sponsored the show, yes.
So he sponsored it, but you chose to show this.
Oh, no. He sponsored it because he wanted to talk about this.
Oh, and I think he should hit the panel so we know
Well,
why he wanted to talk about it.
He was up here earlier.
Oh, okay. I missed that.
He said he would be in and out.
Oh, okay. I missed that.
Hey, Queen, yes, we like black people. It's not self-hate. It's
And why are we calling her Queen?
That's her name.
Well, that's
Just
her
my
name.
name.
Well, I'm calling it Sunkissed.
That's fine. I don't got time.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're a queen or not.
He
I
is.
don't know
It
if you're
don't matter
queen or
what
not.
you know. It's better
He's
to
a
answer a
human.
question.
He's a human sticky wicket.
You answered it, and that's it. We can move on. You answered it.
The human sticky wicket.
God, dog, boy.
I love y'all. I just don't like when you guys believe lies and carry on with the fucking lie and build on that lie. It's so annoying.
I think
I
it's
don't like that. I
annoying.
don't like that.
not.
That shit grinds my fucking gears.
I think it is more annoying to not listen to people speak and exchange ideas because everybody shouldn't think the same way. If we did, we would live in a boring world. Like
Well,
I'm
here's
willing
the
to sit
deal.
here and listen to this nonsense y'all saying.
Yeah,
So
well,
if
see,
what you saying ain't nonsense.
You're used to dealing with rational people over there on Big J's channel. Here, we are a quirky bunch. So
So
it
she
is
trying
fine.
to she basically saying, Stanley, that what we're saying is nonsense, and she's just
No, what
she has
y'all are
all the
saying.
facts.
What
She has
y'all
all
are
the facts,
saying.
and she's just 100% the truth.
No, that's
Actually,
not what
that's
she's
not what I
saying.
said. What I said was just like you believe that some of the things that I say is nonsense. I believe some of the things that you're saying are nonsense.
And that's
But
why
I
I said
respect. Hold
that's
on, I'm not done speaking. But I respect you enough to listen to what you have to say and take it into consideration, not just sit up here and disrespect you because because I disagree with you. That's
well,
what
I
I'm
haven't
saying.
disrespected you, is what I'm saying. I haven't disrespected you.
Oh, I think you've been skirting the line.
Yeah, you
Well,
have been skirting the
if
line
that's
of
how you
it.
want to take it, I haven't disrespected you. All I was saying was, like Be Brave say, one of us is a damn fool, and I know it ain't Mike.
Yeah, and I tell you right now, you disrespect me every time you mention B Brave's name. I've just been patient with you.
Well, you know, it is
But
what it is, but
my
don't make it
patience is
seem like
not,
y'all just right
my
and you wrong.
patience is neither indefinite nor infinite.
And CKJ3, I apologize for wasting an hour of your time, buddy.
All right, well let's get back to Chad to Tragedy O. Jackson.
Which was that the communists wanted the Negro to unite not with ordinary white people, but with the white communists. The reality of it is that the communists believed in their ideology, and they believed that their ideology would bring about genuine liberation. And they were pretty much perplexed by the fact that there were so many blacks who were beginning to make their way in America through conventional means, through the free market. They were, in a sense,
Solid Snake, where the
taking
hell you been?
seriously the program of men like Booker T. Washington, who said, "Cast down your bucket where you are." This was rendering genuine upward mobility. If I'm Joe, the shoe store owner, as a black man, and I'm able to provide a service to my community. I'm able to provide shoes for the local miners, the local Negro, school teacher, and the children and everything else. If there's a race riot where tomorrow my business is no longer there, but then I open my newspaper and I see an ad from the Communist Party through their front, the IWW, join the Communist Party, or join the IWW, join this union or that union, many of which were actual communist fronts. If I join this organization, they will protect me from the racist bigots and so on and so forth. The idea was to breed friction between Southern Negroes and Southern whites. Or
yeah, let me address a couple things that this fucking clown is nattering on about. One of the problems with this logic that, black people were way more successful during Jim Crow, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I don't think that's actually the case. If you actually look at, generational wealth and, where we are now with, salaries and stuff like that, range of jobs that we can have. The problem is that during Jim Crow, there was a ceiling on how successful you could be. If you can only sell to your community, or you can only sell to Black people, that is a closed market. You do not have room to grow beyond, what the law has set down for you. And then the other thing, what was he saying? Damn, I forgot my second point. Go ahead, Queen Sunkist.
I kind of disagree with it. It's a reason they was burning down towns and flooding Black neighborhoods.
Well, I mean, they did not look. They would go and convince these poor whites that, oh, you're gonna let these N-words do better than you. I told the story about my father. I think you were here the last time I told that story about my father, my uncle, his brother, and my grandfather picking cotton because they needed money for some house stuff, repairs, upgrades, that sort of stuff. And the guy that was in charge of handing out the money at the end of the day literally said, this is too much money for one family, because they could pick some cotton. The elites constantly kept poor whites and Blacks at each other's throats doing exactly what you're talking about. Oh, so-and-so made all this money. Poor whites did not like to see Blacks doing well. That's just how it was. And
Right.
Which reminds me of my second point. Okay, the communists coming in and stoking up trouble between the whites and the Blacks, like there wasn't issues there before. Okay, has Chad ever known something called slavery? In the South, there was tension between Blacks and whites. Like, Blacks couldn't vote. They were killing
Slavery
people if
didn't
you went
exist.
to vote. Okay, I need you to shut the fuck up, Mike. My patience is not infinite.
Well, do what you got to do, pimp.
I will.
But I'm just
What
telling you, I have
what
a
I'm
voice in this
saying
too.
is acting like the communists were agitators. Like they everything would have been okay if the communists had not come in and agitated. That's just silly.
That's like they put crack in the neighborhood. You had to sell it, right? Is that no different from what you just said?
See, Chad is used to dealing with raw G's and cellulites. People who don't know history. Yes, I'm throwing jabs. And yes, I know they're not on the panel. Chad is just disingenuous with this. Blacks and whites had problems since Reconstruction. And the communists were just Johnny-come-latelys to that agitation. And there was only so much success a Black owner serving a Black community during Jim Crow could be. You're never going to sell to the whites. You're never going to go interstate. You're never going to go national.
Assuming that mattered.
Yes, of course it matters. Businesses want to grow.
The NAACP.
And then I don't need to tell you again about Bruce's Beach. Who knows how much generational wealth was lost because the property was taken using eminent domain. So this was a business, a resort that was a black only resort. And it was a prime piece of property. The whites conspired to take it via eminent domain. And you've got almost 100 years of revenue and generational wealth just poof, gone.
You have that advantage. You grew up closer to that time than I. What's up, Tyrone?
You are only going to be so successful during Jim Crow.
Did you live through slavery, Stanley?
Okay, I don't know what the fuck.
I'm asking you a question. I'm trying to go somewhere now.
You know what? I don't want to answer the question.
All right. I won't continue. I won't continue.
It's just gonna derail the
point. Well, it's not. It was pertaining to what I was gonna follow up with. That's why I asked you the question.
Okay, you go ahead and ask the question.
No, it's okay. Go ahead and play your little video.
Boy. Yeah, go ahead, little boy. I know the question's gonna burn in your soul until you ask it.
You already said you didn't want to hear it, so let's
the
move on.
answer is no. I wasn't alive during slavery, but notice I wasn't talking about slavery. I was talking Reconstruction and Jim Crow.
But Jim Crow wasn't. See, it's okay, Stanley.
Okay, what does slavery have to do with Jim Crow again? Now, there are people who call it slavery by another name. Is that what you're talking about?
It's okay, buddy. Play your video.
Okay, thank you.
Either one, whether you're taking the socialist route by way of the NAACP, or whether you're taking a more hardline communist route through some of these communist front groups, the idea was to get you at least out of the mindset of taking on this kind of free market means to becoming successful. So that was the point of the kind of agitation of propaganda. And I'm building to King. So when we look at, for example, Robin G. Kelly's, I think it's Robin D.G. Kelly or something like that. He considers himself a Marxist, feminist, black man. He wrote a book called Hammer and Hoe. And Hammer and Hoe documents communist activity, specifically in the South, in places like Montgomery, Alabama, Atlanta, places like that. And he documents communist activity in the South dating as far back as the 1930s. And so by the time King comes into the picture, he was born around the Great Depression, the era of the Great Depression, and he would come of age. What's interesting about King is that his father, Daddy King, he himself frequented some of the events that were put on by some of these communist front groups, including the Southern Negro Youth Congress, which was a communist front group. And he himself was a proponent of the social gospel, which I'm sure we'll get to here in a bit.
As in, you're saying that Dr. King's father was a proponent of the
Dr. King's father, in his unpublished memoirs, I'm sure you know, he considers himself a proponent of the social gospel.
Well, the gospel is, I would just ask this question, is the gospel not inherently social?
That's an interesting question. There's always been a social component to the gospel, but the gospel starts first and foremost with repentance.
Yes, I agree with that.
The individual repenting. And so to try to politicize it and to coerce your neighbor to part with their money by way of the tax system, that they might then implement some kind of benevolence, even though your tax-paying neighbor may not agree with you in terms of how benevolence should be distributed, so on and so forth. That is not the gospel at all.
Well, I would think that when the master when the rich young ruler came to Jesus and asked him, "What shall I do to inherit eternal life?" and Jesus said, "What is written in the law? How readest thou?" And he goes through the list of commandments and he says, "These have I kept since my youth." And Jesus, he gets to the point where he says, "Love thy neighbor as thyself." And the lawyer asked Jesus, "Who is my neighbor?" Now, that question could have very easily ended up in thin air as a philosophical or theological discussion. But the Lord took that question and he put it on a dangerous curve between Jerusalem and Jericho. When he talks about the man that falls among thieves, and a Jewish priest and a Jewish Levite pass by on the other side and they don't stop to help him. And finally, another man of another race comes down, right? Yeah. The Good Samaritan narrative. Now, the question is, When Jesus asked this rich young ruler, who is it that was this man's neighbor when he was at a time of need? He said, he that showed mercy, go and do thou likewise. That is a social application of the gospel itself. The gospel is not just repentance. The gospel is repent and believe. And the way that Dr. King and the way that the civil rights leaders used that message was to force the United States of America to grant Black Americans the very thing that the Constitution promised.
Well, you're jumping ahead, and we have to recontextualize this. The social gospel that King was preaching was born not out of the Bible, but born out of the work of Walter Rauschenbusch, who in the late 19th century wrote a book called Christianity and the Social Crisis. And he himself was a Marxist, Walter Rauschenbusch. In fact, he went to London and he was enamored of what was called the Fabian Society. The Fabian Society, like Marx, agreed in a kind of radical change in the social order of things. However, they disagreed with Marx in that Marx wanted a fast, all of a sudden, upspringing of a revolution, workers of the world unite. He basically uttered in the Communist Manifesto. Whereas the Fabian Society, they envisioned a slow, incremental, gradual march through the institutions. They were more patient than the outright communists. And so what Walter Rauschenbusch did is he extracted the gospel from the gospel. He envisioned the social gospel, but he extracted the salvific power that comes only from Christ from his philosophy or theory.
Yes.
And he believed that the way to bring about salvation was through political action, through political policy, such and so forth. So that's what King was actually coming out of. In fact, he learned about Walter Rauschenbusch. This Christianity and Social Crisis was one of his favorite books, as you all know.
Yes.
But
Dr. King, I would say this, though, that Dr. King repeatedly condemned in a multiplicity of his sermons and in his own writings the incompatibility. He condemned communism by stating plainly that communism and Christianity are inherently incompatible because communism is too secularistic of a worldview to ever be compatible with Christianity. In fact, Dr. King, in one of his last books, Where Do We Go From Here, stated out of his own mouth in his last writing that in order for the Negro to truly grow in this country, we must accept that he is neither totally African nor totally Western. He is a true and authentic hybrid, a combination of two cultures. The cultures that he was referencing is the fact that the Christian religion that we were practicing at that time led to the successful integration into the American economic system in a way that hadn't been produced for the decades beforehand. There has been no other throughout the entire civil rights movement. Not one leader ever produced more on the books legislation for Black Americans or for the greater collective minority as a whole in this country than the work of Dr. King, which is tied back to our detriment. Well, in what way?
That political solutions aren't going to fix anything. If anything, they make matters worse.
Okay, how so?
Well, let me circle back first. I'll build to your question, but this idea that King...
See, and Chad O does this a lot. Let me not answer your question. Let me circle back and build up to my answer. That just basically means that he number one, either he wants people to get sidetracked and forget what the original question was. He doesn't know the answer, or he's literally just trying to derail the whole thing. How about answer the question? Don't backtrack. Don't start 20 years earlier. Don't build up to an answer. That's unacceptable. Answer the question.
Yes. Now,
get past this part.
Wait, it's my turn now. God damn it. Now, there's a lot of context that gets lost in between point A and point B. Now, painting the whole picture,
and that's exactly my
would
point.
Answer the question holistically. Now, if you just want a simple answer, you're not going to understand what went into it. All the ingredients that made a high nigga pop.
Fuck that holistic bullshit. Answer the question.
I mean,
the question requires you to paint it more finely than what a broad brush.
That's what all these YNs.
See, this is fucking dumb, Stanley. You're in your context all the time. You're pissing me off. You're pissing me off.
Dave, requiring you to answer the question is not dumb. Okay? If you don't know the answer, Just say you don't know the answer. That's why this damn debate is 2 hours.
Bro, he knew
Because
the answer.
Chad O has to work up and dude, all he's doing is he doesn't know the answer, and he thinks if he just shuffles, he'll come up with an answer, back into an answer. It's because he can't answer the question. That's why he's doing this. It's essentially a Gish Gallop.
If you pay attention, you notice that he bookmarks his question and actually answers it and adds context. He paints it colorfully.
Dave,
you're missing the point, and this is the problem. You're
let me help you here, Dave. I don't like the tactic. Answer the question. That's the preference. The context in the holistic. Who gives a fuck about any of that? No one asked him to give like a holistic answer. Just answer the question. And that's what knuckleheads like Chad O do constantly. They do it on these panels. It is so annoying to ask a question and these people go on for 10 minutes saying the same thing over and over and over and over. That's exactly what was frustrating to me with Raji and Cellulite. They can't just goddamn answer the question. They have to give all the homilies. I don't have that kind of patience, and I think they know it. It's a tactic.
That's what you do, though.
Look,
it's a little
why I don't like
insane for him not to be able to have the answer to a statement he put out. He made the statement and then couldn't answer the question as to why he made the statement. That's crazy.
He does answer it. You guys just don't have the patience to listen.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. If he has an answer, how about just give it?
That King
don't keep us in suspense.
Said that Christianity and communism are incompatible.
Right.
This isn't an idea that originated with him. In fact, he actually plagiarized the work of one Robert J. McCracken, who in a 1951 book wrote, it was actually a book called Questions People Ask. He wrote this in 1951. And King would lift almost verbatim in some instances language.
See how he's introducing new variables into the conversation instead of just answering the question. This is a Gish Gallop. He's just going to bamboozle us with bullshit. Now we got to concentrate on, plagiarism. This is just, the dude is not, he's either disingenuous or he's just not good at this. He does answer the question in 20 minutes.
He did preface his whole debate that this was his first debate.
I don't care.
But ain't he supposed to be answering
you have
the
such
question?
a high expectation. I forgot who I was talking.
Wait, are you saying I should give him a break?
No, what I'm saying is that you wouldn't understand that approach that you have with certain debates, if it's especially your first one.
But ain't he supposed to be answering the question of how politics didn't help black folks? So what is he talking about?
What are you talking about?
He literally just said he said that basically politics don't change anything. Let's backtrack it a little bit.
That's not what he said.
That
You guys aren't even
literally what he
fuck?
said. Hear this out, Dave.
To ever be compatible with Christianity. In fact, Dr. King, in one of his last books, Where Do We Go From Here, stated out of his own mouth in his last writing that in order for the Negro to truly grow in this country, we must accept that he is neither totally African nor totally Western. He is a true and authentic hybrid, a combination of two cultures. The cultures that he was referencing is the fact that the Christian religion that we were practicing at that time led to the successful integration into the American economic system in a way that hadn't been produced for the decades beforehand. There has been no other throughout the entire civil rights movement. Not one leader ever produced more on the books legislation for Black Americans or for the greater collective minority as a whole in this country than the work of Dr. King, which is tied
much
back
to our detriment.
Well, in what way?
To the detriment.
Political.
Okay, let him finish.
Motherfucker, you wouldn't let him finish.
Okay, Dave, you know you're about to be wrong. That's why you're upset.
You're gonna end up dropping me in the back when you see how close to right I am.
Dude,
You keep,
no.
you know
I'm
what?
not going to drop you now.
You're a wax wing flying motherfucker, and you fly high.
All I have to say is he's about to talk about politics.
If anything, they make matters worse.
Okay, how so?
Well, let me circle back first. I'll build to your question, but this idea that King, we're not going to skip past this part, that King said that Christianity and communism are incompatible.
Right.
This isn't an idea that originated with him. In fact, he actually plagiarized the work of one Robert J. McCracken, who in a 1951 book wrote.
I didn't go back far enough, but that's fine. He's introducing something, and we're not going to skip past this. He's introducing something totally different than why is the legislation detrimental to us? Maybe he answers it, maybe he doesn't.
Bookmark
It was
that.
actually a book called.
I'm sorry, what?
Bookmark that question in your head. Why is it detrimental?
Well, I don't think it's detrimental. And I think it's a dumb question. It's a dumb premise. Politics, render under Caesar. He's just wrong on the merits of that comment.
Questions people ask. He wrote this in 1951. And King would lift almost verbatim in some instances language when it comes to the question of how Christians should view communism. He took these words, didn't cite his source, and uttered them as though they were his own. And so when you look at some of his sermons, instances, language when it comes to the question of how Christians should view communism. He took these words, didn't cite his source, and
hold on. People hear stuff all the time and paraphrase and all that stuff and don't cite sources. I didn't get a sense of whether this was in a sermon or people, you don't have to cite a source in a sermon.
Uttered them as though they were his own.
Okay, so he uttered someone else's words and didn't cite a source.
Plagiarism. That's why there's a source, because he plagiarized it.
No,
God,
sir.
you know what?
Okay, no, you don't understand what plagiarism is. If I said, hey, George Washington said something like XXX, if I didn't say George Washington, no big deal. That's not plagiarism.
It's there is a source because it's unoriginal.
So what?
What that got to do with politics harming? Doing more harm than
No, he'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Well, the plagiarism part only is a big deal with things like newspapers, things that are published for profit. Somebody on a pulpit, somebody
else wrote, that's plagiarism.
No, I'm afraid you're wrong.
Just like the whole comment will be judged by the content of her character and all that blah blah blah. That's
people say it. If people said it, it's famous enough that you don't have to cite Martin Luther King. They know who says it.
Well, that's not what happens now, is it?
How do you know?
Everybody believes. Everybody will tell you that's who made that up. That's not true.
Let me tell you, and again, this is just, and I hate to pick on you, but it's just not understanding what words or concepts are. Like Raw G.
I could be wrong.
Raw G earlier.
You're right. I can be wrong.
Raw G earlier said that I have a First Amendment right to say what I want to say. What the fuck does the First Amendment have to do with the YouTube panel? It doesn't. People don't understand that the First Amendment is basically what the government can't do. If someone on a YouTube panel, say the YouTube panel host or the channel owner goes, you can't say that, they have a right to basically say, I don't want you to say that, and bounce me. First Amendment has nothing to do with YouTube panels, but that's how ignorant people are of concepts. Same thing with plagiarism. Plagiarism, if he had written it down or claimed it was his words in a book or something, sure. In a sermon, I don't know that plagiarizing or plagiarism is the right term. But again, these guys either do not understand what they're talking about, meaning they don't understand their own arguments, or they literally are misusing the terms. And I didn't go after Raji when she made the First Amendment remark, or you have a constitutional right. Nah, I didn't go after her because it wasn't worth it. But it told me that she has no fucking clue what she's talking about.
Right.
But
No
it sounds good. It sounds good.
No
And
problem.
so when you look at some of his sermons that you mentioned, when you look at even some of the things that were written in his books, which wasn't written by him, they were written by Stanley Levison, who was his ghostwriter, who was his editor. King would write some manuscripts, yes, that's to be sure, but Stanley Levison would take over the project. He would beef it up. And what's interesting about Stanley Levison is Stanley Levison was an atheist. He was a secularist. He was ethnically Jewish, and that's not any red meat. That's just
none of this having to do with how legislation is detrimental. If you haven't
getting
known.
there. God damn. You have no patience
he
at
wasn't.
all.
No, I don't. I don't like people I don't like people bloviating when they could get right to the point and be done with it.
He's addressing a
You don't
bigger
tell
point.
people-
Never to that point.
What he's doing is actually interjecting. He's interjecting a whole bunch of points that he wouldn't necessarily get to. He wants to dump. He wants to gish gallop. He wants to just memory dump all this shit out there.
You're not guilty of that, Stanley?
No.
He pretty much, what he's doing right now is telling him that you're making such a small point. There's a broader point to be made out of what you just said.
And
he's gonna paint that and then circle the block and answer his question.
What is the broader point then? Maybe
Stanley,
you know.
I'm not. Listen, you don't want to listen to him. You damn sure ain't gonna listen to me. I'm not about to fucking tempt fate like that.
You seem to be getting something out of this that I'm not. So
because I have more patience than you.
What is his broader point?
Stanley, I have more patience than you. There would obviously be a little bit more. If I read all the books that you fucking read, Stanley, I would run circles around you because I have more patience to understand the context of points that are being made.
Dave, anytime you want to read them and try and run a circle,
give me your list then, motherfucker. Give me your Kindle list.
Dude, I will do just that. I have them all on Kindle.
All right, here, let me drop my email in the back. I'm gonna drop my email.
Stand down for a second. Let him speak.
Fuck that.
No, he's good. He knows we do this.
Okay, but the bottom line is, look, it's unorganized if he has to digress for 20 minutes before answering a question. It is
the
not
20 minutes was not him digressing. That's you fucking killing time asking what is he doing instead of listening. That's not him killing 20 minutes.
I'm reacting.
Okay.
Black, right? And he was following suit to the 1930s call that came down from Earl Browder, who was the then leader of the Communist Party, where they specifically had this plan to infiltrate the church, right? Because what the communists found is that one of their biggest hurdles of disseminating their ideology into the West and into America in particular is the fact that you have this Christian faith. You have a church-going people who are genuinely hostile to the spread of communism. So how do we jump this hurdle? Earl Browder believed that you can't be hostile to these people. You can't be hostile to their faith. What you must do instead is infiltrate. And so what the communists then did in the 1930s is that they infiltrated churches and seminaries, both Protestant and Catholic. Bella Dodd wrote about this in her book, School of Darkness. Fulton Sheen actually wrote about this as well. The communists were actively infiltrating the church.
Bishop Sheen is his reference? Oh, this dude's a fool.
The reason that's important to bring that up is because this is the ilk from which Stanley Levison came. Well, before he actually worked with King, he worked with a Christian publication called The Churchman. So what is an atheist doing, trying to, working with this so-called Christian magazine, this Christian journal? Essentially what he's doing is he's trying to, in a sense, infiltrate, just like many communists were at the time, especially during the Cold War, infiltrate the church so as to subvert or to blur the lines between Christianity and communism. This was the editor, this was the, for all intents and purposes, PR person, the ghostwriter, the speechwriter for Martin Luther King, a so-called Negro minister.
Well, there were multiple. First of all, let's go back. There were multiple instances and multiple allegations of not just Martin Luther King, but multiple Black graduates of high institutions and high universities that had been accused of plagiarism upon multiple investigations. And while this is not an excuse for Dr. King, I have never seen any objective evidence produced that Stanley Levison wrote the book "Where Do We Go From Here," which was published while Dr. King was on vacation in Jamaica. In fact, what is well documented is that he spent a week in Jamaica by himself, isolated, writing the book of his own volition. So I have no objective evidence that proves that Levison wrote that book, which is the book that I just quoted from. And what is, again, more interesting is the core of my argument is the gospel of Jesus Christ is deeper than repent. We have to agree at some point. First of all, we have to start. Communism's attempt to infiltrate Christianity does nothing to destroy the legacy that Dr. King produced by producing legislation such as the Civil Rights Act of 64, the Voting Rights Act of 65, and the Equal Housing Act of 68. All of these laws serve to mitigate and destroy the economic disparity that was largely created by segregation.
No,
and
I
don't know that
they serve to expand the power of the federal government at the expense of genuine liberty for the individual. That's what they serve to do.
So?
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
please go ahead.
No. Please go ahead. I respond to that. I don't mind. How was the Civil Rights Act of 64, Voting Rights Act of 65, and the Equal Housing Act of 68 an overreach of government power?
Well, the Voting Rights or the Civil Rights Act of 1964 infringed upon one's individual right to freedom of association.
How so?
And insofar that if I'm a business owner and I put in my own blood, sweat, and tears, and I took out a loan maybe to start my own business, I should have the right to discriminate against whom I wish to discriminate. I should have the right to serve whom I wish to serve. I should have the right to hire whom I wish to hire. And the decision as to whether I should stay in business or not should be left not to the government, but to the free market.
So you should be able to discriminate against who you hire based on the color of their skin?
Yes, absolutely. Here's the thing. We have to be adults. We have to be adult. We have to be adult enough to have this conversation.
Hey, pause it right there.
So you're running to the government.
Not because we're victims, but assuming all things equal, he's absolutely right. It doesn't matter what the reason is.
Being able to discriminate?
Yes. For whatever reason.
Okay, well, let me help you out
discriminate on color. The example was
Stanley, let him get it out. Goddamn.
Yeah, please. I'm explaining what I'm saying.
I'm about to boot your dumb ass.
All things equal. It doesn't matter what the reason is.
Let me help you out. Okay, well, see, you and I differ on that. Okay, you remember Obama saying that basically no business is absolutely, a person who is a creator. No one creates businesses all on their own. It goes back to that. Okay, the roads that your suppliers travel to dump stuff off are basically maintained by the public. The electricity you use might be subsidized by the public. No business is an island. no business is absolutely immune to the Constitution because so many public facilities, all kinds of stuff, business licenses, that's all public stuff. Okay, you cannot discriminate because those black people pay taxes that subsidize your business, your roads, etc., etc. That's just one of many reasons that argument doesn't hold up.
You make a great point, but you're also talking about
It's
an anachronism.
It's an
Stanley,
obvious
you
point.
have a problem with like interrupting people. You make an anachronistic
No,
point,
I
meaning
have
like
a problem with
you
people
have
who
a
start
problem with
talking their own.
interrupting. This is how
Dude,
points get lost.
no. You don't have a right to be stupid on my panel.
Nobody's being stupid. You're just challenging what you think I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you're doing. No, I don't have to. Dude, what gives you the right to force me to listen to something I know is obviously wrong?
You're talking about after civil rights. He's talking about before.
I'm talking about businesses discriminating.
Right. And the example that the guy with the part in his hair made was based on color. He made it into that.
Listen to what I'm saying, Dave.
Listen to what I'm saying, because haven't even made my point yet. I don't want to
listen because you're wrong.
No, I haven't made my point. I can't be wrong.
Okay, you literally said that he is absolutely right about the discrimination. Did you not say that?
And you used Obama, which that was just to say that if you got a cake factory and a gay couple comes and wants a wedding cake, they have to make their cake. That's all that was about. What the fuck?
You're getting ahead of your argument.
No, you got way out of the timeline of my argument.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. We're talking discrimination of hiring, correct?
No, service.
I don't think he was talking service, was he?
Go back 10 seconds and play it.
Okay. And even then, the Supreme Court's wrong. I know where you want to go with this.
Remember, he's talking pre-MLK. He's not talking post.
Okay. Well, when you said he's right,
and Stanley, that's what anachronism means.
It doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter pre or post civil rights. You do realize that a lot of these civil rights bills were basically enforcing the Constitution. These civil rights bills are not creating new rights.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Now, there may be things like the protected classes and stuff like that, but even if you argue that the 64 Civil Rights Bill created classes and, to guarantee rights, all of it is based on the Constitution. The civil rights bills are enforcement of the Constitution. I guess you could say they add to the Constitution in some cases, but they can't take away from and they can't violate the Constitution. You saying that before civil rights, discrimination was constitutional, I disagree that the Constitution said that. Now, the Supreme Court says it. What is it? Was it Plessy versus Ferguson? The Supreme Court is saying that, but the Supreme Court is wrong. That's why it got overturned in 54. Discrimination is always wrong. It can never be right. The Constitution literally says that.
Yeah, before the Civil Rights Act that enforced
the Constitution pre-existed the civil rights. All the civil rights.
It wasn't like. Never mind. Fuck it.
The Constitution pre-existed every single civil rights bill.
Okay.
The Constitution gave Congress the authority to enforce the Constitution, and the civil rights bills are the enforcement of the Constitution. Now, you can add on top of the Constitution, which arguably some of the civil rights bills did. You can never take away from the Constitution. I argue that the civil rights bills were existed to force people to follow the law.
Even with you saying that, there's no disagreement on that level. Nobody's disagreeing with that.
Okay, well, I thought I heard you say that sometimes it's okay to discriminate for businesses, private businesses, to discriminate.
Jesus, go back 10 seconds.
My argument
back 10
is
seconds.
it's never okay. And even look, even your little cake, your Colorado cake baker thing, the argument was that the bakers' civil rights were being violated.
Right, because they were either forced to, wasn't they forced to bake the cake?
But listen to what I'm saying. They're not saying it's okay to discriminate. What they're saying is, hey, it's not okay for the bakers' rights to be violated.
Right. They were on a religious ground. They were saying that it goes against their religion. They shouldn't be forced to bake the cake.
So essentially, they felt they were being discriminated against. So technically, the court is saying, hey, you can't discriminate against these bakers by forcing them to do something they don't want to do.
Right. And threatening their business to shut them down because they don't bake the cake. They didn't
frame it.
You're making the point that Chad never got to, that this whole thing was to a detriment.
They didn't frame it as the bakers are discriminated, the bakers are discriminating. They framed it as the bakers were being discriminated against.
Right. Either way, you're right. Depending on which side of that aisle you sit.
Exactly.
You're right.
And
you're right both ways.
The Supreme Court basically said, no, they're not discriminating. They, being forced to do it, are being discriminated against.
Yes, so you're right from both sides of that.
Okay, basically, the business isn't discriminating, is what I'm saying.
Okay, but it doesn't matter because it's either way.
It actually does matter, Dave.
Dave, I get what you're saying.
Right. Well,
he has a way of like completely squeezing me out of like making my point, and then we got to argue about some other trivial things.
Dave,
I was making a point that I never got to make. Now I fucking forgot it. Just hit play or go back 10 seconds to refresh my fucking memory.
God damn it, dude. This is what frustrates the fuck out of me. You are
motherfucker, you frustrated me.
You are hell bent on insisting you have a point. And
I had a point. You fucking knocked me off my train of thought, and then you want to talk about what you want to talk about. I'm the one making the fucking point. Who's more frustrated? The person who's making the point that can't, or the person who's trying to make a point for the person making the point that ain't made his fucking point yet?
You have
stand down for a second, Stanley.
Fuck you, Mike. You have no point, Dave. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, I never made a point. You're right. I don't have a point because I never got to make it.
Again, when is Chad going to make the point about the politics?
Oh, it's coming up. It's in here. It's actually in here, believe it or not. They were on side quest.
Infiltrate Christianity.
1B6. 2B7.
Getting to the point will definitely be, hopefully he learns this for the next debate.
Does nothing to destroy the legacy that Dr. King produced by producing legislation such as the Civil Rights Act of 64, the Voting Rights Act of 65, and the Equal Housing Act of 68. All of these laws serve to mitigate and destroy the economic disparity that was largely created by segregation.
No,
and
they
I don't know
serve to expand the power of the federal government at the expense of genuine liberty for the individual. That's what they.
This is where he's talking about the detriment of.
He's absolutely wrong.
No, he's about to
absolutely wrong.
He's getting to that point you was waiting on.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. The expansion of federal powers. there are people who might feel that way, but there are other people who go, no, it's not an expansion. It's them exercising the powers they already have. The civil rights bills are enforcement of the Constitution. You can argue that creating protected classes and stuff like that is expanding federal government. There are plenty of people who go, nope, it's enforcing. So I disagree with Chad. He all that time to be wrong is the way I'm thinking about it.
Okay, just like you just did with me, you just did it again with him. But okay.
He's wrong. And obviously, see, the thing is people need to just fucking accept the L and move on. They obviously thought he was wrong. Excuse me. These civil rights bills have been litigated, and the Supreme Court, at least up till now, has backed up. The Voting Rights Act is about to go, but the bottom line is conservatives will say it's an expansion of power. The liberals will go, nope, it's just enforcing the powers that are already there. CK, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you. Get it off your chest.
No, I don't got nothing on my chest. I want Stanley to just play it. Let him cook himself up, Stanley.
Shout out to Deacon Dave, man. I see where you was going. They just won't let you
please
speak.
go ahead. I respond to that. I don't mind. How was the Civil Rights Act of 64, Voting Rights Act of 65, and the Equal Housing Act of 68 an overreach of government power?
Well, the Voting Rights or the Civil Rights Act of 1964 infringed upon one's individual right to freedom of association.
How so?
And insofar that if I'm a business owner and I put in my own blood, sweat, and tears, and I took out a loan maybe to start my own business, I should have the right to discriminate against whom I wish to discriminate. I should have the right.
That is by definition a detriment. It really is.
Okay, but see, he's not even specific about who you discriminate. Does he mean discriminate against who you employ? Discriminate about who you serve? Even that's vague. This dude has no clue what he's talking about.
Hey, Stanley.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Blacks were discriminated to get business loan around that time. So I don't get what's the point.
You know, Chad,
blacks couldn't go into a bank and get loans if they wanted to start their own business.
Well, not only that, but you brought up the GI Bill. There were all
the GI Bill. They couldn't take advantage of the GI Bill.
Before 64, even welfare. Whites were the only ones getting welfare for decades. So, but just to stick with his particular point about businesses being able to discriminate, dude, that's just too broad. It's telling a business owner that you can't discriminate. That's not an expansion of federal powers. That is enforcing the powers the Constitution already has. For the reasons I said, businesses, even though you start a business, it's your idea, it's your, your blood, sweat, and tears. The water that gets to you is taxpayer funded. The roads that lead to your front door, taxpayer funded. No one creates a business in a vacuum, and that is why you can't discriminate. Everybody.
So you said businesses have no rights, Stanley?
No, that's not what I said. I said they don't have the right to discriminate.
They discriminate against the poor. I wanted to make a
No, I don't
nonsensical
think
point like that, so
being
that way
poor poverty is not a protected class in the civil rights bills.
you're right. I just wanted to make that stupid ass point though.
Well, see, I let you make it.
I appreciate it. But you didn't cut me off like you did when I was making a real point.
Oh, that wasn't a real point?
Fuck no. You expect that kind of low shit from people. You know damn well the point I was making was a little bit more in depth than that.
I am convinced.
He knew you were telling the truth, is why he cut you
I
off.
am convinced.
I swear to God, just like when we saw that video of the woman running over the man, and it was like, yo, you can't even say it. We're going to cut you off before you even get to that point, because I don't believe that what I saw was true.
Over the man. His arm was on the car.
Stanley know he's going to be proven wrong, and he's going to cut you off. You know, that's just how he rock.
Well, one thing I do know, Mike, it'll never be you proving me wrong.
Well, I've did it.
Blah, blah, blah.
No, I want CKJ3's. I want CKJ3's.
You found that funny, didn't it?
If he says play the video, let's go off of CKJ3's lead, because he did sponsor the show, and I am gonna hit your Cash App, Stanley. But
yeah, I am too. But Stanley, you got to understand that when people are speaking, let them speak and get it out. Didn't say what you got to say.
The audacity.
You see how you just did, lady. I almost disrespected you, and I ain't even trying to.
All I have to say is that
Wale. I haven't seen Wale. Hold on, Stanley.
Hey, Stanley, did he ever answer the question?
Chad O. Jackson. I'm gonna start.
Did he ever answer the question?
Oh, that's CKJ3. Salute.
Tragedies.
Did he ever answer the question?
Serve whom I wish to serve. I should have the right to hire.
Hold on one sec here.
This is answering the question, actually. Believe it or not, if you pay attention, it's definitely is. Salute to Wale for sure.
Wale.
Give me one sec here. I switched earbuds and they don't want to.
Get your shit together, Stanley. Get your shit together.
No, stop shopping at Kmart. They're closed down all across the world. And you got Kmart headphones.
Kmart. Damn, I ain't heard Kmart in a while.
Why don't you go stop at Best Buy, Stanley? Take you a credit card up there.
There we go.
.com.
You know he got about 6 of them.
You back, Stanley?
All right. Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, okay, good. Welcome back.
Yeah, every time I switch earbuds here.
Whom I wish to
charge
hire.
that motherfucker. Do you know how to charge it?
Well, I have my the ones that I use the main pair, and you know what? I still can't hear the video here.
You done talked on them so goddamn much that they running bad.
1730. Hold on one sec here.
But yeah, Deacon Dave, man, I see where you was going, but I wish he would have let you get it out. But CKJ3, I want to hear what he has to say too.
Well, now's your time.
I think Chad knows this more in and out than the guy that he's debating, and it's almost like
you and I definitely disagree on that.
Well, it took books for him to get to his
he
point.
cut you off. So what?
No, it's fine. It took Chad to read a lot of books to get to this, and like note taking. Stanley can't argue with that.
He did. I can tell you right now that Chad is a disgrace. He read all the
He's not being black enough. That's the only thing that he's disgracing. Yeah, if he was black, he'd be like, yo, that's a hero. I'm not going to challenge this whole idea that he actually made anything any better, even though he didn't like directly address it yet, because he does in this video. The whole legislating the issues was more of a detriment, and he does prove that in this video. And I want him to do it. I'm not going to do it for him. I want him to do it. I want to get to that point. So
you
that
seen
way,
this video, Deacon Dave? You seen this
Hey,
video?
hey, Deacon, you do know MLK had no power, right?
Had no power? Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, he
definitely.
had no power.
Blood, sweat, and tears, and
Why
Definitely.
am I not hearing this?
But nobody even talks about the history of the Chinese
What do you mean
the Communist
wait,
Party,
hold it.
not the Chinese, but the God damn it. I forget the name of it. The influence of the Communist Party. The
Okay,
black
on Martin Luther King?
leading up to the day of his assassination.
Okay, well, what does that have to do with Martin Luther King?
The black people were communists. He was pretty much investigated because of his communist ties. It led to his detriment. It led to his end.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, is
Nigga,
that why
you
he
really
got the
believe
lead
that?
Deacon Dave?
You really believe that?
Yes, I do.
Oh my
His associations, is what got him under a microscope. Yes.
You really believe that, Deacon?
Yes, I do.
No, man. No.
Why
I
don't
look
you
at
believe
I
this,
look at
DK?
how I
No.
look at how somebody could see observable reality and they can't come to the conclusion of what they just saw. I
No,
experienced
no,
that today.
no,
Today
no,
alone.
no,
Because they have the spirit of activism is so deep within them.
MLK at that time was not this threat that he's trying to make him out to be.
No, but our
Shadow is
trajectory
really
changed.
the stuff that I see him say, that he says. He's making MLK to be out this major threat at that time. He was not a threat at all.
No, I'm not saying he was a threat.
No, he's saying that though, Deacon.
Okay.
He's making him to be this super boogeyman bad guy. He was not a threat. He wasn't.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Didn't they just release like those files, those Martin Luther King files that were supposed to be released in 2027? Apparently Trump released them early. Am I correct?
Did any of you read that? Did you read it?
No. But my point is, if there was something
That's the problem.
if there was something that was like some sort of sea change or some seismic connection to the Communist Party, I'm sure it would have come up by now.
It would have been out, Stanley. It would have been out.
Yeah.
It would have been out, Stanley. He was not a threat.
Let me look through his catalog because on Cutting Through the Culture, it does document that shit. You guys are just
Deacon, the only thing this man says is
there is
the only thing he talks about is supposedly he was cheating on his wife. That's the only thing this guy talks about.
That's definitely documented in the FBI files. That's documented.
But what I'm saying, him cheating on his wife was not a threat to the country. It wasn't.
CKJ3, listen. That is not what his whole purpose of coming out with the MLK file.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not.
Oh, he was cheating on his wife, and he can't say nothing else because MLK was not a threat. He wasn't a threat, Deacon, at all.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying either one of those. You're saying that.
Deacon, at that time, majority of the black community didn't even mess with MLK.
That is
right.
True.
And
so how was he a threat if the majority of the black population didn't even bother to listen to him?
It wasn't that the black population had, seen him as a threat, because that's not where that was coming from. His ties to the Communist Party were a threat to the government, not the black population.
How though?
Man, listen, I wasn't alive back then, but that was what he was being investigated. That was his wiretap.
Deacon, you have parents, right?
All that shit. Huh?
Deacon, you have parents, right? You have grandparents, right? And if you talk with them, they will tell you.
Tell me what?
Not a threat. He was not a threat. He wasn't. At all.
Right. To what?
Well,
I don't understand the point.
I don't understand the point. I'm missing the point.
Because he's making him to be a boogeyman. Like
that's what
I'm getting from that's what I'm getting from Shadow. He's making MLK to be a boogeyman, and he wasn't a threat.
No, he's saying that. He's not saying that. He's saying that MLK wasn't a benefit. He's saying that MLK was more of a degenerate than a benefit. He didn't even go into his sexual deviancy.
But he never.
He was
But he
going
can't
into.
explain. He can't even back up that statement. Only thing he said so far was he didn't write his speeches, or he didn't write his sermons, or he didn't write the book, or this other guy was an atheist, or he was a Jew. Like that. What does that have to do with MLK? Nothing.
It has a lot to do with it if he's saying that if he's saying that he didn't do all those things you mentioned. So what did Martin Luther King do?
How was he a threat though? He wasn't a threat.
Who said he was a threat?
You're saying threat. You're saying threat.
Who said he was a threat?
Yeah, you're saying threat.
Wait, hold
That's the
up.
way. I'm just saying that's the way it
Oh
comes
my
off
God.
from him.
Okay, everybody,
My fault.
hold up.
Stand down, Stanley.
The question about what Martin Luther King did, well, he led a bus boycott. He was instrumental in getting civil rights bills passed. That's not enough?
It's
well,
not.
Stanley, the question was, what was the benefit? And he was saying that it's more detrimental. The whole thing is teetering on whether or not we're better off or worse off since MLK. And if it didn't put us in a better position, why are we deifying him?
That question for you.
Wait, let me finish my point because you literally just cut me off. If it didn't make us better, then why are we deifying him? Because MLK is literally up there next to Jesus.
Hold on.
God damn it. I'm almost done. I'm wrapping it up.
Okay.
MLK is up there next to Jesus in most black homes, especially as a child growing up in the 80s.
See, this is what you do. You want to hide behind, I got to finish my point. Don't throw in the hot take that we're not better off than we were in 1964. That's a hot take.
How are we better off?
Because there are more millionaires now than it was back then.
Let's just start with I was a naval officer.
What does that got to do with anything?
Dude, that wouldn't have happened like, say, in 1955.
How do you prove that?
Go back and look at the history.
So you're proving it by telling somebody to go back and look at history.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. I'm proving
and you brought up the goddamn point.
Mike.
It is frustrating.
Hold on a second, Mike.
Stanley, don't make it seem like I don't know what the fuck.
Okay, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you want to let us all know.
Let me ask Deacon a question.
Bottom line, hold on one sec. The bottom line is I know what I know from a lifetime of reading about stuff like this. I'm sorry I can't cite it chapter and verse. Shit, I might have read it 20 years ago, but I do know it's true. I do know that, for instance, my father retired as a police captain on the Savannah Police Department. There were no black captains. There were no black, above like a sergeant when he first started. Now I think we even have a black police chief, which would have been unheard of just when I was a kid. That definitely wouldn't have happened back in the 50s. Incomes are up. There are professions that black people are in now that they wouldn't have been allowed into back in the 50s, 40s, what have you. We are materially better off. We're moving into neighborhoods that we weren't allowed to move into. Even if you were rich, you weren't moving into some Beverly Hills type neighborhood. Those are just a few things that I can think of. Getting bank loans are easier. There's still problems, but you're definitely more likely to get a bank loan these days than you were back in 1930. The idea that black people are no better off in 2026 versus 1946 is balderdash.
But what gives you the right to say he's wrong, Stanley? If you believe what
it's my
why
panel.
can't
That's what gives me the right.
Say that's stupid. That's stupid.
Doesn't have to meet
the real
your
issue is that you're
standard.
not even willing to question. You're not even willing to question it. That's the bigger issue.
Wait, hold on.
Dave,
He can't question because it's his panel.
I got a question.
What do you think I've been doing for the past 60 years? Reading.
How are we worse off? How are we worse off?
Okay,
My question is, communists, why does it matter? Because
Well, I don't. Have you
infiltrate.
been listening? Have you been listening, or have you
Mike,
been bull driving around?
Mike. First
hold
of
on,
all,
Mike.
Mike.
For real.
First of all, you ain't contributed nothing of value to this conversation. Don't do that to me. Okay.
What have you
Don't,
contributed?
sir. Please, just stop. Okay.
What have you
Now,
contributed of
sir,
value to this conversation?
Mike,
sir,
I'm asking you a question.
sir.
Mike.
You just
You
sat
can
up here
call me
and,
sir all fucking day
told
long.
me, hold on. You just sat up here and said you was gonna disrespect me because I said the audacity. So go ahead and sit down like you've been doing. Just hush. Now, the rest of the people on the panel. Why do it matter whether he
Who the
was
fuck she thinks she is?
tied to the
Oh my Lord.
communist movement or not? Because the fact of the matter is, if he didn't do nothing else, he did help organize different parts of the civil rights movement for us to be able to participate in the society as citizens. So what exactly is the problem?
I mean, he obviously put his life on the line for it.
And so you
Like what?
drop me, Stanley. You drop me because you
Okay.
want to hear this bullshit she's saying.
Okay, Dave, you accuse me of not questioning. I've been reading about this stuff for 60, well, let's just say 56 years. Okay. The reason I'm not questioning it is because I don't have any questions.
Okay, so let the man question. Let the man make his questions. Now,
Who?
if you feel so inclined to
Shadow
defend,
Jackson?
yes.
Okay,
So if
because
you
I've
feel so
read some of
inclined to
I've
join in
read
the
some of the
conversation,
same things he's read probably, and I don't have any questions. He's like James Lindsay in a way. You know who James Lindsay is,
You're always
right?
trying to compare somebody to somebody. Why can't you say?
You know who I compare you with?
I don't give a fuck who you compare me with. I'm Mike. I'm Mike.
that's what makes this show great, Stanley. And
I'm
the
still
fact
gonna
that you
be
got
Mike at the end of the day.
right, and the fact that you got people up here willing to, entertain this questionnaire or try to come to some resolution. Let's see if what he's saying has any validity. Is an amazing thing. Let's not chop it off at the knees
Well,
because you don't like the line of questioning.
The thing is he was a philanderer and he associated with communists. That doesn't mean shit. It's not a reason not to honor the guy.
Can we get there first? Thank you. You don't need to draw a conclusion over the whole. Don't glaze the whole thing. Let's get there.
You mean we're not there yet?
Apparently not, because you could draw a conclusion that I don't think anyone else can it.
You know what?
We're not even close. Is this thing even? How much time? What's the timestamp right now?
It just dawned on me, Dave. You expect me to watch this with an open mind? No.
Oh,
I'm not doing that.
I'm sorry. I did
So
assume
why were
that
you watching
weren't
it to begin with?
Right. Yeah, my bad. Holy fuck.
No, I'm not approaching this.
If you're not watching it with an open mind, why are you watching it?
Because I'm enjoying trashing him.
You see how stupid you sound, Stanley?
Do I?
I gotta agree with Mike on that one.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
of course you would.
You sound very stupid, Stanley. And
just
Mike, you calling me stupid really is comforting, to be honest.
Well, I'm calling you stupid, Stanley, because you said that what you just said was stupid. It was. And I hope you go back and re-listen to what the fuck you just said, because you and your bootlicker up here, the Sunkist, I'm not gonna call her queen because she's not. I don't think she's a queen. She sounds like a ghetto. She sounds like a ghetto babbler, is what she sounds like.
That's fine too. But I know I ain't up here calling people stupid. I know that.
Well, not me.
Don't worry about it.
You're new here. You're new here, and Stanley is just simping for you.
Hold on. She's new here, but she's not new to YouTube.
But Stanley, I said she was new here. What did you not understand about that?
Well, what's so special about here, Mike?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Well,
Yeah, we can
she
hear you.
doesn't need to come up here with all this bullshit that she's running something and
Who
she know what the fuck she's
who
talking about.
determines that? Mike, do you determine things like that?
And
Well,
what
Mike,
determines you?
that's something
What
else
gives
that
you
I
the right,
addressed with
Stanley?
Stanley.
What gives you the right to determine I'm wrong?
Because I'm smarter than you.
Is that what you think? You
Hey,
think that?
did y'all ever answer how we worse off?
We can't get there because Stanley keeps pausing.
No. I'm talking not Shadow.
You go right ahead.
Can you answer?
CKJ3, stand down for a second. I'm talking to the lady here. So since you want to come up in the man's conversation, what is she contributed?
Whoa. We don't. This is a conversation. Okay, if anyone up here isn't a man, it's you, little boy. So you need to stand that fucking shit down. I will bounce you like a flat basketball.
Call it what you want, Stanley, but what I'm saying is she doesn't have no right to tell Mike 123 that I'm wrong and I need to do all this, whatever the fuck she said.
Yeah,
she's
of course
ghetto.
she can. Of course
she's
she
ghetto
can.
and
of course
and she's a bootlegger.
So if you can't even listen to comprehend what I said, how can you sit up here and
Who are you the fuck to tell me I need to listen?
Make a value?
Yeah,
because
Mike,
we're having a
just being
conversation, and
objectionable.
part of conversations are listening, right?
Who the fuck are you to tell me to listen?
Are you having
All
a
right,
conversation?
I'm having a conversation and you keep
So
butting
it's
in
not
with this bootlicking
listening.
shit on Stanley.
Isn't listening part of having a conversation?
Lady, I'm done talking to you.
I know you are.
Good. So CK,
You're a
have
dummy.
a question?
You're a dummy.
Yeah, CK, go ahead. My bad.
She looking up. She's searching.
God damn, dude! I swear I'm gonna have to bounty your ass back up on this panel.
Mike didn't do nothing wrong. He had a good line of questioning. They both were going back and forth. It's all fair game. But what was you saying?
Well, my problem with her is she's fucking Googling and
Mike,
repeating
why
stuff
do
that
you
she's
have to
seeing on
make
the
this?
screen.
Why do you have to make this all personal?
I asked you a fucking question, Stanley, and you want to bounce me and
you
because you're
are
simping
just
for
getting-
her.
Dude, you are a fucking tire.
You simp for every lady that come on this panel, Stanley, and that's
So
the
you
problem.
mad because I can
Well,
read?
I don't simp for you. You're a lady.
Well, bitch, I'm not gay. I don't need you to simp for me.
I didn't say you were gay. I said you're a lady.
Well, don't say you don't
Hey,
simp for
hey,
me. Don't say that.
Can we answer the question?
She didn't answer it. You go ahead, CK.
No, I want to hear the answer from y'all guys. Like, answer the question. How are we worse off?
Well, we're worse off. Well, I'm gonna go first. I think we're worse off. Martin Luther King fucked it up for everybody. Since we're on this topic, he fucked it up for everybody. Well, as far as the black community go, he fucked it up. He was a puppet, and what this guy is saying, he didn't say nothing wrong. Stanley just disagrees with it.
Fucked it up for
See, look at this
Stanley,
bitch.
Stanley,
Look at this
Stanley,
bitch.
let him finish.
Look
Let him
at this
finish,
bitch.
Stanley. Let him finish, Stanley. Let him finish.
Martin Luther King fucked it up for the black, y'all want to call it culture or race? Well, he fucked it up for the black race, is what I'm gonna call it. He did all this fucking marching and shit. Why hasn't nothing changed? Why? It's 2026, like Stanley said. It's 2026. Nothing fucking changed.
Mike, what's the same? What's?
Let me finish. Stand down.
How long is this foolishness gonna take?
Well,
Stanley, just let him finish it. Let him finish.
Get what the fuck you have to say, Stanley.
Let him finish, Stanley.
No, Stanley, go ahead and say what you have to say.
Look, Mike, you're biracial. Do you realize that?
So
at
your
least
son is biracial.
do you realize that in 1967 in
Your son is biracial.
Okay, there you go. Dude, you wouldn't even be here biracially, at least in Virginia, had it not been for the civil rights movement. Now, it's not directly a result of the civil rights movement, but I'm pretty sure that the Loving v. Virginia could be considered part of the civil rights movement. Just you being biracial is a change.
Which one was first, Stanley? Because I honestly don't
Well,
know.
I mean, biracial people have existed forever in America.
Loving versus Virginia versus civil rights.
But was it legal? There was some
Loving versus Virginia or civil rights. Which one was first?
Civil rights. Well, I mean, I guess technically the civil rights movement. But I mean, the civil rights movement, if you really want to think about it, civil rights movement has been around since Reconstruction.
No.
Yes.
1964 or before.
First civil rights bill was 1876.
Was Loving versus Virginia before 1964?
It was after 67.
Loving versus Virginia is since 67.
All right, cool. All right, that's all.
But I would consider it. Now, it's just me. I don't know if it's official, but I would consider that as part of the civil rights movement.
Sorry.
So what I'm saying is there have been improvements. I can't even think. It stuns me that someone would even say things haven't gotten better. Getting on planes, you can sit where you want to sit on a train. You can get into an Ivy League college. Affirmative action got Justice Thomas into Yale.
But you see how you switched the goalpost, Stanley.
You asked what is improved. Well, I would say we got a Supreme Court justice or two or three.
Stanley, I didn't ask what has it got improved. I didn't ask that. I think you asked the question.
Chad O. Jackson, things have changed and gotten better.
On this topic, one of us is a damn fool, and they might.
The question, Stanley, it's literally safe to say that things were going to. Hold on, it's safe to say that things were getting better regardless of civil rights movement.
Yeah, but the thing is that the
you force people to like you.
Basically, the civil rights movement is essentially black people saying we don't stop telling us to wait our turn. Our turn is now. That's what the civil rights movement was.
Yeah, that WEB, the boys, activist fucking spirit.
Well, no. They got tired. They gave it a chance. They got tired of that Booker T. Washington bullshit.
No, Booker T. was working regardless. And Booker T. is actually worked more today than any other time, honestly.
See, you guys.
Booker T. Washington was playing the ends against the middle.
Well, that's probably true. Because I mean,
that's probably not true. You just don't say shit. All right, don't say nothing that doesn't make sense, Dave.
Okay, doesn't make sense to you, Dave. See, the problem is
we'll break it down. You're the expert. That's why we're up here fucking with you.
All these people sure, things would have changed, but dude, in 200 years. I mean, you'll never convince me that slavery would have died a natural death. I don't think that's true at all.
Let's see what KJ3 has to say. He's been waiting.
I still haven't got an answer yet.
What's the question again?
How are we worse off? Y'all still never answered that question.
Well, first of all, families aren't together since the civil rights movement. And Stanley would argue 1950.
That's not a civil rights issue.
That's not the point. You said better.
What do you mean families are not together?
There are no families. There is no community.
How do y'all say that?
Because it's not.
How can you prove that?
How can you not? Well, show me something.
I'm with my family.
I got a family.
Right, and I am too.
So how can you prove that? You making a statement with no proof.
You're right.
What's the proof?
There is none. You're right. I said you're right. The thing
is that you're acting like black families are the only ones that have been affected, because the myth of
you see what I did when TK was right? I said he was right.
The myth of welfare being the destruction of the black family is just that, a myth. White people had welfare decades before 1964, and their families are fine. So it wasn't just welfare that did it, is my point. And This breakdown of the family is not racial. It's happening across the board.
But you just made it towards me, Stanley.
Okay, I'm saying that things like interracial marriages are a lot more common now than they were back before 1967. You even see them in commercials.
So why did you choose to go and have a kid by a white lady?
What does that have to do with?
Well,
I don't think it would have happened in Virginia before 1967. And I can say that because she was from Virginia and I lived in Virginia for years. I don't think it would have happened before 1967 the way it did.
So you're not as pro-black, as you say you are.
I don't ever remember saying I was pro-black. And how does who I married have anything to do with how black I am? I'm pretty black. It says it on my birth certificate.
Stanley, you know what I've realized? I'm probably more pro-black than I actually admit, and not because I feel that way, but
what's the opposite of pro-black?
What is pro-black?
Would you guys say anti-black? Black is not pro-black.
KJ3, in my opinion, I think pro-black is somebody that can't see somebody, just say another race, whether it's white, Hispanic, whatever you want to call another race. Somebody that's pro-black is going to always side with their race as well, with the black race. Like Stanley, he always side, no matter if they right or wrong. But he disagree with this guy because Stanley, he's a fool and he won't let the man finish his.
See, the one exception to your rule, if I was that pro-black, I'd be pro-Chad.
Well, no, I'm pro-black in the sense that I really want people to do better, and it's a subconscious thing. But I'm not pro-black to the point where I'm a lie to myself because somebody is black.
Yeah, that's what Stanley does. He's aligning himself with somebody that's black.
No, that's not true.
I think that's more of a detriment. I think that's more anti-black than pro-black.
We have to stop. We have to stop just saying stuff like this pro-black and this. We have to stop just saying pro-black. Y'all really have a definition behind that word.
Okay, so tell us.
There's no real definition behind it.
Okay,
well, I mean, you got to understand. I mean, it's a lot of it is just bantering around colloquialism.
I'm pro-black because I won't lie to myself. What does that mean?
It means that the best outcome will come from telling the truth to yourself. The outcome would be different if we didn't lie to ourselves.
What does that mean, though?
It means that I'm not going to sit up here and just accept anything because the skin suit. It means that I'm going to be more seeking the knowledge of what's right and what's wrong and not fucking playing the game. I want to be honest.
How is pro-black, and I use that in quotation marks, how is that wrong?
There's nothing wrong with it. But I want to know what CKJ3's question is. Like, what? Like, wait a minute. Because there's people who make excuses for anything that black people do. I don't consider that pro-black. But those are the same people. But those are the same people who call me anti-black because I won't lie about shit.
Who is making excuses though? On what?
Okay, if I was to come up here and say that everything John Galt was saying was right, I would be accused of being anti-black.
Well,
John, hold on.
I think John Galt is more pro-black by being honest.
Hold on, right quick. So you think what John is doing is pro-black?
I think more than just lying about it and not being truthful. Yes.
You're not answering the question.
Yes, the answer is yes.
So you think basically shitting on people when they're down on their luck and putting them on the internet is a good thing?
Well, now wait. It's just like if you were alcoholic and you went to AA, the first step that they say to recovery is admitting that you're an alcoholic. If you saying that there's a problem, the first step to fixing that problem is saying,
address
yes,
John
yes. I think I'm right. I'm on to something here. Go ahead, Stanley.
I think you are drunk.
He's not drunk, Stanley.
No, I'm not.
Dude,
I'm tipsy, but I
there's
ain't
no
drunk.
way you could convince any rational or decent human being that what John Galt does is a good thing.
That is not my purpose in life, so I don't really give a fuck that that's what you think.
You seem to think that John Galt has some truth going on about black
I think
culture.
the truth would allow you to understand that when he says that it's over, it's really fucking over because people built such a foundation of lies that it takes so much for them to get rid of that, to be honest with themselves.
I think, dude, I think John Galt is literally a problem to himself mostly.
And that could be the case, but that's not my point.
Those who believe that John Galt has some corner on understanding the black community, they're sick as well.
What I'm saying is that you may be right at the same time, but that doesn't dismiss what I'm saying.
Okay, if you think John Galt has any positive effect,
he does.
Okay, never said positive effect. But I never said positive effect.
If you think John Galt has any positive effect or any corner or insight, insight onto the black community, you would simply be wrong.
What did you say, Deacon? My phone went out.
Which part? What's the last thing you heard?
You said that you think that John Galt is pro-black. What was the answer?
Yes, because there's some he expects people to start accepting the truth instead of the lies, the comfortable lies or the uncomfortable truth. He's putting the uncomfortable truth in your face.
Hold on, Stanley, hold on. I'm trying to get somewhere. Hold on. What is the truth?
That it might be over. Accept it.
Might be over for what? Like what do you mean by it might be over?
Okay, all of the lies that you want to believe, everything that you think that you're so great for these things, but they don't amount to shit, that's a lie. Yeah, that kind of thing.
But what do you mean by that, though?
Can you be concrete?
You're right.
I want y'all. This is what I want. I want y'all to go into detail. Y'all just say stuff, and it to me it gets nowhere. So if he's pro-black, and you telling me that he's telling the truth, I don't know what he's telling the truth about. I don't know.
Telling the truth about when John Galt speaks on the black race, John Galt is speaking from his opinion, what he's seen, and you seen it too.
From his opinion. The key word that you said was from his opinion. His environment.
He's man enough to call it out.
No, that is his environment. His environment is not every black person.
But people don't like when he call it out. There's
nothing to call out. He's living the stuff that he's talking about. So how can he tell the truth if he thinks he's better than the way that he's living?
So
that part I don't know. I mean, yeah, okay, you got him.
Okay.
All right, great. But you're asking me. You need to keep the question more aimed at what I'm saying instead of what you think about him.
Telling the truth.
No. Keep the question aimed at me instead of what you think about him, though, and we can get somewhere.
But Dickie, you're not saying what he's telling the truth on, and you say that it's over. What is over?
Okay, he's not telling the truth about reality. He's telling the truth about how black people do not accept reality.
Man, oh my gosh, man.
The reality is John Galt is not a good example for young black people. That is the reality. That motherfucker I'm talking now, you can listen. You have stumbled and fumbled.
Just because you own the channel doesn't make you right.
Accomplished absolutely nothing.
Because I'm trying to understand CKJ3's question, not trying to soothe
Okay, I don't know how
issues
much
that you
more
got going
obvious the
on.
question could be. What has John Galt pointed out? What about black culture is John Galt telling the truth about?
He's telling the truth as far as when John Galt.
I'm asking Deacon Dave, Mike.
Okay.
That it might actually be over, that the truth is so insurmountable.
What exactly
for you to come
is
back
over? Our existence?
No,
What is over?
not your existence. Reality.
What is
You're
reality?
so far away from reality that reality is insurmountable. To get back to reality,
Does this
you have
actually
a
make
long way to
sense
go.
to you?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. But you got two people asking me a question, and both of you aren't asking the
my
same
God.
question. You're asking variants of some question. I don't know what the
Dude,
fuck.
No, but
what
Deacon,
can you?
Deacon,
What
listen. You
reality?
keep saying reality. What is the reality?
That things are broken. Like,
What is
you're not.
broken?
Your culture is broken.
Our culture
Okay,
is
well,
Our
American
culture is
culture is
American
broken.
culture.
I'm not talking about American culture. I'm talking about
Okay,
black
well,
culture.
black
All right?
No, but black culture
Now,
is
hey,
not
I'm talking
American
about black
culture.
people. We talking about black people. What are
Black
you
people
guys
live in America,
doing?
right?
Black culture,
Yeah.
Deacon Dave, you were spot on. Black culture is broken, and John Galt calls it out. He
Do
calls
black people live in America?
black, white, and whatever else live here.
Yes, yes. So how is the culture is
The
over
problem is
and
mainly,
we're living in America? That means America's over, right?
the problem is mainly with the black culture. We wouldn't have all these problems if it wasn't for the black culture.
What
So we
problems
have
do we
problems
have,
because of the
Mike?
black culture?
Mike,
It's too
seriously,
late to
what problems do we have?
Yeah, what's the problem?
The first problem you have, Stanley, is that you can't accept that black people can't.
Yeah, okay. Let's. What's the second problem?
Let me get it
Let
out.
them get to the first one. Let them do the first one. Go ahead.
The first one makes no sense.
You didn't even listen.
Well,
motherfucker, dude, he's not doing E equals MC
Hey,
squared
hey,
here.
Stanley,
I know
Stanley.
he's saying the first problem is we don't accept reality. That's just a
Stanley,
circular.
let them talk. Let them talk.
No, it's not, because that's the first. That's the first step to recovery is
So
accepting
what
reality.
is the reality we supposed to be accepting?
Oh,
What's
listen
the
to this.
reality
Look
we
at
supposed
to Look at
No, I'm
this.
trying to understand you. So wait.
Look at all
You
this
said
enabling going on. Wow,
you
this is
said
crazy.
we don't accept reality. What is the reality that we're supposed to be accepting?
Y'all, black people want everybody to bend their knees to them. Is that not reality? Don't you see that every day?
No, that's not reality, Mike.
Okay, Stanley.
No, I don't see that. So I'm trying to figure out what's this reality that we're supposed to be accepting.
My whole point before you guys went down this fucking side quest is that there's an issue.
Is that what it is? A side quest?
Well, what's the issue?
This is the biggest side quest I've ever seen. Matter of fact, this thing is split off 6 different times. I could say whatever the fuck I want right now in this moment.
Well, what's the issue though?
You guys off. It doesn't fucking matter.
Oh,
you can get back
there's
to
a loose lip here.
You can get back to the content. We could wait on Chad Jackson to talk about why
you.
Go ahead, Stanley. You want to cut me off?
You can hear it slowing down the speech.
See, black culture is they call y'all African American, but you're not African. Nobody here that's black is from Africa.
Oh my God, that's simpleton argument.
Let me get it out. Let me finish.
See, dude, you act like you have, dude. Fuck that.
You don't have no
like
patience.
you have some wisdom to dispense, dude. African American, you're not African, motherfucker.
Okay, Stanley.
How is that rocket science?
Stanley, this whole thing started is because I came to a realization that I'm probably more pro-black, and this is why, right? This is why I think I'm more pro-black.
I think you're mistaken. The reality is you're not.
No, because I won't lie. I won't lie to myself, and I don't lie to other Negroes either.
About
Well,
what?
if you think you're
anything,
talking to
your perception
Negroes,
in life,
that's a
you're not
lie
going to
in
come
and of
around me
itself.
and you're not going to come around me and say that
How
woman
many
didn't try to run
Negroes
that
do
man
you
over.
know? How
And
many
this ain't even a
Negroes do you
black
know?
issue. It's just everything. Your
How
whole
many
fucking outlook is
people call
screwed up.
themselves Negroes that you know besides SKC?
Well, you're not. Are you an African American or are you more Negro? Which one are you?
You
do you
know
want me to
what?
call you?
African American is like Irish American.
What do you want me to
Everybody
call
knows
you?
what it. Everybody knows what it means.
What do you want me to call you?
Nobody's claiming to be African when they call themselves African American.
So you want to be called an African American, right?
You call yourself
I mean, I usually just call myself black, but if somebody called me an
Okay,
African
black
American,
people. All right, now that
if
we're done with
somebody
that,
called me
we
an
have a
African
name now. We're
American, I
black
would
people.
not be
Great. I don't
upset.
give a fuck what you call it. I really don't. You
Oh,
waste
you getting
time with that
all
stupid
wild and
shit.
crazy now, aren't you?
No, you wasted a lot of time with the stupid shit. Come on, man.
Okay, I'm still trying to figure out what reality you're speaking of.
Okay, the reality is I think that I'm more pro-black than I've ever thought of myself. It was a self-reflection.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna
It
let
wasn't
you
an
have that.
outward. It wasn't an outward opinion for anybody else. It was a self-reflection. Now, if you guys want to draw from that, I could fucking put the clown shoes on. We could do that.
I got a question for you, Dick.
To expand on that, you have to put on clown shoes.
I'm about to. Go ahead, CK.
So before you came to this realization, what were you lying to yourself about?
That's a good question. Like George Floyd was killed by Derek Chauvin. That's a lie. The police were out just hunting Negroes. Black people. I'm sorry, not Negroes. Black people. They were just out to get us. I gotta vote. I gotta vote Democrat because my mom told me to. I gotta put women above myself and be like Stanley and throw myself in the mud puddle for a lady that don't make no sense. There's a number of things. My first inclination isn't just to bow the knee to mama. It's not online, not in real life, none of that shit. I could go on. What are you really looking for?
Man,
well, I think I get a sense you just get to be your awful self.
This is sad.
It's so freeing, dude. I feel so fucking free that I can do that.
This is really sad, man.
No, it's not.
Welcome to America.
Tell me how it's sad,
freedom.
TK.
You had
Tell me
the whole time.
how is a man that realized that he is free? How is that sad? Come on, break it down. Let's do some church. Let's do it.
So George Floyd died. What? How many? 3 years ago? When did he die?
It's like almost 6 years. Well, let's just say what is it? 2026? 5.5 years ago.
Oh, 5.5 years ago. So you telling me 5.5 years ago?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You stopped lying to yourself.
No, a long time ago. Actually, I'm just trying to think of something recent.
Right, but the first thing you respond to me was George Floyd.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of the biggest lie that people believe.
That's not an issue in your life.
MLK was not one of my heroes, bro. That's another lie.
Listen. I
got numerous examples. You want to focus on one or like what are you trying to do?
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, what are you saying?
MLK. I'm not saying he was the best. I'm not saying that he was bad or whatever. But how this guy Shadow is trying to portray him, he wasn't that a threat like that. And to say that he is the reason why that we are worse off, which I don't think we are, because that's a goddamn lie. He can't even explain that.
How are you more better?
Because there are more millionaires now than it was 60 years ago.
So you saying because
hold on, because I can make money off of my phone, off my computer, whenever the fuck I want to. I can buy any company on the stock market with no problems. So how are we working off?
I mean, just having the disposable income to do it is a huge.
Yeah, I can use my GI Bill. I can use my VA loan because I served.
So what make
I can go to any bank and use it.
with no problem.
Because he crossed the bridge?
You said what?
What made him so great? Because he marched across the bridge?
I'm not saying that he was great, but what I'm saying is he wasn't a threat to get killed. And to talk down on him like because he kind of talked down on him like he deserved what happened to him. And I just don't know.
Well, the thing is even if you want to look, just go up a level. Okay, if you want to say Martin Luther King personally wasn't that great, what he symbolized was great. That's really what the holiday's about. It's not so much. It's not so much what he did day to day. It's really what he represented in how he inspired people.
What did he represent?
But Stanley.
He basically represented people should get up off their asses and demand their civil rights. They should march. They should do civil disobedience. They should not accept the status quo.
But because we have to be activists, or what? Why is that? Because we have to take things by force. Do we have to do that? Is that the way we should just proceed with our lives? Is that the only way to make any gains?
Not sitting by.
Is that the only way? Is my point.
Not standing by and waiting your turn when you know you're ready now. Demanding.
Stanley, that's not my only approach to life, bro.
Okay, dude. I'm not talking about you specifically. We're talking about what Martin Luther King represented. Even if you didn't like him personally, even if he had peccadillos, and even if he was a communist, what he represented, which was the aspirations of Black Americans standing up to demand inclusion by law.
So why haven't nobody?
Enough. Okay, motherfucker, you will wait your turn, son. Just like a Black person.
You done lost your fucking mind, dude.
Just pretend this is pre-1964, Mike.
Because we're in 2026.
Okay. I would say what he look let's not look at the person. Let's look at what he represented. Let's look at the young. Let's look at the young people. Let's look at the young people he inspired. He might be greater in death than he was during life. That is an argument that you could make. He got people's attention for better or for worse.
Believe it or not, that is true, Stanley, because there were people who didn't approve of him and still were getting good results out of life before and after he was fucking there. So it doesn't matter to those people.
And the thing is I don't care what anyone says. That I
so if you want to martyr this guy, if you want to put him on your fucking mantle, that's fine. Okay. I don't
have to martyr him. It was done practically before I was aware of who he was.
So you think it's okay for him to be celebrated every year and people are still in the streets demanding what? I disagree with that.
I don't even understand what you're saying. Yes, I think it's okay for him to be celebrated every year.
Why? If he didn't do anything?
I literally just told you why. And I literally told you what he did, what he represented, Mike. Is this willful ignorance? Is it willful deafness? Or are you just being daft?
Well, that's your opinion, and I have my opinion.
My opinion counts, Mike.
Well, mine does too, Stanley.
But for how long?
It doesn't. We don't have a time frame on this shit unless you put it on there.
We have a time frame on this panel.
Because I've always thought that Martin Luther King was just.
So the answer is yes. I think he should be celebrated more for what he represented versus, his day-to-day life and, his peccadillos.
Okay, Stanley. We agree to disagree.
That's all I can hope for, Mike.
I think the freedom to decide whether or not you put that much faith in a man is the most beautiful thing in the world. Now, I would love to hear Chatto Jackson's argument, so we could get to waiting with bated breath as to why he says,
I bet your breath smells like baited.
So let me ask you.
That's fine. That's fine. You're keen with the comebacks. I appreciate it.
if would JFK be considered more influential than Martin Luther King?
I would say yeah, because he was an American president.
President? Why would you ask that question?
He had to be a president, so you had to be a president. CKJ3, stand down for a second.
Well, that's generally how it works.
What are you talking about?
Stand down, sir. Stand.
Well, I mean, that's kind of how it works. Presidents get remembered.
Or May came out wrong from what I've been drinking. So it may
hear that he was the president.
Okay, just because you're a president don't mean nobody else can be more influential than you.
Yeah, like Stanley doesn't like Trump right now. Has he not been viewed that same way, or
well,
what?
I'm not you. I would never argue that Trump isn't historically consequential.
Well, the example that Mike used was JFK.
Y'all have
So
these
it doesn't-
standards, people. Y'all have these high standards, like nobody can be above the next. But that's why I asked that question.
I never said that, but what I'm saying is,
Yeah, you did. You said Martin Luther King. You did say that.
No, how are you comparing JFK to MLK?
I asked a question. I didn't compare.
You did.
Well, hold on, wait.
The answer is, I would think, I would say John F. Kennedy's probably more historically consequential.
President.
But to blacks, MLK is next to Jesus. You can't even question it.
Well, not everybody thinks that, Dave.
I do believe you think that. Especially with all this fucking reluctance. All this reluctance I just had to battle with you guys, I can't say that. Like, no.
I think
it's clear.
I think people just say that.
What? MLK is next to Jesus?
Yes, I think people just say that.
Who said that?
Bullshit. He is. He's next to God with most
so
blacks.
that's your opinion then.
No, that's what I've seen. That's observable.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
He didn't say that was his opinion. He said that's what he's seen and heard.
Deacon, where did you see that at, Deacon?
Right here on the town.
How?
Hey, shout out Deacon Dave.
Like I said, at some point,
how you rolling with this shit and you know it's false. You know that in your heart. You know it's false.
I know what is false.
Well, you trying to compare? You trying to make Martin Luther King like he just somebody that something more than?
Oh my God! I literally said Kennedy was a more historic figure.
Just because he's a historic figure, Stanley, doesn't mean he's just supposed to be praised. That's what's wrong with you.
Mike, you're out of control. Have you noticed?
Okay, call it what you want, Stanley. Call it what you want. I knew sooner or later you're gonna start throwing these names out there.
You know, if you start tilting your head, it's gonna slosh around like that beer can.
But I was asking CKJ3 a question, and I think it was legitimate, but it's okay.
Do you think that the way he got assassinated has something to do with the myth about him?
What's the myth?
Him being assassinated. The way
the martyrdom.
He got assassinated. Is what you saying is? Do I think because he been made a martyr that's a problem?
No, what I'm saying is by him being so at that time, right? A lot of blacks, they didn't mess with MLK, but the way he got killed or deleted or whatever, it's what took him to like another level.
So let's be clear. Let's get this straight. What? So when Martin Luther King got deleted, so he was I think if I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, wasn't Martin Luther King attending a dinner and he walked outside the hotel room and am I correct on that?
No. He wasn't at a dinner. He was in a hotel room, and they were getting ready for some march, sanitation worker march or something in Memphis.
So he walked outside the hotel room, and whoever took him out.
He walked out on a balcony.
Well, Stanley, goddamn, Then what the fuck are you not understanding? What I'm trying to say? I said he walked out the room. You tell me now you want to say a balcony? I didn't say a balcony.
Well, when you say walked out of the room, he could have been walking out in a hallway or out of the hotel. I just want to kind of set the
Now
stage.
see, that's what your problem, Stanley. You try to do all this extra shit when all you had to do was say yes. He walked out of the room.
Jesus Christ, man.
No, we're having fun with this whole conversation. Like we can
So
get back.
let me
to
read this. Let me read this very good comment from Con Shonery. People celebrate Abraham Lincoln when he was a man who was more motivated to serve a political mandate rather than be a hero to Black America. But his actions were more a net. But his actions were more a net positive than not. I will say that at some point. There are people who theorize that, having met with the Frederick Douglass and other Black leaders, it helped humanize Blacks. And when, it was kind of an interest convergence, to use a term that Derek Bell came up with. America needed soldiers and Black people wanted to fight. Therefore, Blacks joined the Union Army and they served with distinction. I think that had a lot to do with Blacks being elevated, at least in people like in Abraham Lincoln's eyes, not so much in some of his generals. Sometimes you do the right thing for the wrong reasons. And history will reward you for that.
So after all the marching and screaming in the street, Stanley, why do you think nothing has changed?
Okay, we're back to that. I think things have drastically changed.
But
and
you
how
have a
changed, Stanley? What changed? People are still marching and screaming in the streets.
Okay, well, Mike, you are young, so you probably don't realize I've seen things change just in my 60 years.
What have you seen, Stanley? What have you seen? So,
okay, well, let me tell you about my very elite high school. At one point in time, Blacks weren't even allowed to attend the school. So me testing into the school, me graduating from the school, the school actually let me somewhat into an old boys network. Things like that didn't happen 50 years before I was born.
So why are people, my question to you, why are people still doing the same exact thing as back then, Stanley, in the streets
because
now?
there is nothing new under the sun, and people have been doing things they shouldn't do for
why there's nothing new under the sun, Stanley?
Thank you, Stanley. Thank you. These people.
So why there's nothing new under the sun?
Man, people
are gonna do things they shouldn't do no matter what.
People always march. It's not going to stop. And it's not just a Black thing that only Black people march.
It's not. You are correct. It's not just a Black thing, but it's the biggest thing.
You said it's the biggest thing?
That's what I said.
Yeah, but it's y'all
in the Black community?
Black thing.
The black people are more. Black people hit the streets more than any other race.
No, they don't.
Nah, I don't think that's true.
No, they don't.
Oh, I think it's true. Every time. We see it. Well,
how many blacks were at these like pussy hat rallies?
None.
There weren't a whole lot of Blacks at the No Kings marches. There were some, but it wasn't overwhelming. What do you think?
There hasn't been a whole lot of Blacks anywhere on any march.
These No Kings rallies were like overwhelmingly white.
And who said Trump was trying to be a king anyway?
Okay, now you're going from like absurdity to absurdity. It's kind of like Tarzan in the jungle. You're just going from one absurd vine to the next.
You brought up No Kings, and I'm asking because
you were talking about protests.
No Kings came
I'm saying that those protests were overwhelmingly white. So Blacks aren't the only ones who march, And apparently blacks had other things to do.
I just told CKJ3 when he said that. I agree with that. Black people aren't the only ones, but they're more. They do it more than anybody else.
And I disagree. They didn't last summer.
What happened last summer, Stanley?
Oh my God! Really? Let's get back to Chad O. This is like a dog chasing his tail.
The audience that may not know what happened last summer, Stanley.
I think the audience knows a lot about what's happening right now.
So you're basically saying that, Mike, you don't know what the fuck
I'm
you're talking.
basically saying you have gone incoherent.
Okay, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it. It's okay.
Oh, I suspect it's not. I'm not just the only one thinking that right now.
Okay, it's okay, Stanley.
So let's get back to Chragedy O. Jackson.
The right to discriminate against whom I wish to discriminate. I should have the right to serve whom I wish to serve. I should have the right to hire whom I wish to hire. And the decision as to whether I should stay in business or not should be left not to the government, but to the free market.
So you should be able to discriminate against who you hire based on the color of their skin?
Yes, absolutely. Here's the thing. Wait a minute. We have to be adults. We have to be adult.
Listen to this man.
No, why did you pause it? This is what you're supposed to ignore that.
Why?
Because you know damn well that was a setup to a bigger point.
I do? You have to stop, man. You got to stop.
No, you got to let me make my point. Don't be 2.0 over here, CK.
Okay, the idea
he asked him about the color of your skin, and he said yes.
Oh my God, are you affected? Did that hurt? Or something? Did that hurt you?
That is simple.
Well, let me tell you, it did hurt me to see a black man.
Where is the self-determination? Where is that at?
Okay, dude, what does self-determination have to do with discrimination? See, you think the two are one and the same, and they simply are not, Dave. See, this fucking far-right talking point bullshit. Yes, it hurts my feelings to see. It hurts my feelings to see. It hurts my feelings to see a black man say it's okay for employers to discriminate.
And you got to remember, though, at the time we had our own shit.
Okay, again, we've gone over that. We had our own shit, and we weren't going to get any more. Okay, motherfucker, I'm going to finish this.
Like I said, it was
had our own shit, but we weren't getting anything more. If you were a business serving the black community, you were never going to grow outside of that black community. There was a ceiling over how successful you could be during Jim Crow. You weren't going international as a black business.
Term never is very definitive.
Would you be satisfied if your company can never go IPO?
What do you mean? How much success would I have before I needed to go IPO?
You know what happens when a company goes IPO?
Do you know what an IPO is?
Yes, I buy stocks. What is your point?
Okay, so would you be satisfied if you were able to go the IPO your company?
Say it again. You're cutting out.
I said, would you be satisfied if you can never IPO your company?
Maybe it's possible to be satisfied without ever going IPO. As a matter of fact, the most disappointing thing as a stock buyer is that some of my favorite companies do not go IPO. They have not gone IPO.
Hold on. The bottom line, and no one can deny this, that during Jim Crow, if you were limited to serving your black community, you were not going to grow your company much outside that black community. There were limits on how much you could grow, and that in and of itself is a reason to end Jim Crow and let's get some civil rights so everybody has the opportunity to grow as big as they can grow. Okay, if you can't understand that, if you want to basically argue that, hey, serving the black community is enough, what I hear you saying is, hey, blacks weren't that talented. They reached their limits at their city limits, and that's the best they can do.
Well,
If you believe that, Dave, you might be Chad O. Jackson.
Well, it didn't work back then,
I
Stanley.
wish I could drop you the same way you just dropped me and did that bullshit. Which one of us is cooning?
It didn't work back then.
I think that being limited to serving one community instead of growing as far as your talent will take you is un-American, and it is a restriction of civil rights.
That was a restriction of civil rights. You dropping me in the back, motherfucker.
The Chad O.
You're
Jackson.
impinging on my freedom of speech, motherfucker.
Dude, I'm not the government, am I?
You want to be.
Oh, I wish I could. Some things would be changing.
But Stanley,
you're lucky. You guys are more lucky I'm not taking you seriously.
Deacon, I can't believe you really just thought about that. It's amazing.
All right, CK, with all due respect, I can't engage in a conversation when the host drops me in the back and starts talking random nonsense.
Well, hey, I need to exercise power when I need to.
No, but what I'm saying is like y'all, and nothing against that.
Hold on, CKJ3.
Hold on. Wait.
Okay for CKJ3 and the other lady to get all their whatever they have to say out, but
she hasn't spoken in quite some time.
Against Booker T or
Stand
whatever.
down.
But if you in business, if you cannot grow and you're only stuck to a certain area, that is a problem.
Okay, but it's happening here today, CK.
Hold on.
Yeah,
okay.
You literally have to figure it out, CK. I don't know what it is you gotta.
Dude, you're being
you literally have to figure it out.
An IPO.
God.
I was getting
you guys sound more like coons and limited thinking.
Your business is being limited by the color of your skin.
Right.
Oh my God. This is dumb as fuck. I'm not having this conversation.
Not by the content of your character, not by your ability. Your business prospects are limited by the color of your skin. That's
look at how y'all behave now. You don't support your own now. You would go find a white man to patronize,
dude.
Then you will now. What's the fucking difference between then and now?
What the fuck is it with you anti-black blacks and your smearing of logic?
Hey, Deacon Dave, let them say what they got.
Crazy.
This is really sad.
We ain't going to nowhere, man.
They want to be with white folks so bad that they want to tell them, call me crazy.
Dude,
yeah. How you like that, motherfucker? How you like that?
What does that have to do with what I said?
The money was limited because they couldn't serve white people? Is that what you're saying?
No, they were limited by the color of their skin.
How? They had unlimited clientele with black people.
Is that not what they
you must see? You're not from the South, so maybe you don't understand how black
people
live.
Move to the North. Figure it the fuck out. You're limited. You're limited mentally.
So one of the right wing talking points is you get what you get based on your merit, and that says that it doesn't matter what your merit.
You're breaking up, Queen Sun.
You're Morgan.
You hear? I'll just wait till.
I said Morgan.
No, you go.
You sound good now.
I said a right wing talking point is you get your success based on your merit. If you discriminated against because of the skin of your color, that means your merit doesn't matter.
And you just read that, didn't you?
You can work as hard. No, I didn't. I got a brain, unlike your silly ass. So you can work as hard and do everything that you're supposed to do. If you got the government allowing people to keep you from growing, that is not right, nor is that fair. So why would
two different types of Negroes? There's in the box Negroes and out of the box Negroes. You guys are definitely in the box.
In the box or out of the box does not mean that the society gets to shut you out of participating in the society. Like if you're a citizen, you have rights as a citizen. So you can't tell the citizen you can't
participate first. You're gonna have to have somebody help you get outside of your blackness. you want to deal with white people, you're gonna have to be a tad bit more open-minded. In the year 2026, there's still businesses that say black-owned business on the outside of it, and you don't think that that's cutting off your clientele? I'm curious as to how much they
That's not
immaterial to her point.
Y'all asked for this. Y'all asked for this.
Okay, see, Deacon Dave, dude, this is a real limitation. This is a real limitation on all these far right talking points. You've got to basically move goalposts when dude, the color of your skin should not limit the how far you can go with your business. You don't need to go any farther than that.
I don't believe you.
So you don't think people are limited in their self right here today, Stanley?
Okay, motherfucker, I didn't ask. I didn't ask what people are doing now. I made a point that you should color of skin should not be a limit to how far you can take a business.
Stanley, you just said that. Stanley, you just said out your own fucking mouth. You just said black people limit themselves to their own community.
No, I literally did not say that.
You just say that, Stanley. If you
literally
Mike,
did not say that.
Mike. He did not say that, Mike.
Well, CK, my question to you, because Stanley said that. He did say that. You can go back and look at it.
No, he didn't. But we already know that you have a listening problem.
He did not say that.
I'm not talking.
Hey, you're the only person whose hearing gets drunk.
No name CKJ3.
You said what? Say it again.
CKJ3. My question to you, and you heard it, Stanley, a few minutes ago. He said the problem back then was black people was limiting themselves to their own communities. Did he not say that?
God, I said black people were limiting themselves.
You did say
I
that.
said
Stanley.
they were limited by law.
Yes, it was by law. It was laws on the book that limit them.
I didn't hear the law part, but I was going.
Hey, Mike, let me give you an example. Can you hear me? I might give you an example right quick. You said what?
I can hear you.
Okay, so like we mentioned earlier, there was a time
I don't care, but he's making the food like I'm
listen,
a food.
listen. There was a time that veterans couldn't use the GI Bill, use it for school, use it for loans to get a house or whatever. So when they would come back from war, banks wouldn't give them the money to purchase homes, right? So at that time, let's just say California, you could buy a home for like.
Right there, CK. So the question I have back in that time was Black Wall Street not popular?
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. At that time, let's just say in California, you could get a house for like $20,000, right? $20,000. Fast forward to now, them homes are worth damn near $1 million right now. So that's I don't know how many X it is, but like all that equity that you could have built over.
Oh, you're chopping up, CK. You're a little choppy.
Yeah, there's all kinds of generational wealth that was missed out due to things like redlining. The example that he's giving is blacks literally, like the veterans coming home from World War II had the GI Bill to go to college. Blacks did not get blacks did not get the GI Bill. Black veterans returning from World War II did not have access to the GI Bill. A lot of these people coming home who were white, you could get home loans, you could do real self-improvement, you could increase your status, your class, you could build wealth. Black people had no access to that. Black people did not have access to the welfare state until like 1964. There were all kinds of tools in benefits that Black Americans did not have privy to. That is one of the reasons there's such a big difference, a big chasm in generational wealth. And if you're not reading the history, you don't know any of this.
I don't think that's where he was going, no, Stanley.
With the GI Bill, he was.
I don't think he would have. I don't think. I think
Who
CKJ3
gives
was
a
trying to tell me something
okay?
different.
If he was talking about the GI Bill, yeah,
He
he
mentioned
was
that he wasn't talking
he would
about
be
it.
he would be along those lines. There were a lot of benefits to build generational wealth. There were a lot of benefits that build generational wealth that blacks did not have access to until into the civil rights movement.
Stand down.
Motherfucker, you don't tell me to stand down on my own
I asked
panel.
him a question and he was responding. He got a little choppy and.
But that's why they believe that you do need legislation to get any type of equality because things were
Well,
already
how are you gonna get it? I mean, legislation.
Things were already trending in that direction.
That is
And I
not
don't.
true. That is
Oh,
not
really?
true.
Okay. All right. You know what? You're right.
Hey, Dick,
You're right. No, you're right.
why,
You're right. You're
why
right.
did you
You're
make
right.
that statement? Why you make that statement?
How do you think, dude? The GI Bill
No, he's
was
right,
literally
CK.
built. Okay,
I'm saying,
Nobody's talking about the
hold on one
GI
sec,
Bill. I'm talking about
CKJ3.
in general.
CKJ3.
Yeah.
How do you think the GI Bill came to be? Via legislation.
Right.
So it was intentional that all soldiers weren't included. Okay, the legislation purposefully left out black GIs. How could you think we were drifting towards inclusion?
Stanley, this is how we siphon the information out of you because you know what? You're not going to put this on the table in your argument.
Put what on the table?
You put the information out there when you disagree with what somebody says. It's a strategy
I expect people who want to come up and argue these points. I expect people who want to argue this sort of stuff to be prepared.
Hey, Deacon. So you think it was okay to fight in a war, to come home?
No, I don't think that's okay.
And not be able to take advantage of benefits that other people are getting.
I don't think that's okay, CK.
So what are we talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What I'm saying is y'all say things.
Y'all
say things out of context and act like stuff didn't
come home and do that, but you acting like
they're saying the idea that eventually it would have happened when blacks were intentionally left out of legislation back during the New Deal. Sharecroppers and domestics were intentionally left out of some of these New Deal programs.
Homestead Act.
It was talked about, and they were like, nope. People like Strom Thurmond were like, no, we can't allow black people to, get these benefits. We won't be able to keep them down on the farm. Let me give you another good example, and I know I've brought this up before. During World War I, a lot in Greenville, South Carolina, and I've showed the newspaper clip before, a lot of black women who were domestic workers, when their husbands went off to war, the husbands would send money back home, and these women did not have to work as domestics. They could stay home and take care of their children. Well, guess what? The white women in Greenville were like, no. These black women, we need them taking care of our children and our homes. So they literally passed a law making it illegal for black women of working age to stay home. They had to have a job. It was like some sort of vagrancy thing.
So my question,
and these are the things that they don't bring up, that they don't even mention.
Okay, what about what?
I said these are the things.
This was during World War I, back in
CKJ3. My question is: so y'all brought up the GI Bill. So you telling me, because you only can get a GI Bill if you served in the military, correct?
Right. Yes.
So you telling me that people back then during those times they were forced to join the military, or was it a choice?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What
does that have to do with anything?
Make a bigger point here, Stanley. Goddamn.
Okay, no, don't make the point because I'll just shoot it down. You're off base. I'm not going to even see. You want to make a point that doesn't make sense, and I'm just going to disallow it.
You don't know if it makes sense. You won't let me get the shit
It
out.
doesn't matter how you got into the military. The point is after you were done, there was a bit. Okay, see, dumb fucks, you think you're building a point, and it's an absolute ridiculous point. It doesn't matter whether you volunteered. It matters that you served, voluntary or involuntary, and after you got out, if you were black, you did not have access to the benefit. That's the important part, not how you got there.
You didn't know where I was going, but it's okay.
I don't give a fuck where you were going.
Oh my god!
This is
really
a
nowhere to
comedy
go.
show. Yo, sorry, we tried to have a real topic. This has turned into a comedy show.
Yeah. Your feelings are hurt because I won't let you do the stupid stuff.
No, my clown shoes came out a long time ago.
Is this man gonna ever answer the question though?
No, we're not getting to that. That's the point. You're making my point. I appreciate that. We're not getting to that point. Well, I hope everybody remembers what the question was.
That's because Mike keeps bringing up bad points.
What point has she? Who does she have a question for? I'll listen.
Not you, Mike. Not you.
Because she's
We have to
fucking
be adult enough to have this conversation.
So you
running to the government.
As a
Hold
black, hold on, I have to ask this. As a black man in 2025, you are saying that the Civil Rights Act of 64 was an overreach of constitutional authority because you should be allowed, as a business owner, to discriminate against someone based purely on the color of their skin.
You should be allowed 100%. And here's why, Austin. If there is a owner of a certain establishment, let's say a barbecue restaurant, who don't like Negroes for no other reason than the fact that their skin color is black, I would rather know that he doesn't like Negroes for the fact that their skin color is black, rather than going into his establishment and he is having to serve me because he's compelled to do so by the government and end up getting my food spat on or end up getting something, poisoned.
But hey, don't forget
that wasn't even the question. He was talking
what the hell
about
does that got to
hiring.
do with politics?
Okay. See, Chad wants to talk about the customer end, but the question was about the hiring.
Lady,
See,
I don't know
this is what these far right pseudo intellectuals do. He's not answering the question.
Just sick of this lady.
Enough, Mike.
What is wrong with him?
I don't know. He needs attention.
But this man, he still hasn't answered the question about politics.
What's your question, ma'am?
No, he's never going to answer it. He's talking about Chad O. Jackson. I think.
You just said she wasn't talking to me when I asked her the question.
I was not talking to you. I was asking when this man that is saying whatever he's saying about MLK
Chad O. Jackson
was going. Chad O. Jackson. I was asking when he was going to explain how politics was detrimental. So somebody spitting on my food don't have anything to do with politics.
What does in his head?
That was a stupid statement.
You should be free to spit on people's food.
Mike, stop saying that's a stupid statement when you can't even make a decent point. Just stop calling people stupid. Okay? Just stop it.
Respectfully, Stanley, he did address it. We keep talking over the fucking thing.
I don't think he addressed it adequately.
No, you can go back because I actually pointed out.
Yeah, well, basically, I get what you're saying, Dave. He's basically saying that the legislation was detrimental because the civil rights bills as legislation were federal overreach. That's how he's saying it's detrimental. The problem is to use that word. Who said they were going to use the term? Chad O. Jackson has boutique opinions. No one else has them. This overreach. Now, I will say this: Barry Goldwater and all those people did make this argument about federal overreach with the civil rights bills. Essentially, they were saying, hey, you can't legislate morality, you can't change people's attitudes by laws, But see, no one was seeking to change attitudes. They were seeking to end discrimination. Especially if you're going to use our facilities, if you're going to use taxpayer money to your benefit, to benefit your business, then you need not be discriminating.
Whatever the case may be. I would rather know who the bigot is, who the person who's discriminating against me is, versus them hiding behind this legislation that's supposed to make.
See, again, he's arguing from his personal preferences. I would rather. Dude,
don't you argue for your personal preference?
No.
My issue with what he's saying is,
You got
I can tell if a establishment is bigoted and I can leave. Like, who is stupid enough to sit there knowing that these people might do something to your food or whatever the case may be? Like, you don't need a law to force common sense. You know what I mean? Like, he don't make any sense.
He makes sense.
No, he's really not good at this, and his argument isn't strong enough. You can't answer questions. You got to take 20 minutes to work back up to an answer, and the answer is vague. And what does this have to do with spitting in food and hay? I would rather go somewhere where I know they like me. Dude, it's all personal preference. This is not any sort of hard argument. The argument is, look, you're seeking to change hearts and minds. The law does not seek to change hearts and minds. The law seeks to end the discrimination. Everybody should be equal under it.
You wanted to talk about, you paid to show this video, dude, and Stanley is not even honoring your wish. And you've been talking here and there, but you haven't really.
He's not on the panel right now. He had to drop out.
It doesn't matter. I'm not, just because he's not on the panel don't mean I can't speak on it.
Oh,
oh boy.
All things equal, but what it doesn't affect is it destabilizes, it demoralizes society. It breeds resentment.
How does it degrade society to do justly, to love mercy, and to do what's right? How does it degrade society to do unto others as you would?
Would you say pause it?
How does that degrade society?
Yeah,
How does actually applying the gospel?
I have a hard time with like this. It's not what you just said it was, even though we clearly see it. He's bitten apple and he believes what he's saying. So he's truly convicted that it absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, was a better move. And without even considering how it couldn't be, instead of letting him lay that argument out. That's just what I hear.
I have no idea what you're saying, Dave.
That's facts, Dick and Dave. Because I get what you're saying, Dick and Dave. Stanley, he's delusional.
Yeah, well, apparently you have to be in the same state.
Yeah, I am in a state, Stanley, but I know what I'm saying. I believe what I'm saying. Just like he believes that there is no doubt, no shadow of a doubt, that it's just inherently better. Even though there is a chance that he's spelling out.
The times are better, the opportunities are better?
No, what Chad's spelling out is really more on point than what he believes. He's just convinced, that's all.
Okay. Thinking that that the civil rights bills dealing with discrimination in businesses, it's not about feelings. Okay, it's not about trying to change people's minds. It's about equal opportunity. It's about equal access, etc. That's what it's about. It's not about changing anybody's minds.
Okay, you're right. But call me crazy for being able to entertain this thought that maybe you're wrong.
Okay, well, you can entertain I'm wrong or whatever, but look around you. Nobody else. Your opinion is
that does not determine what I believe. looking around at people.
I didn't say it was.
Damn well that they lead you into a fucking burning building.
Said. What I'm saying is you thinking I'm wrong is your right, but I know I'm not.
Mm-hmm. I'm not convinced by that. That doesn't convince me.
Well, that's fine.
The Great Society.
What you're doing is you're playing fast and loose with the scriptures.
No.
Yes, the scriptures are for the remnant. The scriptures are for those who've decided to repent and to put their trust and faith in Christ. We can't coerce people into obeying something that they don't believe in or that they don't agree.
See, this is so disingenuous right here. You go from civil rights bills to scripture. Connect those dots. Okay, we don't live by scripture, we live by law.
Agree with. Yes, we have basic rights as it pertains to the protection of property, as it pertains to the protection of life, so on and so forth. But to, again, take the Great Samaritan analogy and say, this is why we must pass legislation that coerces a taxpayer to be as benevolent as you.
Hey, I'll be back. I got a phone call.
This mixing of scripture and law is just, this is why I don't think this dude has a firm grasp on reality. Who consults the scriptures?
Well, both of them did
civil rights.
both of them did it. The other guy brought up scripture first.
Right. That's why the conversation went that way. But let Stanley.
Well, all I have to say is a pox on both their houses. And by the way, Austin is pretty much a man of the right. By the way.
Oh, Austin. Okay, that's his name. Okay.
Yeah, it's Austin Julio something or another. He's on X, but he is a man of the right.
You want them to be. Whenever Jesus was preaching and teaching and everybody were following him,
when you're just
and the hour was getting late, what did his disciples say? The hour's getting late, send them into the market that they might be fed, and so on and so forth. Jesus looked at him and said, you feed them. The objective to be benevolent is for the church. It's for the Christian. It's for the person who actually put their faith in Christ and have the means and is using their wherewithal.
I think you're
to do justly. So again,
I think you're cutting off a piece of that scripture though, Chad, because if I'm not mistaken, that's the same exact parable where when Jesus tells them to feed them, they say, Lord, we have but only a few loaves. And the Lord multiplied the loaves and fed the thousands of men and women beside the kids.
The government didn't do it.
Well, Jesus Christ is
the tax system. The IRS didn't do it.
Doesn't matter. But the beauty of it is when your racism or your bigotry by deciding to not hire someone based on the color of their skin, when that impacts interstate commerce, the law can get involved. And that's exactly what the great Charles Hamilton Houston did. He laid the groundwork from a court perspective that led to the federal government being forced to compel you to give people equal protection under the law, because we proved this time and time again in American history that separate but equal is never equal. This is exactly why the Dred Scott versus Sanford decision was so important. This is exactly why Brown versus Board of Education was such a vital piece of legislation. Black Americans in this country had never received equivalent access or equivalent treatment to economic resources. And in fact, this is not even something that's just inherently Kingian. When in American history did Black Americans receive equal opportunity and equal economic resources in this country?
Who is the distributor of equal opportunity and equul, all the things?
You can't answer that question with a question.
Yeah,
when
I can.
The question is, when did Black Americans, if the question is, when did Black Americans ever receive equivalent economic resources or even equivalent access?
To say receive, that implies that there's somebody who is distributing.
Listen to this fool. Now, Austin made a mistake. Yeah, Austin made a mistake, though. He should have said opportunity, and that would have even driven the stake farther into the heart of this dumb argument that Chragedy O. Jackson is making. Opportunity, he shouldn't have said resources, because you're never gonna that outcome, the equal resources, that's too easy an argument to go, well, where in life, is everybody getting, equal stuff? It's the opportunity. Opportunity is literally the promise of, the American dream.
that which you were
The
receiving.
federal government.
So the federal government is responsible for giving you an equal opportunity.
They were responsible for the Homestead Acts, which gave away more than 233 million acres of land in the West and the Midwest.
So that assumes.
So
Okay,
no. This isn't a quotation. This is a direct reference.
Direct
not
quotation.
only it is a direct. It's a King quotation, but he's referencing the Homestead Acts, which is what I stated, gave away 230 million acres of land in the West and the Midwest to white European peasant farmers. Yet, not one to this
Black
day.
people had access to that as well.
How? How many got it?
You'll see in my documentary.
No.
Is he serious?
Always
Yes,
be selling.
sister.
Always be, that's business 101. Always be selling.
Oh, that's motherfuckers peddling bullshit.
Nope, always close. Always be closed.
Okay, let me put it to you this way.
tactic.
The answer would be no. If there were there are always exceptions to the rule. There were free blacks who may have been able, but most blacks were slaves. The overwhelming majority of blacks in 1856 were slaves.
Mm-hmm.
We actually make the. Hey, I'm going to do some plugging here.
I love it.
I came here on my own dime. So
we both did.
I respect it.
So here's the fact. You're quoting King.
A historical source as well, but
okay. So you're what you're saying too. It implies the somehow moral goodness of the Homestead Act to begin with. I'm not one who believes
this
that
dude is
we can fix everything with a government act.
Okay, see, he's acting like he's scoring points here. Who gives a damn about the moral stuff? You don't legislate morality. Why are we conflating the two? Nobody's asking whether the Homestead Act was a moral good or a moral evil. The argument is that overwhelmingly white people got it and black people did not. That's the actual argument. Chad is a tragedy.
So to say that, oh, well, whites had access to Social Security and blacks didn't during its inception or during its original rollout. Therefore, it's unjust, it's unequal. We need to balance it, and we need to give everybody access to Social Security. We need to give everybody access to this or that. For me, I don't agree with that presumption at all, because I don't believe in an ever expanding federal government, which is.
So his argument that, hey, if we gave it to black people too, it would expand the government too much. It was just right when white people got it, but if you give it to everybody, that makes the program bigger. That is an idiotic point, if that's what he means. Is his argument that if he had said, well, white people shouldn't have got it either, I could go along with that. At least it's somewhat consistent. But hey, if black people got it, it would expand the government too much? Because that's what it sounds like. This dude is a fucking Nimrod.
Is meant to Sovietize our system in such a way that that genuine liberty is ever being infringed upon. That's what's actually happening in our country, and King was a pretty big part of that. Insofar that
what did King have?
Who liberties was being infringed upon?
It's something I don't even know. This is just a muddle. But what did King have to do with Social Security benefits? He's just jumping back and forth in time, and dude, he's just a bumbling mess. What does King have to do with ever expanding programs because black people got Social Security? Dave, this is your hero, huh?
Mm-hmm.
No.
He took us, and I say this all the time, he took us from a trying race to a crying race.
Wow.
What King did is he taught us how to beg and plead. He taught us how to, he basically told us, take your hand off the proverbial plow, pick up your picket signs, because the picket sign will bring you liberation in America. That's what King did. Because again, you can look at the numbers, you can look at the data.
Well, wait, didn't it?
It did.
I'm like, wait, did I miss something? I honestly think if we had kept our heads down and kept plowing, white people would have just thought, hey, everything's good. They're happy down here on the plantation. Dude, this guy is a goofball.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. Most of those black communities were successful. They was just limited to those black communities.
Okay, but the black community, dude, there were a whole lot of people moving into the cities because the black communities are agricultural in general. There were more opportunities in the cities. Why do you think the Great Migration happened?
Yeah, for opportunity.
I mean, a lot of these black communities were underwater, like Lake Lanier. You know, what's in Lake Lanier is a city.
Right.
That was Utah, Alabama, because I'm right here on the Alabama border. Utah, Alabama. You never hear about it. You know, that was a Rosewood. You know, there were like 100.
Well, that's
Black
the
Wall
only
Street.
reason why I feel like integration was a benefit, because of stuff like that. If we didn't have to deal with stuff like that, then I think we would have been better off by ourselves. But because of those things,
the problem is you can still live in a segregated community. There's nothing to stop you. It's just the law can't compel you. Otherwise, you can do what you want to do.
I just think, I don't know. We didn't get to see it. We didn't get to see what black success would look like without integration. So,
I mean, there are people who make the argument that places there are people who make the argument, especially on the right, that there was success without integration.
we did. There was success. That's why they was putting cities underwater and all that kind of foolishness.
Well, but the thing is, look, my father, who's 82, tells me he grew up in a small town in South Georgia. Tells me about the secondhand books that the black high school used to get when the white high school was done. The separate but equal didn't work.
Stanley, you know damn well that was because they wanted to save money on the grants that they got. We went over that together.
Right. Yeah. Let's get new books for the whites and give the old books to the blacks. Well, that's kind of what Chad O. Jackson is saying. If we bought new books for the blacks too, it would expand our budget too much.
The blacks had the opportunity to buy new books
with their own money,
with the money that they got from the government.
Okay, you must not understand how schools work. Schools are local. The federal government has nothing to do with your local school in South Georgia. Not directly, not funding.
So the money that the schools got, they got to spend their money on books or chairs or blackboards or whatever they decided to spend their money on. And the black schools decided not to buy books.
Okay, you don't seem to understand how this works.
You have a budget.
The school board, listen to what I'm saying, Dave. The schools don't have independent budgets, Dave. Schools do not control their own budgets. The Board of Education does.
What was we watching? Brooklyn St. Michael when he went over that? Isn't that who went over that?
Listen to what I'm saying, Dave.
We watched it together.
I actually do understand how it works, Dave.
That's fine.
The Board of Education gets the funds and they dole them out. Schools are basically funded by property taxes.
That's right.
Now, in Little Adel, Georgia, the county basically doled out the money. They controlled the money for textbooks and everything else. So the black schools didn't have an independent budget to go out and buy books. They basically depended on the board to fund them. And if the board decided that, hey, the white high school's done with the books, y'all can have them over at the black school because we want to get new books, the most updated versions of these books, then that's how it was going to be. The black schools didn't have autonomy.
Okay, but that's not the way I remember it. We went over it
Well,
together.
Well, I understand you don't remember it, but I happen to
No,
have,
you brought
I
that up.
happen to have, I happen to have a mother who literally worked as a teacher in Savannah. It's very, see, that's the wonderful thing about the South. School boards and local government are extremely easy to keep track of if you're interested in that sort of thing. And I was one of these weird kids who was into politics as a kid.
Well, I believe you, Stanley. I'm going to defer to you because right now I don't
Now
have
it
that.
may work differently in the North. I don't know, but I know how it worked in Georgia.
You make a great point, Stanley.
Blacks were on an upward trajectory from the 1800s till around the 1940s and 50s.
Yeah, and then black men started leaving the house en masse, and they started abandoning their wives and kids. And Dr. King spoke to the same issue, and even Daniel Patrick Moynihan spoke to the same issue. The black community was at its economically strongest while being at its poorest from 1940 through 1966, specifically. When Daniel Patrick Moynihan wrote his Moynihan Report, which was a letter to Lyndon Baines Johnson, he said that one of the greatest problems that is impacting the black community is the root cause of it was a horrendous economic injustice visited upon black people by slavery. That's not Martin Luther King, by the way. That's Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who was a deputy secretary under Lyndon Johnson. Richard Nixon, who was also a Republican president, picked up Moynihan's idea of a guaranteed annual income to mitigate and combat the economic injustices that were still being visited upon African Americans. That has nothing to do with Martin Luther King. He was the inspiration for the framework, but is that inherently communist to ensure that equal opportunity is given to everyone? I'm not asking for equal outcome, but I'm talking about equal opportunity here specifically.
I mean, it doesn't matter, like semantics. We can use semantics till we're blue in the face. The reality of it is, if your definition of equal opportunity means a radical redistribution of wealth, means a universal basic income, then yes, that's Sovietism, that's communism.
Now let me help young Chatty out.
Stop pausing the video. How about that? Go ahead.
No, I plan on addressing bad point by bad point.
This is why people don't understand the context of the argument.
He seems to think that the United States is like some actual laissez-faire economy. Dude, this is a mixed economy. What do you think giving away land of the Homestead Act was? That was literally socialism. That's a redistribution of property and wealth. Why doesn't this guy get that sort of stuff? What's up, MOT?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Oh, we're just here listening to Chad O. Jackson debate another Austin Julio something or another. Two men of the cloth.
What's the point of the debate? What's the point?
At this point, I don't even remember. They're basically, Chad O. Jackson is a MLK truther. Apparently, MLK was like the worst thing to ever happen to the black community. That's pretty much what they're debating. Chad O. Jackson has Dave, you go ahead because you know more about him than I do.
Well, it's better if you use his own words, and for us who right now are probably inebriated, who are going to try to quote.
Well, I'm not, Dave. I'm not.
Okay, well, I'll speak for myself. So, I don't think that Chad is willing to accept this idea that MLK had the best interest, considering who was backing him, all the people who were above him, who were writing the speeches. He believes that it was infiltrated by the communists. And that's his point. He shouldn't be regarded as a hero, pretty much.
Okay, so what was the
problem?
Yeah,
the problem is that Chad cannot prove this.
Oh, so this is all just misinformation that he's pushing? As if it's true.
Well, he's floating theories.
Based on his
he's
research.
saying because Stan Levinson, I think that was his name. Because he had prior communist affiliations, or I think he actually was a communist, because he wrote speeches and worked with MLK. By association, MLK was a communist, and SNCC and all these organizations were infiltrated. Just because of Stan Levinson, Baird Rustin
but what
was
technical
a communist
definition of
too, I think.
communism are they using?
Just association, just like card-carrying members of the
Oh,
Communist
God.
USA, Communist Party USA,
Yeah,
or whatever the equivalent was.
like most people with this point of view, if you just got rid of white evangelical Christians, the country would be fine. The thing is, every time you fight for equal protection or equal rights under the law, you're called a communist or a socialist. The only thing MLK was trying to do was get them to follow the simple words of the Constitution. And what's wrong with that? But
well, one of Chad's views is that the Civil Rights Bill was an expansion of federal power. And the civil rights bills were literally enforcement of the Constitution. Now, you might be able to argue that some of the ways maybe they added or embellished some things like the protected classes. The Constitution doesn't call for that specifically. But if you think that civil rights bills were an expansion of federal power, no, it's enforcement of power.
Yeah. I mean,
but Chad swears.
Wow.
He's basically a Barry Goldwater fan.
I like anybody who's willing to challenge this. I want to hear I want to hear the argument. I want to hear what is his point. I want to hear out his whole argument. I want him to lay it out so that way I can weigh it up for myself. And I think most people should, do their due diligence if they're going to believe in something, believe in anything.
Okay, well, if I know the history beforehand, that is due diligence.
Do you know it? Do you know it? Do you know it to the extent?
Yes, Deacon Dave.
Do you
Deacon
know it
Dave,
to the
I know it.
extent that you could bring up the references
you don't
and what
think
you're
black
talking
people
about?
can know
You're just
things.
talking about lived experience. You're talking about.
I literally think
or some shit.
that you and Mike and John Galt and all these people, y'all don't think black people can know shit.
I didn't say that. Why would you say I said that?
I didn't say you said it. I
Well, don't
said
fucking
I think you.
let me speak for myself.
I think you think that.
What, black people don't know shit? I think a majority of black people don't know shit.
Well, see, there you go.
That's being honest, though.
Hey, I'm glad. I applaud your honesty. And then when I tell them I read books, then they'll go, "Ooh, well, you don't have original thoughts."
Stanley, let's not make this about you, all right?
Well, why not? It's my panel. I'm the one making the comment.
I got you.
All I have to say is that Chad is not all that. And I know you appreciate a spirited argument. And
Absolutely.
Chad is definitely challenging the status quo, but he's also challenging like critical thinking.
Okay.
I just want to know what he worked toward in life that has made things better.
He owns a plumbing company, by the way.
No, that's fine, but I'm talking about the fact that civil rights wasn't respected. Like, what was supposed to happen other than the MLK shit? Like, that's what I want to hear.
Oh, well,
I think what else would have made them follow the actual rules without additional laws and rules?
Do you think we needed those additional laws and rules? You absolutely need it. It wasn't at no point trending towards going to a point where you didn't need legislation to enforce it.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying.
He thinks people would have come around eventually.
Yeah, well, guess what? Okay, if you're white, you can think that shit, but if you're black, you can't think that shit because it's a lived experience that it hasn't happened up until that point. Which is why the laws needed to be there in the first place for
You know,
enforcement.
if you're applying to say medical school and they blatantly tell you, well, gee, we don't accept blacks. Well, how is that going to change anytime soon?
That's what I mean by it. Like I don't.
Well,
I
the
don't
problem
know.
is, you know,
Wow.
what blacks did not have political power. And there's nothing to compel whites to change. Just like, and see, it's so weird that Chad goes, well, you can't make people like you, you can't legislate the morality. Well, he's
Yes, you
absolutely
can.
right. You
Yes, you can
well,
legislate morality.
well, you can legislate morally, but you're not going to change people's opinions. What
If you give them
can
consequences, they'll think twice about it. They have to.
well, that's coercion.
Yeah, that's like ruling by the stick, and that's fine. I mean, I do
Well, the
understand.
thing is that there was nothing. Yeah, in 200 years, maybe, but that's being generous. White people weren't changing fast enough.
No.
Things were not getting better fast enough. That was the impetus for civil rights.
So civil rights is J.G. Wentworth. It's my.
By the way, these public colleges like the University of Georgia and Alabama, black people were paying taxes. So why? I mean, how do you discriminate against people who are paying taxes?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's Marxism under a different name. It's wealth redistribution. And not only that, it's antithetical to the Western tradition and Western civilization. Because Western...
He is absolutely wrong about that. What exactly was Reaganomics? It was wealth distribution upwards. Okay, all these tax
The Iraq
breaks and
War.
stuff like that.
Savings and loan scandal. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Western tradition, right?
Civilization at its core is meant to be a merit-based society where if a man does not work, he does not eat. Where
this dude,
the reality,
this dude, even the white people don't think that this is a merit-based.
Yeah, nobody believes that shit. Dude, the victors goes with the well-connected people, and that's what it is. I mean,
Hey, that's kind of what Steve Miller said the other day. Merit schmerit. The world is about power.
The reality of it is, to the extent that we get the so-called expert class and the bureaucracy involved, pretending that people are inanimate objects whose society must be ordered and structured for because they're too inept to take care of themselves, we're asking for trouble. We're asking for an ensuing doom. And so what did Booker T. Washington do? He said, yes, because let's recontextualize history just real quick. We had a civil war, the war between the states, really the war of northern aggression.
The war
that took
oh
place.
my God.
You're calling the Civil War the war of
Punched in the
northern?
mouth. Yeah, that would have been it. But that would have been an automatic stole on. I've never heard a this is the first black man I have ever heard say the war of northern aggression. Oh my God. And this is what I mean by bullshit debates. Because like in an actual debate, they would stop the debate and get this guy off the stage because you're no longer debating anything. I mean, you have to have an actual baseline of information. I mean, did they forget about the Fort Sumter shit and all the other things that led up to the actual Civil War? You forget about the Articles of Secession. It actually said what the Civil War was about. The Cornerstone speech, which pretty much codified what the war was about. Yeah,
I think that war of northern aggression, they just kind of got pissed off at the Cornerstone speech.
Yeah,
aggression, absolutely. So we had the war of northern aggression that took place in this country.
Okay,
we had immediately after something called Reconstruction. We had the carpetbaggers and the scallywags. who were basically making life in the South miserable. This is what was actually happening.
Carpetbaggers make
And
shit miserable.
the reality
Wow.
of it is, you had, in spite of all that, you had this upward trajectory that was taking place in many different ways, but also you had this friction that was brewing through agitation and propaganda, because that's always been the Marxist way: agitation and propaganda, right?
Without the atheist underpinning foundation, by the way, which doesn't have any belief in objective morality.
The idea is to breed friction. That's what they were trying to do. This is what they were. And so whenever Booker T. Washington would come along, what they were trying to do is they were trying to figure out a way to mitigate all of the friction, all of the turmoil, all of the animosity, because you have to understand, during the Civil War, you had the loss of fathers and brothers and husbands and so on and so forth.
Because black folks got tired of being in chains.
So naturally, there's a lot of friction there. And there's a lot of nuance to this, a lot of complexity to this, but there's friction. How must you navigate this friction in order to bring it?
Okay, what the fuck
hell
do
is he
the
talking
slaves have to do with that? Other than, I guess black soldiers, fighting for the North had something to do with it.
And that's a black person making this fucking argument. Like, dude, if this was a white person making this argument, this conversation would already be over.
Well,
I love it. I don't know what the problem is. We got to be able to entertain freedom of thought.
Yeah,
you put it on.
Okay, well, you do realize that freedom ain't free. There might be consequences.
No. You guys definitely believe what you believe. This man believes what he believes.
What do you mean we believe it? It's documented.
It's documented what he's saying as well. But that's cool.
No, it's not.
Cool.
No, it's not.
What he's doing is he's abdicating the actual understanding of what the subject matter is and who's affected. You believe what you believe, shit. Like that's not how that works, man.
Yeah, I can appreciate somebody who took the time to research it and think about the context.
Okay. How do you know he took the time to research it, Dave?
It's an unresearched, unresolved position.
He is throwing out his
Dave, prove that he took the time to research.
Yes.
He's throwing out his sources as he's talking.
He didn't throw out his
He literally has not named a source. He named some book he read.
Be a little patient,
historical argument.
Let's
historical.
Hey, Dave, should we be patient like Black should have been patient?
Who?
Black, like he's basically saying that, hey, we didn't need the civil rights bills. It eventually would have happened anyway. So I need to be patient like Black people during Jim Crow should have been patient. And, stop agitating with all these, stop agitating with all these marches.
You're trying to compare a YouTube video to that. Don't do that.
Yes,
we're listening to Shadow Jackson.
It gets done all the time in these YouTube streets.
We put it on to chop this up.
Okay, you said that I need to be patient. I'm
Yeah,
asking you,
where's the
should
patience?
I be patient like those Black people during Jim Crow should have been patient?
They could have been more patient. I don't know. I wasn't alive back then. No,
What state do you live in?
No, Stanley. They
The state of inebriation.
No.
They did
what
what they
state do you
thought
live
they-
in, though?
Who, me?
Because I can guarantee you there's much worse states that you can move to, and you can be patient there about their economy getting better. Like you can move to Mississippi or Arkansas, the rural part.
Dave's in
no actual
Ohio.
growth.
Yeah, I'm in Ohio.
Dave lives right next door to Dave Chappelle.
A little bit north. Yeah, more north.
Cincinnati and
What's up, sir?
oh, okay.
My bad. My son.
Damn, what if he didn't want nobody to know where the fuck he was at?
No.
They didn't go.
I have
Stanley
businesses
didn't
that are
go.
based
No,
out of
okay.
Ohio, so I know Ohio very well. So
Yeah, and MLT, I know you've been through Youngstown.
yeah. I have a
Yeah.
business in Youngstown, to be
Yeah.
quite exact. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm familiar. I went to school out there.
All right. Well, let's get back to bad Jackson.
About some degree of peace in society.
Somebody gonna have to be unhappy.
And so I researched this. Manning Johnson even talked about this in the speech that I mentioned earlier. It's called his farewell address. Anyone can look it up on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And says he, and I agree, that you had something called interracial commissions that began to spring up across the South. These weren't commissioned by the government, or these were responsible Negro and white leaders and communities coming together, especially in the aftermath of Separate but Equal, trying to figure out, okay, how can we best navigate this thing? And when Booker T. Washington delivered a speech in Atlanta, he said famously, "Cast down your bucket where you are." Rather than going to the government, or rather than engaging in protest and uprising and all the things, no, cast down your bucket where you are. But God.
Okay.
That's a misrepresentation.
Yeah, I was about to say.
A misrepresentation of history. I mean, but he's doing this on purpose because he's not allowed to get the shit slapped out of him for doing it. I mean, because the only thing he's doing is just gaslighting this dude with a whole bunch of ahistorical bullshit like text. Like that's what he's doing. You know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that Atlanta exposition speech was basically wait your turn. You know, we can be like,
wait your turn, stop fighting, don't go to the government for redress. It'll happen eventually at some point in time. That time isn't now.
Put down that Latin book, boy, and pick up a shovel.
Yeah.
God gave you a mind, he gave you limbs, he gave you the means to be resourceful, to form families, to do all the things. Cast down your bucket where you are. As a result of the things that Booker T. Washington was talking about,
Twisted,
and others who are part of that contingent, you saw this upward trajectory. You saw actual fruit being yielded from the kinds of things that Booker T. Washington was doing. And so when we look at that, that has tangible results, that has tangible effects and impacts. This is progress by reformation. Reformation is slower, it's harder work, but there's a character building component when one is being reformative in that way.
You can have all the character in the world.
Revolution is completely different. Revolution requires no character. It exploits people's vices and people's impatience and all the things. And you might get some kind of legislative or political achievement out of your revolution, but it's unsustainable. It will soon implode because it relies on legislation more so than the character of the people. And so when you look at the history of Black Americans, again, when you look at the influence of people like Booker T. Washington up into the 1940s, 50s, early 60s, and then you see the impact of the rise of the civil rights movement, because the civil rights movement, it actually precedes King, but it was able to get to a climactic point in the wake of King from the 1960s on into today. What we see as a result of the civil rights movement is a smug disposition among many Blacks, this kind of race paranoia, seeing racism where there is no racism. This kind of, again, the smug disposition piece where Black folks in particular, can be openly racist. They could just say racist things, just outrageous things that they wouldn't tolerate from white folks. You see this kind of sense of entitlement. There was a Cato Institute study done in 2019, which asked different people of different ethnic groups which they favor, socialism or capitalism. Over 60% of Blacks who were sampled said that they prefer socialism to capitalism.
You have to ask yourself,
and Blacks are the only ethnic group in this country who has a favorable view of socialism than they do of capitalism.
You have to ask yourself,
and that has to do with the kind of agitation, the kind of disruption that you see on the part of King and the civil rights movement.
So let me ask you this: we're both Christians here at this table, I believe. So, simple question: If you did say earlier, you said earlier that it is all right to discriminate against someone coming into your business based on the color of their skin, correct?
Yes.
So if in the book of Acts it's written that out of one blood, God made all nations of men, and nations in the Greek means ethnos, to dwell upon the face of the earth, how in the world can you justify such an abhorrent and bigoted stance when, according to the very book that you claim to believe in just as I do, it says that we are all made of the same blood?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not I'm not advocating for racial bigotry or racial discrimination. I'm saying,
by definition, you just did.
Yes.
If you just say that you will exclude someone from your business, if you think that they should have that right based purely on the color of their skin, you have now become inherently anti-Christian and anti an honest, objective interpretation of the scriptures themselves.
no, you're straw manning what I'm saying.
No, I'm taking what you're saying at face value and holding you accountable for it.
Okay. So yes, you're straw manning what I'm saying. I myself, I own a business. As I said earlier in my introduction, I don't discriminate against people on the basis of their race. I might discriminate against a certain individual based on a certain factor that I might see at a given time, but I don't have this kind of broad stroke view that I don't serve these kind of people or what have you. I have very explicit views about the kind of person I hire. It's not worth getting into those things right now, but the reality is I reserve that right. I should have that right to exercise my freedom of association. Absolutely 100%. So what I am not saying is that I love it when a white business owner discriminates against blacks. I just love it. It just makes me feel all comfy and cozy on the inside. That's not what I'm saying. Because I am a Christian. I do believe that we are to treat others how we want to be treated, the golden rule. I believe that. But at the same time, I don't believe that I should coerce somebody to do something that I want them to do because I'm a Christian. They might not be a Christian. They might be some other faith or what have you. But I don't believe that I should force somebody who may or may not believe what I believe to do something, because to the extent that you do that, it breeds resentment. It breeds all the things that I talked about earlier. So those are two completely different things.
Someone cannot believe that you're a Christian, just as someone cannot believe you're in gravity. But the beauty about truth is this: if someone doesn't believe in gravity, so as I just picked up the pen and drop it, they're gonna run into the objective reality of the truth regardless. So it doesn't matter if you're a Christian and they're not. You are called as a Christian who, what by that means that our religion, our belief that Jesus is exactly who he claimed to be, God incarnate in flesh, should
See, this is all bullshit. Who cares about any of that?
You
The
guys are
bottom
secular.
line
I don't know why
is
he just
what Chad O. Jackson does not understand is it's not all about him.
He's not trying to understand.
It's
it.
what apparently not, but
No,
this whole thing is about what is good for society. Okay.
What you do is you sit
And
him
the
in front of a
bottom
white
line-
liberal and try to have him have the same argument, and it wouldn't go over well. Yeah. Well,
It wouldn't go anywhere.
no, of course not. I mean, because a white liberal is not going to allow an actual obvious person is not going to be able to make those type of points in front of a dominant society person who can make the exact same points from a black perspective. And he wouldn't be able to handle doing that because the way he's arguing requires a certain type of gaslighting of a black person that's not going to rip his fucking head off and try to have a conversation, a historical conversation outside of that when he's actually advocating for the very policies that would doom them both.
Well, the thing is that no business is an island. Okay.
No.
You benefit from public roads. You benefit from all kinds of things that get subsidized by taxpayers. And let's not even call it discriminating by race. Are you really going to be discriminating against taxpayers? And the problem with Chad O. Jackson is he's not very learned. Okay.
No,
he doesn't
he
even understand how narrow he's being here.
But you have to understand what this is about. Like by him being so narrow, it kind of brings you into spending most of your time educating him, which he's not interested in learning about the history of what he's talking about. It's a purposeful move.
You are absolutely right. And I spend an inordinate amount up on these panels. You know, you have to educate people on the
While
very
you're
points
debating
that
them.
they're arguing.
Fuck
Yeah,
that.
it is so frustrating.
Stanley, this is what you say there. I'm going to treat you as if you're purposefully dodging the reality of the history of what we're talking about. So I'm just going to pretend that you know the history because you're supposed to have that in order to have this conversation. So I'm just going to pretend that you're doing all of this on purpose. And then you just go on and make your point. Yeah.
Proceed whatever anyone else has to say about it, which means we should always treat others the way we'd want to be treated, always open our doors to those in need and those that we can serve. Didn't the master say that he who is greatest among you shall be your servant? So how, again, for you to even be able to make the statement that the law should not be able to compel someone to do that which is right in spite of that which is convenient for them is inherently anti-Christian and, again, anti-biblical at its core, which is exactly the reason that Martin Luther King got more legislation passed for Black Americans than anyone else in this country. He used an inherently Christian framework to push the greatest legislation in package for Black Americans in the history of this nation. Malcolm didn't do it. Medgar didn't do it. A. Philip Randolph didn't do it. FDR didn't do it. Nobody did it besides Martin Luther King before his movement.
Yeah, well, this guy's like one step above a Martin Luther King impersonator. He's read all of Martin Luther King's works and studied him, I guess. The bottom line is we must not forget that Martin Luther King was kind of the face of it. He was not alone.
Thousands of
He
people
was,
all over the country. Yeah, there was lots of people.
yeah.
Came in specifically from that time.
But you gotta give this guy a little bit of grace because Chad O. Jackson is basically like MLK wasn't shit.
Frame for the Montgomery bus boycott through his death. No one else
these
produced
type of
more
arguments. But these type of arguments solicit a type of response by having such a bullshit point of view from the outset. It solicits a response, and then it just evolves into just gaslighting and ahistorical things and making it look like you're citing things historically where you just don't. It's a purposeful misunderstanding of history that make you not debate your point, but bring him up to speed on what his point of view should be on purpose. And you just have to be able to stop the debate and get this dude off the show and be like, okay, before we have this debate, you're going to know all of these things. So don't come up here claiming that you don't know any of these things and that you're going to make these, slight arguments, right? And yeah, I just don't even deal with that.
Yeah, but the thing is that how knowledge is almost like these layers of sediment. One layer is supported by the layer below it, et cetera, et cetera. And there are a lot of people who just don't have the base of knowledge.
They don't care about having a base of knowledge.
Yeah, but damn, it's such
a
shame.
They just want to sit up there with you on a stage and be like, you know what, no matter how learned you are, look at how ignorant I am, and I'm talking to you, which means your knowledge don't mean shit. We're both up here for a show. I'm going to be up here buck dancing and pretending that I don't know the history, and you're going to get so mad that you don't focus on your points of view that you try to bring me up to speed. And next thing you know, you bring him up to speed, and then he disagrees with you because he don't have a basis of knowledge. And the ignigs who actually look at this shit and think that the dude's winning, he's playing a very specific sort of game here.
Well, I'm going to be honest.
That's your opinion.
Chad O. Jackson is actually very sincere in his misinformation. And for everyone, this is kind of long. This winds up being 2 hours, and we're 30 minutes into almost 2 hours, 34 minutes. He actually does an hour and a half I guess reaction to it. He basically goes back on his channel, reviews it. Yeah,
you're gonna have
well, now the funny thing is this Austin character, I haven't been able to find any sort of lengthy rebuttal. I think he's got a couple like shorts, like Instagram shorts or something.
See, Stanley, that's the deal. That's the thing about people who are so fucking uninformed. The whole point is to not get a rebuttal. The whole point is to stop the conversation from happening. That's the point. It's to spread misinformation and to liberally not have an understanding of the actual issue and talking from a point of view as if you do. And then all of a sudden it becomes, oh, well, that's just your opinion. Okay. All right. Well,
Chad is a
saying,
different animal, though. I have to say he thinks he has done deep research, kind of like a
No, he
James
hasn't.
Lindsay. James Lindsay has this weird take on modernism, but it's like he read the stuff, but he doesn't really understand it. He takes it all literal without any deep knowledge. It's really frustrating because he'll show you quotes right out of the book, and it is what they said, but it's just his analysis is just so surface level. It's like he doesn't understand like the deeper stuff. You know, he takes everything. It's like reading some kid reading out of a book. He can read real good, but he doesn't have reading comprehension. You know, they used to measure both when I was in school. I don't know if they still do.
The books legislation for Black Americans, but you call the man a communist or a communist sympathizer, while at the very same time upholding the ideology of the very people he was fighting against.
The reality of it is, once again, you keep assuming that these legislative milestones are somehow inherently great when in fact they're not. They're not. I mean,
via what method of demonstration can we use?
Via by a whole slew of metrics, including, I mean, if you look at the so-called wealth gap and you look at all of these different disparities as it pertains to Blacks, you see the upward trajectory prior to the 50s, and then you see the downward trajectory in terms. And then too, it's like the core of it all is the fact that there is this kind of statist mindset that a lot of us have, and you're demonstrating it right now with all due respect, that the default is always government solutions, policy positions. The government's going to fix everything. Representation in Washington, D.C., that's going to fix all of the issues that ails a society, ails a culture.
Shout out to today's sponsor, Quince. As the weather cools, I'm swapping in the pieces that actually gets the job done, that are warm, durable, and built to last. Quince.
Yep, a lot of people do think legislation is going to fix everything.
Well, what's the alternative? Scripture?
Yeah, scripture. Actually, that's a great guess. I want to give you the fucking gold star of the day, Stanley.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that there wouldn't be any need for legislation if things was working right and equally between people. It's either you are for equal protection under the law or you're not. If you're not, then that's where that conversation ends. But if you are, that's what these actual legislative pieces are trying to actually address, and pretend like things would have moved faster without legislation. That's not true. That's not even remotely and demonstrably true. And that is no time that I'm going to spend on there other than just pointing that out, because the onus is on him to prove that not working toward equality gets you more equality. He has to provide that timeline. I don't have to. History is the timeline. But if he disagrees with that, then he could tell me what is the actual timeline of things getting straightened out for any number of issues.
Well, isn't that the point?
Isn't what the point?
That time would have worked it out. That's the point he's making.
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Okay,
wait,
based on what? Based on what?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I might have misheard you. I might have misheard you. No, I might have misheard you.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, and I'll repeat it, what time period is it that things were just going to return to a level of equality between the groups of people that is faster than the legislator or the legislative session that tried to attempt to do so? What period of time moved things faster than actual legislation?
I don't even know if you had to move time, move a period of time. I mean, if that's the only way you see making progress is just by force.
No. I asked you a very specific question that you're not answering. I'll ask it again.
Man. One more time.
Okay.
Let me try.
What specific time period where things automatically became equal that worked
Never.
faster than the legislation that was meant to correct it? What time period? Could you give me some dates?
There wasn't one.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong with your brain then. Legislate on. That's why we have the legislation in the first place.
But you're proving his point by saying that is that the only way you see progress is through. Yes, it is, because this is the point he made. The only way most black people believe progress can be achieved is through legislation. That's quite literally his argument.
Yes.
That's the
And
only way.
and they would be right.
Yes, they would.
Proves them right.
You guys are convinced. You guys are convinced of that.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yes, Deacon Dave.
No.
I'm
Hey,
not.
Stanley,
I don't think you need it at all. I don't think you can force it at all.
This is great. So, Deacon Dave, could you give me an alternative schedule of things being corrected without legislation?
You don't need one if you're self-sufficient. What the fuck are we going to go out here and beg the white man for all this?
You are actually not answering the question. It's a very specific question. What time period would it take for these whites to get their act together and actually understand the Constitution applies to everyone? What's the time period?
There is no time period.
Okay, then we gonna keep believing the legislation until white people get off their ass and straighten this shit out.
Well, Dave, the other
This is
thing
crazy,
is
man.
you
Yeah,
use
I
the
know.
term-
Dave, MLP, I don't think like that. That's what you believe. That's what you think. I don't think like that.
No, but that's what the history shows.
That is what the history shows. You're right. Whatever. It just
Well,
doesn't.
Dave,
No, I mean, but it's
using the
codified
term
in
the
the
term
government.
self-sufficient, there are no businesses, and that actually should have been the term that I was using.
Yeah.
There are no businesses, even corporations. There are no businesses that are
That are
self-sufficient.
Right.
And that is
Definitely not
literally
today.
why
You're not
literally why they need to be subject to, the anti-discrimination laws and that sort of thing.
Yes.
The public pays for whatever subsidies they get.
Do
So
you think there
Chad
would
is
be no housing
100%
discrimination
wrong.
without the EEOC, Deacon Dave? Do you think that just would have solved itself on its own?
No, MLT. I think that if you're self-sufficient, you would be able to build your own housing. You wouldn't need that.
See, these guys are under the impression that if all the black people get together and pull in one direction, we can be self-sufficient as a separate
I mean,
community.
that's why we had Rosewood, Black Wall Street. It showed you what happened when you had self-sufficiency, right?
Well, yeah, but
this is
even so, the problem is the genie's out of the bottle, probably due to the end of segregation. Everybody's out on their own. You're not going to put that genie back into the bottle, and we need to come to terms with that. Chad O. Jackson needs to come to terms with it, et cetera, et cetera. So stop this foolishness about, if we all pulled together.
I don't think it's foolish.
I don't see that. I don't see that happening.
We don't have a choice now. This is what we know, and this is what we do. Obviously, so this is our route. This is our gold star. We're going to always seek for some legislation or any other problem that we have.
Absolutely.
Well,
and you know what? And let me make this point. Let me make this point because I really I don't like using we and us and shit like that. But for the context of this conversation, I'm allowing myself to do that.
Ooh, we're amazed.
Well, I'm stepping off of my own fucking mottos just to make
like
a point.
Wile E. Coyote.
It is what it is.
Okay, what were you saying?
Who?
Oh boy.
Did I cut out or something?
No, you said
I made my
you were
point.
about to make a
Yeah.
No, I made my point. I don't use we, us, and all this and that shit. Yeah, that's my point.
All right. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm
Well,
allowing
let's get
myself
back
to
to the
do it for
video
the
then.
sake of this conversation.
George Washington Carver, and others.
The slow, methodical progress that Dr. King called out those same liberal pastors for, which is to say, just wait on time. Time will work the situation out. The fact of the matter is, what you're deliberately ignoring is the fact. Now, it'd be one thing if we actually had genuinely separate but equal policies in this country, or any timeline in which the separate
schools were
was
being
actually
equalized.
Equal. They were not equal.
They were being equalized.
They were not equal.
In
That's
places
why,
like Massachusetts,
and
the Negro schools were getting 70% of the budget, whereas the white schools were getting 30% of the budget.
No. What's interesting is this. It is
The problem is there weren't a whole lot of Massachusettses. That's the problem. Don't bring up Massachusetts. We don't all live in Massachusetts.
Yeah, you're a Negro from the South.
And demonstrated.
You're southbound and stuck Negro. I get it.
Oh boy, now
at that
you're
point in
getting all
time,
passive aggressive.
No, because it'd be like anytime
You're starting to sound like Marquette.
Marquette. God, that's such a feminine name. God, I can't. God.
Even to this day, that in predominantly white neighborhoods, homes are valued at, on average, 33% higher, at a minimum 33% higher than homes in black neighborhoods. If that is not inherently racist, I don't know what is. And when racism, again, as I said earlier, when racism can impact the economic structure,
that's a very big leap. But go ahead.
It's not a leap. This is all demonstrable. This is all objectively true. Again, we can quote Dr. King directly. We can quote many of his contemporaries. Andrew Young was with him. I spoke with Andrew Young personally during that time. He spoke about when they would send black civil rights workers into these houses, not wearing anything that no picket signs in hand this time. These people that might have been associated with the movement, associated with King, they would walk in. We have nothing available. We have no homes available. They send in one of their white counterparts. Well, yes, we have 10 or 13 homes available. And what do you have? How can we help you? When your racist policies or bigoted ideas can impact the economic structure of a state or a nation, the law has a place to step in. And so Dr. King was right. We did need, and we still need, a redistribution of wealth, but that's not inherently communism, because it didn't cost the nation one penny to integrate a lunch counter. It didn't cost the nation a penny to integrate, to give us the right to enter these businesses. But why is it that the black community, and to this day, was never given any degree of a reparative form of payment for the injustice visited upon slaves? And let's be clear, black Americans in this country generated over $230 billion in the South because of slavery. So where's our cut of that $230 billion that we helped give the United States of America, with an economic base, by the way? It seems to me that when you're in this country and you contribute to it, you should be able to get back what you put in. If the Bible says a man that doesn't work doesn't eat, the Bible also says you should compensate somebody for the work that they've done. And as a collective, it could easily be argued that black people have never received any degree of legitimate compensation for the $230 billion we contributed to the South's economy.
It's interesting to me, Austin, that here you are basically saying that as a Christian, you believe that this should be the policy's position and that should be the policy position.
No, I'm saying that would be a just position. It would be just to not to not have someone do work for free, kidnap them from their homeland, and then not pay them anything. When meanwhile you have Japanese Americans that got $80,000 from the federal government for being interned in internment camps. Jews to this day still receive the reparations justly, by the way, for the horrendous the Holocaust, and going all the way back even to the times of the Pharaoh. God always made sure that the children of Israel got some degree of reparations, even to the point of giving them manna from heaven.
Yeah.
MOT, what do you think about this interweaving of scripture into the civil rights legislation? Who cares about as a Christian? You know, they're not separating church and state here.
I mean, but it appeals to the most amount of people who are listening. But
well, this guy's audience,
a type of baseline morality by actually saying that. And I don't think anybody who's ahistorical, apolitical, or even right-wing or conservative of nature even qualifies to be a Christian, period. Too evil. too morally bankrupt.
Yeah.
Do you actually agree, Stanley, or are you just saying yeah? It sounds like that was an echo.
I think. Well, yeah. I mean, these guys really. You can tell someone who has been hitting the books for any length of time. There's just
Well,
something about the way they think, they process, they think critically. And Be Brave, unfortunately, is a good example. You know, he says that he didn't start really reading books until he was in his 30s. And I can tell. Just his it's like a really immature way of thinking that it's hard for me to describe, but it's very high school. It's not like a deep level of knowledge. And I think sometimes when you're reading on a topic, especially something like history, it's very useful to read in opposing history. You know, you don't just take one historian's, you know, if you're really interested in an event like slavery or Reconstruction, you will read several different books on the topic. And you know, you just start getting different perspectives. You kind of pick and choose which ones, you know, that make sense to you. I don't see how this scripture, you know, yes, Martin Luther King was a preacher and all that sort of stuff, but in the end, other than, you know, kind of a Judeo-Christian, you know, roots, um, I don't see why they're even talking scripture, to be honest. I don't
right.
see any value in
I mean, because part of the
it.
scripture actually okay slavery, you know, under very specific circumstances.
It gives rules.
Yes.
That's like the favorite.
I think
That's like
Chad
a
O.
favorite.
Jackson, I honestly think that he is very weak at this. And
Very
I
much
don't
so.
know, he just comes off as just kind of like a petulant child. You know, it's like
It
Martin Luther
is.
King did something to him.
And the thing was, he had accomplishments. This guy doesn't. He's just trying to dismiss everything and thinking that just letting it stay the way that it is was it was a fix to problems that legislation attempted to fix and still ain't fixed. So he's pretending that without that legislation, things would have moved faster. And it's like, hey man, that's something you got to prove.
Well, it's impossible to prove, but the thing is, I get the feeling that
I mean,
he's
it's his
thinking
premise.
that, well, yeah, but I mean, there's no way it's his opinion, and it's opinion that's basically baseless. There's nothing that I can think of that would even remotely prove that, oh, well, eventually, you know, they'll do the right thing. Is he thinking the love of Jesus would, you know, guide white people into going, oh, hey, you know, oh, hey, we've been wrong all these many years? If it's
Nah.
all driven by economics, and slavery was an economic thing, and then, you know,
Yes,
the
it was.
morality in the Bible and all that stuff came back to justify it, but it was brutal economics that started slavery in the US in the first place. They kept losing slaves, so they literally had to, you know, have kids inherit their mother's status because too many slaves were getting away with taking their white father's status. Chad is just literally not well read. I don't know how he could come up with some of this stuff if he had any deep knowledge of American history.
It's about standing up there and just intellectually. It's like when you watch these debates on TV and they invite a conservative up there, and the only thing he has is dismissing the argument, period, trolling and gaslighting and doing all this ahistorical stuff. While there's no panel moderation, you allow this to say this side, the person gets to say their side, and that's just the end of it. Like, no, there needs to be tight moderation. You have to be able to prove your point. You got to have a baseline of information and something to present. You just can't present an actual alternate historical point of view
Hold on
with
one
somebody
sec
who's
here.
actually quoting history. It's horrible.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I
No.
can. Yeah.
No, not at all.
Let's
Turn
see
the
here. I'm
volume
having a earbud issue again.
Now I can hear
up.
you.
I
Send
can't
your
hear him.
moment.
Turn that goddamn volume
Let's
down,
see here.
low as it can go. Been talking too
Can y'all
goddamn
hear
much.
me now?
Dude,
Yeah, we can
Stanley,
hear
they
you.
playing around with you, man. Of course they can hear you.
Give me
And
one sec
MOT,
here. I'm
let
having
me
a
ask you a
technical
question.
difficulty.
Yes.
Well, you came up here talking all this goddamn shit. What makes what that guy saying so wrong and you so right?
Historical understanding,
right.
which you don't have.
So what
That's all.
makes you think he doesn't have the same knowledge and he's speaking on it?
Can y'all hear me now?
Because of nothing of what they say is true. Yes,
All
we
right.
can hear
Well,
you every time you said this,
I'm gonna
Stanley.
have
We
to
can hear
figure
you.
out how to
Yeah, I think you
how to
can
fix
hear
this.
me. Who you talking to? You can hear me?
Yes,
Damn
I
it.
just answered your question.
Oh, okay. I thought you
Yeah.
said why you keep saying you can hear me.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Stanley.
Yeah.
Well, tell you
Hell,
what,
they can
I'm
hear
gonna
you just
drop
as
out and
time you've
come right
asked.
back because I can't hear
he
anything.
can't hear us. And that's good.
Oh,
That's a good
okay.
thing.
That's what it is. All right.
That's a good thing.
So what I'm saying is that there's one person who have a historical understanding, and there's one person who's presenting misinformation as his level of alternative choice in history. And you wouldn't be able to know that unless you have an understanding of what's going on and actually care about it changing.
What
Because
I'm
it isn't
asking
just
is
noise.
why is his understanding so wrong and you just making it seem like he has no basis for what?
Exactly. He doesn't have any basis for what he's talking about. Period.
Well, just say, hey, my opinion. He doesn't have any basis.
No, it's not opinion. It's factual information.
Well, what facts have you proven?
All right. All right. So what I'm saying is that you have to prove on a timeline that things were going to automatically change without legislation. Now, conservatives hate legislation because it forces them to do something that they were never going to do without legislation.
Oh, you another Democrat? Okay, I see.
No, it's fine. I expect things to work. That's exactly what I expect. And if they don't work, I want to come in with the military and destroy it if it doesn't work. That's what I fought for when I went to the armed services, and that's what I expect. I'm not going to expect anything less than that because other people don't want to fight for it.
Good deal,
Now,
pimp.
if you're
I'm not
okay
even going to say
with,
nothing else to you. Good deal.
okay, because there's no counter argument. You do understand that there is no counter argument.
It seems like you're picking and choosing which scriptures you want to apply, so long as it suits your narrative.
So long as it's the truth, I'll say it.
No, so long as it suits your narrative.
Well, my narrative is the objective truth. That's all I'm here to tell.
It's not the objective truth.
Well, I haven't been proven wrong yet.
In your mind, you haven't.
No, in the real world, you have to understand Dr. King's legacy. The historical record, Chad, speaks for myself. If I'm not applying the gospel correctly, then explain how we were able to stand and face fire hoses and police dogs and not fight back. What that did was expose the lack of moral defense for the things that the white man was doing to us.
No.
It exposed the weakness of the kind of bigoted mindset that enabled white people to be aggressive with us in the first place.
Okay, so let's recontextualize even that. The use of dogs and hoses was not something that was, and I don't hear you making this claim, but since you brought it up, the use of dogs and hoses was not something that was specifically targeted to Negroes in this country. The reality of it is you can see dogs and hoses that are being used on all unlawful gatherings dating as far back as the 1920s and 30s.
That has nothing.
This
They turn
dude
it
is
into an
out of-
unlawful gathering.
Oh my
Like what he's
God.
doing is he's just gaslighting that dude. He's just gaslighting him about things that he know in history that are politically different. And here's what you do. You sit a white liberal in front of them because they don't know how to run this game on white people, and they can't run it on white people live. That's why I say you just put a white liberal in front of him and try to attempt to let him have that conversation, because it looks bad when a white person is telling a black person about black history and the
Well, there
black
is
person
the
didn't understand
moderator
black
is
history.
white. I don't know whether he's a liberal or not, but the moderator is white.
Yeah, but this
Who
ain't
was
being
it?
moderated.
Somebody. Dave, who was it? Was it on Nightish's panel or Big J's panel today? Someone talked about, it was on Nightish's panel. It was Reese basically saying that black people weren't the only people to be lynched. And I shook my head going, what does that matter? Okay. There were a ton of black people just being lynched for no reason in particular. That's the deal. It's
Did
not
he
that a
say
bunch of people.
unsolicited, or
It's
he just
not
said
that a
it?
bunch of. I'm sorry. What?
I'm sorry. Did he just say it unsolicited, or what? What? How? I
No,
wasn't there.
it was in the context of something. I can't remember exactly what it was. But the thing is that's like saying everywhere had slavery. Okay, but we're not talking about everywhere. Okay, the lynchings, we're not talking about, people being lynched everywhere. Shit, people have been lynched for probably thousands of years. It is a very particular context of lynching that black people, kind of bring up as historical wrongs or historical, oppression. Okay, that everybody got, that there were white people got lynched too. That's just like, it's just, man, black people have we have let our kids just be like, we should insist on our kids getting good history educations.
No, I mean, but it's deliberate. Like, it's deliberate to not understand the history, so that way they can come with this ahistorical gaslighting. That's all it is. Just ahistorical, just gaslighting. Like, they don't really care about these issues or trying to fix them, because anything that has effort and work associated with it, or even the actual acknowledgement that there's an actual problem, they're never going to come out here and actually help with anything.
Well,
they don't care.
You know who the biggest gaslighter in quite some time? That's Thomas Sowell.
Yeah.
I don't. He basically gave the green light to people like Chad O. Jackson.
Yes.
Making these. Everybody had lynching.
Yeah.
What are black people complaining about?
Yeah, and the thing is that what's different with this guy is that he comes out of his hidey hole and attempts to have these ahistorical, apolitical conversations with people outside of where he normally goes with this. I mean, for me, it's okay. I'm just
Right.
looking at it like, look, it takes a certain amount of ahistorical performance art to do this, and this is why I say, have a white person in front of them, have a white historian in front of them, and have them try to make these ahistorical arguments, because they don't know how to disagree with white people to their face, especially when because to them white is right. So when you have a white person telling you that you're wrong, it kind of disrupts the cooning, the live cooning that actually would actually happen. That's why I say I have seen it before, and that's why I'm
Really?
asking for something specific. Yes, they cannot have this type of conversation in front of a Sam Cedar, a David Packman, a Tom Hartman.
Oh,
They won't be able to
interesting.
have this like a good conversation. It won't happen. Because like once a white person start laughing in their face for cooning, it's ineffective. It's ineffective.
That's an interesting premise.
Yes,
You
I have
know,
seen it. I have seen it.
MOT gets my respect because he's deadly accurate a lot of times. I'm gonna trust him on this one. I'm not gonna sit up here and bullshit him like I was you earlier, Stanley. See how that worked?
I don't know. I don't even know how to respond to that. Other than I put up too much with you, Dave.
Nothing to do
And
with
so,
what you
so
said.
let me make this point though.
I had a good
So
time while it lasted.
the fact is, the communists, Marxists, Soviets,
And by the way,
Bolsheviks.
are we really saying that? Hold on, we have to go back. Are we?
No,
Are we really saying? Hold on, we have to go back. Are we
I need
really
to finish
saying that
this
it's
point.
all right? But hold on, are we saying that it's all right to unleash dogs and fire hoses on peaceful protesters, regardless of color?
Peaceful protesters. Okay, so you're using leftist language, but yet you swore up and down that you were Mr. Conservative earlier. Let me finish my point.
If they're not, if someone's not being aggressive, that's not leftist. That's truth telling. Again, objective video. We have video
They
evidence.
were being unlawful. They were being unlawful.
They were breaking
because-
an unjust law, and unjust law is no law at all.
Okay, so you're quoting King again, but listen, the reality of it
I
is
quote the truth. If you happen to tell it, why not?
okay. If King is truth and he's not, then that's fine. But the reality of it is the use of dogs, hoses, and these other crowd disbursement measures were used for quite a while in this country for the better part of the 20th century, which precedes King. These were methods that were used for entirely white, and in some cases predominantly white, labor unions and other such organizations, to the extent that they would unlawfully protest. And they called it nonviolence, but that was part of their tactic. That was part of their agenda, because what they were relying upon is the use of the media to frame it as, oh, these are people who are just peacefully gathering, not realizing that what they were actually doing was gaslighting the public.
So was the March on Washington unlawful when the president?
They were
of the United
gaslighting.
States,
They were gaslighting the
was
public.
the March on Washington
So King-
unlawful when the
King-
president of the United States and others met with the civil? Was that unlawful? The single greatest demonstration for freedom in the history of this country, was that unlawful?
I want to make my point. So
without answering the question,
I want to make my point.
Right.
I'm building to your question, because the thing is, like, we can easily take things out of context.
No,
and try to
you
get
said
sound
that
bites,
you said that the
but
peaceful protesters were being
I'm
unlawful.
building, Austin. I'm building to your point, but I'm contextualizing.
Oh,
so if you'll allow me,
Nah,
dude, this
just getting your shit off.
building to your
Yeah.
point. God,
Stanley,
dude,
that's that
this-
shit that you was talking about, man. That fucking uninformed fucking rabble fucking bullshit without fucking answering the question, man.
building to your point. Does that mean I'll think of something?
No. I'm gonna talk so long to where you forget what the original point was. That was the
Yeah,
fuck
that's
you
it. It's a
it's a very deliberate thing to do, man.
Yeah,
It's
I know a
it's
guy
Gish
who does
Gallop.
that shit all the time.
Who does?
No, I was just saying I know a guy.
Well, it wouldn't be me.
No,
And-
not
and
you,
it's-
Stanley.
And
Not
it's
you, Stanley.
always to disrupt the actual point and to talk long enough to where you forgot about where the point's at. And it's like, God damn, man, like, dude, this shit is so easy to see, but at the end of the day, this dude has the gall to go up there with ahistorical bullshit and just try to make it look like he's right, man. That shit's crazy, man.
Well, what's been frustrating me all day is this. Well, let me make my point. I didn't even get to finish my point. I'm like, what these people are doing is they are just, it's warmed over yesterday's talking points. And I know where you're going with some of this bullshit about a sentence in, because you were saying the same thing yesterday, or someone like you was. And I know it frustrates people, but I just don't have that kind of patience. Bring
They
me
just want to
something
hit the
new.
dumb nigga blunt. They want to hold in as much as they can. They want to hit the dumb nigga blunt and then just fucking hand it to somebody else. Next thing you know, you forgot about what we're talking about. It's kind of like when Edward Anderson says, "I'm gonna say this and I'm done." Then he's talking for like another fucking 10 minutes.
It's okay for him to say nigger, but anybody else?
Yeah, pretty much. You got it, Mike.
Yeah, man, you're good. You're learning, man.
The reality of it is, again, it's unlawful insofar that, yes, we have a First Amendment right to the freedom of speech. That's on the books. I see that. But we are also a country of law and order, which means that we have to have some kind of structure and stability in the country. And there is a peaceful...
Oh, well, wait, hold it. Did he say law and order? What the hell do you think the civil rights bills were about? This dude has no clue what
he doesn't even care.
argument is.
He doesn't even care, man.
Do you think the civil rights bills probably brought some order?
Trust me.
I just,
why would this shit need to happen if everything was being respected equally across the board?
yeah.
Why would there be any need for any more other things if it was being respected equally?
Well, let me tell you something, MOT. His opponent, Austin, is not very good at this either. He should have just been nailing this fool like pretty much every premise. He should have just been hammering this dude. That Chad O. Jackson is still calm, cool, and collected after spouting all this tells me that Austin did not do his job. You know, I'd be like, you know what? It's over for me taking this dude seriously. I'm just gonna ad hominem him. Like
you have to stop it. You have to stop the debate at some point. Because here's the thing. 10 years ago, SKC used to do this shit on panels. Like before Hood Conservatives started doing it, SKC used to do this shit with people and gaslight them to their face about shit in history. And they didn't get that SKC was trolling them the entire time. Now I'm laughing because I've seen SKC do this shit for like the past 15 fucking years. Like I've seen him do this shit multiple fucking times. But a lot of people just don't understand that they're being trolled by the actual person that they're thinking they're debating to actually move to a specific point. And I'm like, God damn, why are you even talking about this issue with this person? They don't fucking care.
Well, see, I don't think Chad has a sense of humor though.
And a lawful way to protest and to demonstrate, which requires pulling permits and things of this nature, because you still have to account for noise, you have to account for traffic, you have to account for a whole bevy of different things. This is why, hold on, because King
pull permits when you're fighting against a racist system that won't even give you damn land.
If you'll allow me. So King and his contingent, they would conveniently pull permits in these racist, hostile parts of the South when it was politically feasible for them to do so, but they would not pull it in certain other circumstances, so they can get the photogenic kind of moment that would be plastered on the front pages of newspapers and so on and so forth. That was part of this tactic. That was part of their structure. They understood that to the extent that people are marching and parading and protesting in the streets without having pulled their permits, step one would be for the law enforcement to arrest them or to fine them or what have you. To the extent that the jail would fill up, that was when they would implement crowd disbursement tactics to, as it pertains to dogs and hoses and things of this nature.
So unleash fire hoses on women and children in college. That's justifiable.
Man. So again,
because yes or no,
we are a country of law and order.
But you have to say yes or no to that, Chad.
Yes, I mean, but the thing
so
is,
it's all right. So y'all heard that on the record. We have a yes from Chad O. Jackson that it is all right. It was all right and justifiable to have Bull Connor tell.
You know what? I missed an opportunity. It shouldn't have been Chragedy O. Jackson. It should have been Chattel Jackson, the man who just be happy being a chattel slave.
Yep.
Send the dogs forth and unleash fire hoses on peaceful protesters, which a large percentage of them were college students, around 18 to 23, women and kids.
So, and sometimes kids as young as 6, according to James Bevel, who said that they specifically went after kids because kids were susceptible. This is what James Bevel said. But the reality of it is...
And that makes it right to you.
So the reality of it is King was asked by a reporter.
Okay, so they were targeting kids, but the reality of it is King, and then he's just going to skip right over that?
Yep.
Jesus.
That's why I say you put a white person in front of him, he wouldn't be able to make any of these points.
Who was it? Damn, who was it?
Have either of you checked out his have you checked out his documentary or no?
Who, Chad O. Jackson?
Yeah.
Which documentary specifically?
The one that this is based on. He's arguing he has a YouTube channel. Let me find it right quick. I didn't realize his documentary was out.
The one on King is out?
Yeah.
Okay, because I knew, didn't he do one on he did one on Thomas Sowell, or am I thinking of someone
No,
else?
he was thinking Uncle Tom. He didn't do a Thomas Sowell.
Okay. I might be thinking of Maverick, which was, I have to see, can I find Maverick? It showed that Thomas Sowell thing that Jason Riley did. He's that little black squeaky guy that works for the Wall Street Journal. Give me one sec here. Yeah, this is Chad's channel. Let's see, videos. He does lives every now and again. I don't think do you know, is his documentary on his channel?
No, it's not. They're not going to be able to get to it. It's behind a paywall for now.
Oh, I'm not paying for that shit. But
Oh,
let me
me
put it to you this
Jesus
way.
Christ.
He does an interview. You know who Carol Swain is, MOT?
I've heard the name.
She's a black conservative female. She's kind of I think she was even part of the 1776 project. She is
That name sounds so familiar. I gotta see a picture of her.
Yeah, she's
hold on one
pretty.
sec.
She's pretty cute for older lady.
Let's see here.
Hey, Dick and Dave, real quick, while they on the pause.
Yeah,
Hey,
what's up?
Which is made.
yeah, man. Hey, I think I told you. Well, I told everybody.
To say
Uh,
what you were trying.
I divorced. Oh, let me let Stanley.
No, go ahead.
Have you recognize her, MOT?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Carol Swain. She's
Well,
she's
I
a
get what you.
fairly-
Hey, Dick and Dave, drop your email in the back, and I email it.
Okay. Hold on. I think I put it back there. Hold on.
You know what? Let's do this. Since JB Smooth wants to come up so bad, let's see if we can't raise a little money to entice me to let him up. I'm basically gonna say $50. Let me do this. Let's make it expensive to get him up here. Let's see. I'll
So who's
use an
JB
old-
Smooth? He has a channel. Like, well, what's his?
Oh,
point?
he's the dude with that Gomer Pyle that Gomer Pyle accent that nobody can believe is actually real. You've talked to him before.
Oh yeah. Oh JB. Oh okay. Yeah. Yeah, I talked to him before.
Yeah, so he got banned for, this liberal use of the N-word. I don't like
He
having it
lied on
used.
Mike's name, but it's all good.
Oh well, that was actually, you know what? Mike, you make the choice, because it was you that he just was all egregious about.
I just want to ask him a question, but
Well,
it's
you
up to
can
you at the end
type
of the
in
day.
the question, but what I was going
I'm
to
not going
say
to type it. I
is,
want to ask him to his face.
oh well, that's going to be $50. You willing to pay $50 to get him up here?
I'm not. Nah, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, well then we will give everybody a chance to bring him up. JB Smooth on panel. All right, so we will just go ahead and if I'm gonna have to put up with someone like JB Smooth, it's gonna be worth my while, and I don't care whether I get
I
it or not.
overlook him, Stanley. I overlook him
Right.
because he may need somebody to really talk to. I overlook
I don't
that.
care.
That's
I
it
don't
was
care.
wrong, but it's okay because I've been wrong a few times, so it's okay.
Understood. Well, you are a Christian man. So, like I said, that will get JB up, folks. If you want him up, then hit the Cash App. It is let me put my little symbol up here that I never get to use.
I bet somebody plays that.
I'm gonna be crass. I'm gonna be crass and commercial tonight, folks.
You gonna get your day today, JB. You got your day.
My what?
No, I'm talking to JB.
My what?
JB's gonna find a way up here, I guarantee it.
That he's in the chat. He's not banned from the chat is my largesse.
You know, don't you? What do you think about the fact? Don't you have any kind of moral pushback about the fact that you are, going after children? You're sending children into these situations where you're not pulling permits, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. You're basically being an agitator. To where King's response was, sometimes you have to do these things to bring the evil out. That was just a fancy way of saying that we're going to gaslight the public until we get what we want.
Is it gaslight the public, or is it draw attention to the fact that those of our white brothers and sisters that were afflicted with the disease of racism would do something as evil and heinous as the
So you're saying, so what is racism? A white?
See, listen to this guy. All of a sudden,
man.
what
This
is
some
what
SKC
is
level stuff, man? Bro,
What
this is
is
some SKC
racist?
level stuff.
Wow.
Business owner not giving you a cup of coffee or a hamburger? That's racism.
If it's based on the color of my skin.
So
yes, it's
so
racism.
that's worth taking your 6-year-old and putting them on the streets and not knowing that they're not pulling. In fact, a lot of the parents,
If I have a chance,
didn't want their kids participating in this nonsense.
If I have a chance
at all,
if I have a chance to combat an injustice, whatever the risk might be, I'd be willing to take it.
That's a waste of time.
No, it's not.
It is a waste of time.
Well, the Civil Rights Act of '64, the Voting Rights Act of '65, the desegregation
All
of
garbage
the buses,
legislation.
the desegregation.
If I were Austin, I would have said, you know what? What would you have done?
He's doing that rundown thing, though. That's funny.
That what?
He's running down the historical occurrences of this, that, and the third. I enjoy that when it happens.
No, I mean, I don't think there's a way to.
The only thing you have to do is ask him one question: what's his timeline on things changing without legislation? And then you just let back and let him do it. And once he double back to the only thing you want is legislation, it's like the conversation's over with.
Well,
legislation is making you do stuff that you wouldn't do normally under no other circumstance. So that's really nothing to talk about. Legislation is what makes you follow directions, and that's it. So
the part about bringing kids to these events, where they might get bitten or hosed or something like that, I don't think you're going to be able to answer that question without looking a little bit suspect. I just asking, well, what would you have done? The whole point of making this, kids should not look. If these people are going to set the dogs out on 6-year-olds, that is something that the nation is going to see. However,
Yes,
on this panel, Chad wins that argument. Therefore, I wouldn't have even bothered answering it. I'd be like, well, what would you have done? And if the answer is wait your turn, then you lose that round. I don't think you touch. I don't think you touch the taking the 6-year-old to the protest march. I think Chad's going to win
crazy
that.
talk. Yeah, it's crazy talk. Yeah.
Well, it's a cheap point. And Chad's not above taking the cheap shot.
To the buses in '61 would also all of objective history would disagree with everything you just said. Because if it was a waste of time, how did all of those laws get passed? Somebody had to have sense enough to put balls to the wall and say, let's get this done.
Because what you're doing is you're taking out of consideration the fact that the government had a vested interest in seeing the success of these social justice movements.
They did.
Not only as it pertains to the civil rights movement, but as it pertains to second wave feminism, the gay liberation movement, on and on and I can go. Because the reality of it is the government is power hungry. It wants to ever expand its power. And in a constitutional republic where you can't just move unilaterally, it helps to have the public opinion on your side. And so when you have all of these baby boomers who believe that they're part of some great revolution because somebody said something into a microphone, of course they're going to be supported.
this guy is just bringing out all
Gaslighting
the
on top of gaslighting. Yeah.
It's the feminism, it's the boomers. Oh my God, this dude is
Culture
just
warrior buck dancer, man.
damn. This is
You,
the old.
you put the battery in Stanley's back right now.
I've had the battery in my back all day, dude. I hopped on Big J's channel. I don't know, around 10 this morning. So I've been on panels all day.
I was there with you, fucking with you.
Yeah, I had a good time.
Supportive of this legislation, and the government gets to say the people wanted it. And so yes, they're like, the fact is, Marxists, communists, socialists, and so on, they don't study the soft sciences for no reason, just for kicks and giggles.
Here we go.
They don't study the soft sciences and human behavior and group behavior and all the things just to pass the time. No, they want to understand how to move society like cattle to the trajectory that they wish to take it.
Well, then
they do it through social movements. The government's complicit. People like Stanley Levison and King, they are complicit in this making
this idea that King was a communist,
making government control look sexy, look awesome, look like it's something that's trendy that we should all get behind.
To ensure that no one can discriminate.
But it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. And
you know, this guy's just a better spoken version of Cellulite.
Yeah, it's the same level
dude,
of anti-intellectual just foolishness that just rain through out the mouth. That's why you put a white person in front of them. I'm telling you how you break this shit up.
Oh man, I was roasting Nidus the other day. He was bashing me. As a matter of fact, I showed some of the I reacted to some of that video where he's just bashing me, you know, calling me all boomer and book reader and all these things. And then fucking Flow State goes up there. This white guy, you probably know him, MOT. He goes by Powder Dusty now. He goes up. He goes up on Nidus's panel, and Nidus stops. It was like a different Nidus. Nidus is up there, like talking proper English, and I was like, you were just talking Ebonics, and all of a sudden,
White man cometh. You got to put on his best English for the man.
He stopped saying axe. He was pronouncing all his syllables crisply. It was funny as shit.
So far that you'd rather take your children and subject them to a protest when you should be using that time to build businesses, to
if you can't get the permits for the businesses because you live in a racist area where Governor Wallace or Bull Connor is able to use their power, their white power, by the way, to keep you out of the business power structure. It would seem to me that somebody would have to take the steps.
Who is A.G. Gaston? Who's A.G. Gaston? You should know this name. You're in Atlanta.
Fill me in.
Huh?
A.G. Gaston, what does he have to do with what I'm talking about?
Okay, so A.G. Gaston I said Atlanta. He was a prominent black business owner in Birmingham, I believe it was. I just corrected myself before you said that. But anyway, so the reality of it is there were a number of prominent business owners in Atlanta and Birmingham and Montgomery. So where does this notion that they didn't get their permits to start their businesses come from? Where does that come from?
Those are anecdotes. The collective. Are you going to argue with me that the collective South and even large sections of the collective North did not have racist policies and practice that prohibited blacks from full participation in all forms of economic activity? Are you going to actually make that statement on camera?
Blacks, again.
Just a yes or no, Chad. Are you going to say that there was not enough prevalent racism and racist policies and position holders that effectively kept Black Americans out of the vast majority in the North and in the South, but in particularly in the South, out of economic activity? That only requires a yes or no answer.
Blacks were starting businesses. They were successful with their businesses. You had something called the Negro Business League, where Philip Payton Jr.
Yeah, this is just, Yeah, blacks had colleges. Well, could they get into Harvard or could they get into Yale? Yeah, but blacks had colleges.
Yeah, well, yeah, the whole concept of the HCBU. I wonder why that was.
Dude, this dude is just, it is really horrible to be smug and stupid.
Yes.
I believe his name was.
Dude, Thomas, this is the Thomas Sowell of the 21st century sitting here.
Was able to come out of the Negro Business League and buy a building in Harlem, move black folks into that building, and very quickly Harlem
He's
became
taking
black
one
because of the
example
work
to
of
make it
people
look like the whole
Stanley Jr.
history
Yeah,
didn't
but
happen.
that was in 1906.
Yes.
And so the reality of it is,
yeah, that's what these guys do. They take exceptions and then they act like it's the rule. Like there were black slave owners. How can
somebody
you
bought that freedom. Well, you can buy your freedom too. Yeah.
I'm like, well, no, there's this one guy that the people like Ryan, you remember Ryan, you've talked to him at least once, MOT. Ryan will get up here and talk about this one guy in I think it was North Carolina or Virginia, and he was never technically a slave owner. He had indentured servants that were black and white, but I'm sorry, I can't think of his name. Dave, you probably know it. I know.
Anthony Johnson.
Yes, the guy was never technically like a chattel slave owner. He had a bunch of indentured servants, black and white, by the way. And they want to hold him up as an example of, oh, hey, well, black people had slaves too. Well, yes, but those were literally exceptions to the rule. And even the black slave owners, because I think there was one in Mississippi that I can't think of, and he was like an actual slave owner, but they
look like
one. I can't think of the name. I'd have to go research it. But my point is, I guarantee you he couldn't vote. Just because you're a slave owner doesn't mean you have like political power. And they were so rare. There were 4 million black slaves at the end of the Civil War. Those were not plantation owners. Nothing is going to defeat the point that the overwhelming number of African heritage people in the United States were slaves. 4 million.
Didn't blacks have slaves, Stanley?
Yeah, I just addressed that, Mike. And then the other thing they want to say is, oh, well, did you know only 2% of white people had slaves, so it wasn't a problem. Well, guess what? Only whatever the top 1% of Americans own like what 50% of the wealth or something like that.
Yeah.
So is the argument that, well, there's only 1% of Americans who are billionaires? Well, motherfucker, they're running the country. That 2% ran the South. They ran Congress a lot of the time. So that 2% was like our 1% today. It was a huge problem.
Black people were making inroads. They were doing well. They were starting businesses, whether it was home building. I invite you to read My Larger Education by Booker T. Washington, which documents this. I invite you to read the Pittsburgh Courier, specifically the writings of George Schuyler, who was a Northerner and who had this kind
I know exactly who George Schuyler is. I actually own his novel. It's called Black No More. It's actually a pretty good novel. He was a black conservative. Harlem Renaissance. He's like the only black conservative who was famous, at least. So I'm glad he brought up the Pittsburgh Courier. I'm glad he brought up George Schuyler. He is a learned man. I've never heard any of these anti-black blacks talk about George Schuyler.
Hostile view of the South until he visited the South, and he traveled.
I'm sorry, what?
Is that a point for Chad? Because I'm trying to keep score over here. Was he trying to give him some credit?
Sure, I'll give him a point. So
Okay.
he's got 99. He's got 99 more to go.
Right.
Traveled all of these black communities that were prominent in the South, including in places like North Carolina, South Carolina, and others. He wrote about it extensively, and he himself documented the agitated work of the communists that were seeking to undo the inroads and the gains that blacks were actually making. And so
Okay, let me tell you a little bit about Schuyler. He was pretty much considered a conservative. However, he wrote a novel called Black No More. And he does poke a lot of fun at people like Du Bois, and he kind of parodies the early NAACP, but he also parodies a lot of white people. You know, he just kind of made fun of it all. And the premise of the novel is some scientist invents like I can't remember whether it's a pill or a tonic or a lotion or something like that basically turns black people into white people. So these two scam artists, black scam artists, basically, turn themselves white and then go on this like crime spree. And it's actually pretty funny. I would actually recommend the novel. But George Schuyler was not a Chad O. Wilson type. And he also wasn't that great a guy, to be honest.
Jackson.
Say that.
I'm sorry, what? What did I say? I'm sorry, I meant George Schuyler. But I mean Chad too, I guess.
Well, because it wasn't happening collectively, therefore the Marxian policies that King were advocating for were necessary. Nonsense.
King is not advocating for. You keep saying that King was advocating for a Marxian policy when he repeatedly condemned communism and Karl Marx directly when he stated plainly out of his own mouth on MSNBC. King is quoted as saying. NBC in an interview there, and in his own. No, he was not standing behind the pulpit. No, he was not. This is an interview from King in the 1960s, late 60s, a couple of years before he's killed.
It was a colorized interview.
Asked. This was not colorized. MSNBC asked him, and we can look this up if we can. Pull up King's interview where he openly condemns communism. That's right on YouTube. It was released in the night.
I don't know if there are any Grateful Dead fans, but apparently Bob Weir has died. I was never that much of a Grateful Dead fan, but I actually, like watching their concerts on YouTube anyway. So I am getting old, that's for sure.
1960s, and you're going to hear King out of his own mouth say that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, I just said rest in peace. That's all.
Communism, it's not compatible with his movement. So if you're going to call King a liar, we can do that. But you also said that he lied about being a Christian, which we can also refute that as well. But once the people see this clip, I think that just becomes easily refutable. King was not a barber.
Would you say, MLT?
Yeah, he's falling for the pigeonhole and shit. Just letting this dude just gallop his way through the conversation without providing any type of context or proof or anything. Fucking bullshit.
By any
he was a total
Which speech was this? Was this on 60 Minutes?
You need to look up. It's a King interview. A matter of fact, I think I have that video where he condemns. He literally condemns communism out of his own mouth.
Again, I invite people because yes, you're right. He does condemn communism not only in a couple of speeches and sermons, as well as
why'd you bring
a couple of the books. But the reality of it is, if you go back and you read Robert J. McCracken's 1951 book called Questions People Ask. I'm saying this on the record because I strongly encourage people to go. Okay, of course he's cutting me off with that. But I strongly encourage people to go and read that book. Read specifically Robert J. McCracken's chapter on communism, and then go back and listen to everything King said about communism and his rejection thereof, you'll see once again he's basically lifting what McCracken said. This to me smacks of disingenuousness, because if you
My God, dude, I quote things that are, or I literally say, "Hey, I think this way because this book influenced me." I don't see how that's a bad thing.
You don't think he's doing that?
You don't think he's doing what?
You don't think Chad has done that?
Has done what? Lifted
Said,
words out of.
I think this way because I read this book. He didn't do that.
He did bring up a couple books that he's read. He's talking about a book now. He thinks King is disingenuous because he read this book and Martin Luther King is kind of saying what Chad read in the book. So he's doing it as we speak. My thing, because Chad is doing exactly what he's accusing King of doing, by the way. And I don't see a problem with King lifting something that he read and using it to justify his position any more than Chad, who's doing the same thing, using what he read to justify his opinion that King is being disingenuous. See, Chad isn't smart enough to understand that he's doing exactly what he's accusing King of doing.
Except for he won't be quoted as saying that.
That he won't what?
He won't be credited for quoting or for saying it. He won't be quoted for.
So what?
That's the difference.
Okay, you know what? What if King didn't even remember where he read it? Because that happens to me all the time. I'll go, I can't remember where I read this, but so it's what book readers do. Apparently, well, occasionally you can't remember where you read something, but you go ahead and
just
quote
say
it
you don't
anyway.
comprehend what you read.
I don't comprehend what you just said. What does that have to do with anything, Mike?
Well, you're saying that sometimes you can't remember where you read it. It does happen, but what you, Stanley, is different because I don't think you really comprehend what you read. You just spat out stuff.
That's what's up.
Yeah, okay.
That's what's up, Mike. Get him.
You are legitimately anti-communist. Why not use your own words to say it? Why try to lift and pass somebody else's words as your own in order to say I'm anti-communist or I renounce communism? People have to understand, according to those who were closest to King, specifically, it was either Jack Odell or James Bevel, I forget which one, who flat out said, King was a Hegelian. And what that actually means is that King was very cunning and very sinister and how he wanted to push society.
Okay. So King read Hegel and so did Marx. So that makes King a Marxist, right?
No, that's just how he blended his Marxist and gospel, Christian message together.
Hegel. Okay. So you're saying that Hegel allowed King to mix his Marx and his Christianity?
Yes. That shit's crazy.
I know it's wild. It's a wild take, but that's what he's saying.
Okay. Was Hegel a Christian?
I don't know how relevant that is to what he's saying, man. Whether he's a Christian or not, Hegel. But he's saying that
he was
through Hegelian dialectics, he blended the two messages together where you couldn't tell, and created the social gospel.
The social gospel was about changing something that was wrong in society, though.
Hold on, which one? Which question are we? Where you going with here? What happened?
Okay, I'm trying to fit. I don't know that much about the social gospel. So where does Hegel play into this?
By blending the message of communism or Marxism, whatever. He used the Marxist method to blend communism and he blended his message to create the social gospel. The two, wherever he got the I can't even think right now. I'm just drinking.
Okay, well the
Yeah,
thing
problem
is
is
that
that yeah, go ahead.
I mean, are you confusing communism with oh damn it, I can't even think of the word. Communism is not like it has nothing to do with
No, the
Christianity.
method, the Marx, it was Marxism and the gospel blended together to create the
Kind of like
social gospel.
the Jefferson Bible, huh? Hold on one sec. Let me look this up.
And I'm just gonna bring up for the record, how come whites couldn't do this on their own? Why did they need legislation in order to change? If they was capable of changing before legislation, why would legislation need to be made?
Okay, so the social gospel is a social movement within Protestantism that aims to apply Christian ethics to social problems. So where's the communism in that?
Man, you got me at a spot right now. I can't even think about it honestly.
Okay, well let me make a recommendation as an elder. If you're not in a
Well,
position,
essentially what I'm
if you're
saying,
not in a
right?
position,
I can't put it in the words
it's
for you.
fine. It's fine if you don't comment. We're not going to think any less of you.
You want to wait until he explains your middle of the comment question?
I don't see it. If you know your shit, being interrupted in the middle of a point really isn't that bothersome. It might be annoying, but it doesn't really knock you off your stride. All these little weak-minded folks who get upset when I interrupt them in the middle of a bad point, like today. You know what? I'm not going to even bother going back because it just sounds petty. Bottom line is, if you know your shit, you don't mind being interrupted. You go right back to your shit once you've answered the question.
Right. I'm trying to get my weight up so I can get to that point.
What weight?
It never mind.
So the bottom line is Marxism has nothing to do with the social gospel, at least with this down and dirty Wikipedia search. Christian ethics to social problems. I don't know where Hegel comes into this. Now, I don't know that much about Hegel other than Marx read it. Oops.
Through this kind of Fabian Marxist way. And by Hegelian, what I mean simply by that is, as it pertains to the Christian faith, King took the thesis of what actually saith the Lord, what the Bible actually says, and the antithesis of what is communism. And he provided what was called a synthesis, trying to merge communism and the scriptures in this kind of subversive way, so as to bewitch churchgoers into embracing this kind of socialistic view of the world. You know this as well as I do. When he wrote his letter to his then girlfriend,
This makes no sense.
A radical region, where he talked about,
And he doesn't realize that heaven is socialism, where everybody's equally provided for and everything else. But nobody ever even questions that, right?
I mean, you know, Christianity is very socialist.
Yeah,
he did. But Stanley, he did just say what I tried to say. I just couldn't think of what 2 points.
Okay, so where does Hegel comes into this? Where does Hegel come into this? The antithesis, which is how you pronounce it, by the way.
No,
antithesis in the thesis. I don't know where he's going with this. It makes no sense.
No. What he's saying is that he's using part of communism in the scripture to actually support the actual point of view that people should be created equal. And because people wanted to be created equal and wanted equal rights, therefore communism, therefore bad. This is why I say, anytime you hear a conservative talk about Marxism, communism, socialism, they're talking about they don't want equal protection under the law because they believe in a hierarchical system. And how they throw people off the scent is they start front loading the conversation with communism, socialism, or Marxism. I just throw all that shit out the window, and I'm like, okay, okay, so how are we supposed to get equal protection under the law? Because they don't want you using the government. But when they get a chance to use the government as a weapon, they use it every single time as a weapon. But they don't want you doing it the same way. So I just dismiss these people.
Well, I mean, essentially a government for the rich. You know, they don't, you know, they're okay with, you know, hey, women shouldn't vote, excuse me, and that only property owners should have the right to vote.
You know, it's natural serfs. It's in their blood. You know, they fought a whole civil war for corporate America. Can't argue with these people.
I'm kind of like that, Stanley. I think property owners should be the only ones to vote.
How would you be with just rich white people voting and no one else?
Well, I'm a property owner, so I couldn't imagine not being.
Well, no, you're probably not rich enough. We're gonna set. Hey, you gotta have, let's say, $500,000 in property to be able to vote.
I work my way to that point. I see. That's what I'm saying.
And you know what? And you know what? I would march on Washington to introduce legislation to end that policy.
That's the only way you know how to go up there.
That is the easiest way. It would be easier.
Nationalization of industry, straight out of the Communist Manifesto. He said, "This is the gospel that I will preach to the world." He didn't talk about the gospel of Jesus Christ. He didn't say anything from the scriptures. He said that nationalization of industry, redistribution of wealth, this is the gospel that I will preach to the world.
That's in a private.
And he would go on to
when
do
did
that
he talk
until
about
the day that he died in
nationalizing stuff?
He never.
Black universal income or some shit like that.
Okay, but universal income isn't necessary. You know, two things. Universal income, just taxes in general, is redistribution of wealth. But what's going to happen?
That's a very. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What's going to happen when AI takes over and we get universal basic income anyway? What's Chad going to talk about?
UBI is coming. It's going to transform the South. You just got to make sure you already own property because that shit's going to go through the roof whenever it does happen.
Well, all I have to say is Chad's going to dry up and blow away when that happens.
1968. And
that's an outright lie. That's an outright lie.
What's interesting is I see
that's an outright lie. I'm sorry, we have to respond to that. If that's the case, then I want all of you to go watch this. I want you to go look at Paul's letter to American Christians, which is a sermon from Dr. King, where he yet again blatantly disavows communism and in fact calls America to repent, which is inherently religious and anti-communist. Because again, communism, founded by Karl Marx, is a diehard atheist.
It wasn't founded by Karl Marx, but go ahead.
Das Kapital is the.
Has anyone thought that Julio actually looks like a South Park character?
Who is Julio? Oh, this guy.
Yeah, he looks like when he talks, he looks like a South Park character.
No, I'm not looking at him that hard, honestly.
Well, you're probably seeing two of them at this point.
I counted a little bit.
American Christians, which is a sermon from Dr. King, where he yet again blatantly disavows communism and in fact calls America to repent, which is inherently religious and anti-communist. Because again, communism, founded by Karl Marx, is a diehard atheist.
It wasn't founded by Karl Marx, but go ahead.
Das Kapital is the foundational work of communism. So let me correct myself. It's labeled as the foundational work of communism, and Karl Marx is an atheist, is he not?
He is.
Right. And I don't know any way for someone of a religious worldview to reconcile themselves to communism. And this is exactly what Dr. King did not do. He condemned communism repeatedly, and in his own writings
as a deceptive tactic. King was a deceiver. He was an ultimate Trojan horse. King was
if King was a deceiver,
King was the biggest.
Face it.
So disavow isn't good enough. He was a deceiver. The fuck? Yeah, this dude is weird.
The whole "I have a dream" speech was about deceiving America into treating people equally. Yeah, what a deceiver!
Trojan horse of the 20th century.
How was he a Trojan horse from the Christian perspective?
Again, I feel like I'm repeating myself here.
Hurry up.
There's a history here. There's a history here that precedes King as it pertains to the communist agenda.
You talk about proceeding. I asked you plainly about Martin Luther King Jr. himself.
Martin Luther King Jr.'s father.
Preach a false gospel?
Martin Luther King is.
Stop talking about his dad.
I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to give you the talk. I'm going to give you the
not the talking points. I want the truth.
I'm going to give you the bullet points, and you can do with it what you will. King's father used to frequent.
I don't care about his daddy. I care about him.
Let me answer your question.
Chad, you've done this a bit.
Let it breathe a little bit.
We're breathing.
Okay, give me time to answer your question. I want to flesh it out. Let's slow this down a little bit. I want to answer your question.
I can only tolerate Trump's leave. What directly did Dr. King say?
I want to answer your question. I want to answer your question.
This is like the day I spent on panels. Let me slow it down.
Patience.
Not his dad.
Have some patience.
I've got a lot of it.
Okay, we'll show it. So when you look at the fact that the Southern Negro Youth Congress, which was a communist front group that would put on events in Atlanta and throughout the South, the organizations, events that Daddy King frequented along with Rosa Parks and Ralph Abernathy and others, King was very much a part of this milieu that had at its core not the genuine Christian gospel, but the social gospel. King graduated from Booker T. Washington High School at the age of 15. He went on to Morehouse. He would then go on to Crozer Theological Seminary, which was overrun by these kind of Marxian professors.
Mm-hmm.
He would learn about the Hegelian dialectic and would continue his education at Boston University. He learned how to basically mask his genuine communist sensibilities through the deceptive means of the social gospel and the Hegelian.
Dude, this is like a weird version of conspiracy theory. This is like James Lindsay level absurd.
It's obsession.
It's like you can't trust what he says or what he wrote because he's.
But it sounds intellectual. But at the end of the day, he keep trying to throw this communism shit in there because people don't understand communism.
He learned to mask. He learned to mask his communist ways.
Yes, he did. He mastered it. No, I'm playing along, Stanley. Go ahead.
I'm just like, damn, dude. I wonder if he ever gets headaches.
Dialectic. He was a great orator. He had a front row seat to his father, who preached at Ebenezer Church there in Atlanta. According to those who were closest to him, he was an extraordinary mimic. If not a pastor, King would have been a great actor. He would have been a Sidney Poitier kind of caliber actor. He said that he didn't even want to go into ministry. He wanted to go into either law or medicine, but he ended up becoming a pastor. He was talked into it. And so the reality of it is, King, according to his very own writings, I think this is either volume 1 or volume 2 of the King Papers, said that he shocked his Sunday school class.
When I denied the bodily resurrection of Christ.
When he denied the bodily resurrection of Jesus Christ.
And then denied
he also didn't believe in the literal existence of hell. He didn't believe in the second coming. He didn't believe in the virgin birth.
Right.
He didn't believe in the basic fundamental tenets of the Christian faith.
How old was he when he had these beliefs?
He didn't believe in the basic tenets of the Christian faith.
At what age?
He wrote about this in his college papers.
So he was in college here, right?
He wrote about this in his college papers.
Keep that in mind, Sean.
And so shortly after having graduated from Boston, he took a commission to go work at Dexter Avenue Baptist Church in Alabama. And very quickly, he would get lumped into the Montgomery bus boycott. Mm-hmm. He would take as an advisor not only Bayard Rustin, who used to work with the communists.
Well, wait. Before you do that,
I'm making the points. I want you to refute the points when I finish. And then we're going to have a real conversation here. The reality of it is Bayard Rustin would get lumped in. he was a very skilled communist agitator and
There we go.
Activist. He worked with the
communist
League. He would go to India and do things with the communist fronts there in India. He's the one who, well, allegedly, he's the one who brought the whole nonviolent thing to King. I don't believe that. I think that he was already on this whole nonviolent tip because that was already part of what the communists were doing since the 1930s. Not only that, he would also be, lump in Stanley Levison along with others. Stanley Levison had the idea to start the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. That was Stanley Levison's idea. Stanley Levison then would commission James Jackson, who was already working with a communist front group called the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, or called the Southern Negro Youth League. He commissioned James Jackson to fill the staff of the SCLC with other communist or Marxian or communist sympathizing ministers. And so when King would later say that there's no communist apart from a part of his organization, he was flat out lying. So that goes back to your earlier question of, was King a Trojan horse, or how was he a Trojan horse? He was a Trojan horse insofar that his handlers, all those who he surrounded himself, those who were in his inner circle, had either worked with the Communist Party to some degree or some capacity, were subversively part of these kind of church organizations in order to, in a sense, sway churchgoers into adopting this kind of Marxian ideology. That was King. King was the face of it. And not only that, Stanley Levison had connections with all sorts of publications and journalists across the country. His face would be on the cover
you keep
of Time
talking about
magazine
Levison, and you keep going around.
Because,
I asked you a simple question. What did King say directly that was anti-Christian or a Trojan horse from a Christian perspective? And secondly, and I must make this point.
Well, you look at his Easter sermon. You can look it up.
The FBI, if all of what he's saying is true, then the FBI would not have released a declassified memo in 1976 that said they found absolutely no ties between King and his associates and communism. The FBI, directed by J. Edgar Hoover, who hated King and called him the most dangerous Negro in America. J. Edgar Hoover, the very man that hated him, releases a finding in 1976 that says that neither King nor any of his contemporaries are in fact have ties to the Communist Party. So who's lying, the FBI or Martin Luther King? You going to believe the racist man that was sleeping with another man, or are you going to believe the actual historical record of what King said and what he did?
What gives you the impression that J. Edgar Hoover was racist?
Jesus Christ, am I sitting across the table from a black man?
That's what I mean, like the gas.
Well, let's start.
That shit's crazy.
Oh my God.
That shit crazy.
What? COINTELPRO? Oh my Lord.
With the fact
all that entire diatribe,
despised
communist. Yeah, you can't even refute all the bullet points because every other word is communist. And then it's like, oh, why don't you refute it? It's like, it's a bunch of misinformation and gobbledygook shit. How am I supposed to refute any of that stupid shit?
Yeah. Chad's on the ropes. It's a tragedy.
Stated he despised Dr. King. Stated that he felt that Negroes needed to
King
learn
was a
that.
subversive. King was a communist sympathizer. King was a degenerate.
If he was a sympathizer, then Edgar Hoover would have released that in his writings. Why did he allow the FBI in 1976?
Because he was after all an agent of the government.
No,
which again,
wait a minute,
wishes to expand its
So either so first he's a communist, now he's an agent of the government. You can't flip flop like this. J. Edgar Hoover stated that King was not a communist in a declassified memo that came out to the FBI in 1976. So was King a communist or was he not? If the very FBI director who had better access to wiretap Dr. King's hotel rooms and cover all of what King was doing, if he says he's not, but you're saying that he is, I hate to say this, but I think I'd actually side with J. Edgar Hoover in this instance. It sounds to me like you're the one that is pushing a BS narrative about Martin Luther King when the actual FBI director that hated his guts said he wasn't. What makes you more trustworthy than J. Edgar Hoover?
Interview, again, quoting King's very own writings. I have all the volumes of King's papers. I have the correspondence between he and Stanley Levison. Not all of it, because not all of it's released. All of this information and again, the interviews where he's talking, I've covered this at length on my own socials.
He hasn't refuted what I said about J. Edgar Hoover, by the way.
At all. I've talked about this at length on my own socials and everything.
And he just kept on going.
Was definitely pushing a communist agenda.
Was J. Edgar Hoover lying when he said King had no ties to communism? Yes or no?
Have you read?
Dude, not only that, I bet J. Edgar Hoover has read all of it too.
I guarantee he's read everything.
J. Edgar Hoover probably read everything you read, and he's come to a different conclusion. Chad.
And he keeps
Was J.
well,
Edgar,
you know what?
was J. Edgar
I got these papers. I got these forms. Like, yeah, but what about the government investigation? Yeah, well, you know what? I still got these forms. I got these papers. It's not released, and it's like yada 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 yada.
Well, let me say this while I'm thinking about it. Everybody, please make sure you're hitting the like button and share this out. Share the wealth. Share the wealth of Tragedy O. Jackson. And this is not going well for Chad.
This
And
is high
shout out to
quality.
CKJ3. Shout out to CKJ3 who sponsored today's show and proposed this this show. It is definitely worth finally I'm going to be able to put Tragedy O. Jackson. I'm done with him after this. We might watch his rebut, maybe bits and pieces of it. Chad is not doing well.
He did come on and say this was his first debate. So good for him. That's a good first.
Let me put it to you this way. At least the first half of this debate was not that much of a challenge. Chad has done public speaking before. Chad has been on panels with some of his friends. I'm sure I've seen Chad like go up against other people before. Maybe I'm wrong. This is not like this Austin guy is not putting Chad under any heavy pressure or ad hominem, however you pronounce it. By now, I'd have given up on Chad and I would have just been doing nothing but jokes. So Chad's getting off lightly.
Hoover lying? I'm going to ask this question until you get a straight answer from you. Was J. Edgar Hoover lying when he said that King or his contemporaries did not have any direct ties to communism? Was Hoover lying?
Have you read?
Was J. Edgar Hoover lying?
Have you read the recently released King Papers?
Was J. Edgar Hoover lying when he released a memo to the FBI that stated that King did not have any ties to communism?
Have you read the recently released King Papers?
So we're going to answer a question with a question, which lets me know what I'm asking is correct, because that would force you to admit that you are pushing a false narrative.
This is like giving me a panel flashback. Like, dude, can you just answer the effing question and we can move on to what I've read?
Can't do it.
Yeah. Chad, you're not doing good there, bud.
That would force you to admit
Chad needs to go back to plumbing.
And
have you read?
And here's the thing: I would stay on that point and I would not release it until he actually answers a yes or no. I would stay right here. I'm like, look, conversation's going nowhere until you admit this, yes or no. So you can try to drag the conversation somewhere else if you want to. However, this conversation is going nowhere until I get an answer.
You know what he would say to that? You know what he would say to that? Have you read the newly released King Papers? Have you read
Yeah, you
want to admit that you read these King Papers, so why would I answer the question about J. Edgar Hoover?
That would force you to admit. That has nothing to do with what I'm asking you.
Yes, it does.
That has nothing to do with what I'm asking.
Yes, it does.
Have you read the release? Can you answer that question directly?
Have you read the recently released?
No, I have not.
Oh my God!
So if you did, then you will know that there was a direct line of communication between the SCLC and the Union. You would know that.
There we go.
So the SCLC is not what I. That is not what I asked.
The SCLC was King's organization.
You know what? I actually think that you could probably tie the Supreme Court, the Warren Court, to the Soviet Union also. Because remember, there was a lot of international pressure to basically sway the court into the Brown decision. that thing like, hey, don't talk to us about civil rights. Look how you treat your Negroes or something, stuff in that vein. There was a lot of international and Soviet pressure on the U.S. And so does that mean the Warren Court or does that mean the Supreme Court decision had direct ties? Was desegregation a communist plot?
Unreal.
Chad. Stick to plumbing, son.
Specifically, I asked you specifically.
The SCLC was King's organization, the King that he was the president of.
And if this is true, why did the FBI not call him a communist then?
The very reason why you had in the 80s Reagan sign a bill making King a national holiday.
80s?
The same reason that we have a 40-foot statue of him in Washington, D.C.
The government was found guilty of killing him in the 90s. The U.S. government, and you can look this up, the U.S. government lost a civil suit to the King family in the 90s for being a conspirator to kill Dr. King. So the reason he got a holiday was because the federal government assisted in the taking of his life, as well as in the illegal wiretapping of his hotel rooms and his private residences. So I think that's the least they could do is give the man a holiday after they had him set up to get killed.
Lord have mercy. So
I know the truth is a real dangerous thing.
So the fact of the matter is, the reason why a government agent would have an interest to say, nope, he wasn't a communist, nothing to see here, is the same reason, once again, that same government would build a national holiday around him.
After sending him a letter asking him to kill himself.
They didn't send him a letter asking him to kill himself.
Yes, they did. J. Edgar Hoover had a letter sending this is declassified.
First
Guys,
of all,
you can look this up right now. The FBI sent Dr. King a letter in the late 60s that said, if you do not, letter said, if you know
let him finish. Go ahead.
What
did the letter say?
It said, you know what to do. That you have a certain number of days in which to do it. The number of days has been selected for a reason, and if you don't, we will expose you for what you are to the world. They were talking about King's infidelities. The tapes were sent to MSNBC. They were sent to multiple news outlets. No one did a cover story on it.
I got this pulled up. Let's pull it up on the screen.
Yeah, okay. Absolutely.
So I said, did the FBI send a letter to MLK saying to kill himself? It says in late 1964, shortly after King won the prize, FBI
mailed him a threatening anonymous letter.
Cassette tape, and
Chad just said they didn't send him this, by the way, but here's the proof.
Okay, this is gonna be.
This was sent by FBI Assistant Director William Sullivan.
Boom. And I said William Sullivan. So let's do this real quick.
Wait, was this authentic or not?
Hold on.
That's a yes.
Can I say something?
Yeah, was this authentic?
So this is going to be unedited, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So you said that they sent a letter telling him to kill himself, and I said no, they didn't, right? And then he just pulled up ChatGPT.
I said they sent him a letter threatening to expose him if he did not kill himself within a certain number of days.
Did he or did he not say they sent him a letter telling him to kill himself?
I believe you started.
Oh my God, really?
Okay. So the reality is, there's no evidence of a letter telling King to kill himself.
It's right there.
No, you're making an implication on what the letter. No, it's
not an implication.
Yes, you are. You're making an implication on what the letter was telling
him to do. If they say you know what to do, and in the letter are tapes of King having sex with women that were not his wife, and they wanted to use that as a way to blackmail the man, the doctrine of implication is real. There's only one way that leads.
It does say implied in this, so he is right.
Exactly right. I know that.
So let's make a truce from here on out, right? I'm not going to cut you off or interrupt you. You're not going to cut me off or interrupt me. Truce?
I'll try.
Okay, so here's the reality.
See, I'd have been like, "Fuck you, pussy! I'm just gonna interrupt you whenever I want."
I mean, but he wants an uninterrupted path to spew misinformation.
Yeah, it like I said, I've been going through this all day on panels where people just get upset. Like, dude, look, 2 sentences in, you're already lying. Let's just not put me through all of this.
No, Stanley, but you cutting me off. I'm gonna land the plane. I'm gonna get to the point at some point. Like, no, nigga, you lying.
And then, putting words in my mouth, and Chad.
Yeah, it is. The reality of it is that
let's hope that someone tells Chad that you're not good at this. This should be your one and only debate. Don't do it again.
That the civil rights movement dates as far back as the late 19th century. By the time you get to the 1930s, under FDR, it would morph into something called the National Negro Congress. This was led by A. Philip Randolph. He was the president of the National Negro Congress. What's interesting about the National Negro Congress is that it came out of a commission that FDR built in cahoots with Joseph Stalin and the Soviet Union. So you had the communists and you had the feds who had an interest in the civil rights movement in America, right? When it was found out that the communists were active from an authoritative standpoint with the National Negro Congress, it became a huge scandal. So A. Philip Randolph, who was a socialist, a self-admitted socialist, left the National Negro Congress. It is, in fact, the National Negro Congress who started what I mentioned earlier, which was called the Southern Negro Youth Congress, who put on events that Daddy King would frequent. By the time you get to the 60s, the late 50s, especially with the success of the Montgomery bus boycott, even though that's hard to say whether it was a quote unquote success, because it was actually a Supreme Court decision that
that rule is separate but equal was
that concluded the Montgomery bus boycott. It wasn't anything that King was doing, but that's neither here nor there.
Walking together for 381 days and causing an economic strain, it's not doing anything. But okay.
So the reality of it is that by the time, so it was National Negro Congress that would become the civil rights movement under King. The feds had a vested interest, and you can read a book by Risa Goluboff. She's a law professor. I think she's actually the dean of the University of Virginia. She wrote a book called The Lost Promise of Civil Rights, where she actually documents the government's interest in using the civil rights movement to expand its own power, right? So that's what the civil rights movement was. The debate that was being had internally was who should lead the movement. Should it be King? Should it be A. Philip Randolph? John F. Kennedy wanted Randolph to be the leader of the movement because he, as far as he could tell, Randolph was clean. Not only that, the Kennedy family has for a long time worked really closely with unions, and it just so happened that A. Philip Randolph was the leader of the union, the Brotherhood for Sleeping Car Porters. And so Kennedy believed that Randolph should lead the movement. Stanley Levison, the Soviet Union, the communist contingent believed that King should move it because they had tried and failed time and again to make an inroad into the Black community. They tried it with Paul Robeson, who was an entertainer, and that only went so far. They tried it with A. Philip Randolph, who was a labor activist. That went but so far. But with King, now we have something. We have a minister who has a captive audience, especially in the South, because most Blacks were churchgoers. And if we can make King larger than life, he could. And King was a phenomenal orator. I'm not going to take that from him. Great.
Okay, he's acting like King was like a superstar and Blacks were like flocking to see him preach. That's not the case. Where's he? Why doesn't somebody just go, well, King really wasn't that popular in the national Black community.
Was not. A lot of people wasn't on board with fighting for this civil rights shit. Like a lot of people were fine with the way things were. Wasn't people out there was trying.
Yeah, I think it makes it easy for, given King's stature now, I think that just makes it easier for Chad O. Jackson to make some of these outlandish statements about, phenomenal order and, King was no Paul Robeson. So yeah, this is a lot of gaslighting here.
Extraordinary order.
And Chad O. Jackson
it's pure gaslighting.
Yeah, Chad's preying on an audience that does not know that much about the history. This is what these fucking far right like anti-Black.
Oh my God! Here you go with that shit. Stop that.
Yeah, I mean, because it's true. Because it's true. Go ahead, Stanley.
Partially. Go ahead, Stanley.
Orator. And so they had something with King. They finally struck gold. Mind you, the communists were trying to penetrate the West since the 19th century, and they finally, at long last, had their guy. And so they thought that King should be the leader of the movement. There was this kind of internal debate over who should be the leader. When it comes to William Sullivan, who was an assistant in the FBI, he actually wanted the civil rights movement to exist. He just disagreed with this notion that King should lead the movement. They thought that King was a liability because King was having extramarital affairs. He was involved in orgies and all kinds of things that if the public found out about it, it would bode badly for the civil rights movement, which again, the feds needed to expand their own power. And so the letter that
Well, if they found out about it, they might think he was a Kennedy.
was sent to King by William Sullivan wasn't a letter telling him he should kill himself. The or else was that if you don't hang it up, we're going to release these tapes to the press.
And it will be, that's what I said earlier.
And it will be an embarrassment to King. So they were basically Sullivan was basically taking a gamble. It was kind of a kamikaze kind of thing because he understood that they too will be exposed and all of this. The feds will be exposed. But the reality of it is, if you don't actually hang it up, we're going to expose you.
It wasn't
to
about
the press.
hanging it up, and you know it wasn't. The lie you're telling is insane because
Let me finish. I'll give you plenty of time to answer. Just let me finish this point. So the reality of it is, they knew full well that, what they were trying to convince King to do was to hang it up, or we're going to release it to the press. The press, who was sympathetic to the movement, wouldn't touch the tapes or anything of that nature. So it was actually a foreign publication that would run some of these stories, but American journalists by and large wouldn't even touch it. It wasn't, or we're going to kill you, or it wasn't trying to tell him to commit suicide. It was rather to step down from leadership of the movement, because the internal debate they were having once again was who should lead the movement. That's what it was about. The reason why I said he didn't receive a letter telling him to kill himself, because there's no explicit language in that letter that says you need to kill yourself. They were trying to intimidate him into stepping down from leadership of the movement.
The doctrine of implication proved that they were trying to get him to kill himself, Chad, and you know it.
They were trying to get him to step down from the movement in order to save himself the embarrassment, because they wanted the movement to exist under different leadership.
Save himself the embarrassment. This is how we know you're lying. The FBI, and before they sent that letter, you'll find, if you go look at the declassified documents, that the FBI sent 7 tapes to his wife's house as a warning message. So if they wanted to save King the trouble of embarrassing himself, they didn't give a shit about embarrassing his marriage, right? They didn't care about that.
And the civil rights. Again,
so they wanted to save him by screwing up his marriage with his wife. Obviously, we know Dr. King sleeping with women that ain't your wife is wrong, but that ain't the point. The FBI sending warning tapes to his wife, and then you're trying to say that they weren't trying to tell him to off himself. It was they weren't directly saying it. There's no language. No, that's what I'm talking about. The doctrine of implication. They were implying, they gave, and you can go read the actual text of the letter itself. It says this number of days has been specified for a reason. If it's not met, we will expose you for the fraudulent antichrist individual that you.
So they lay out the reason. Then they actually call out what the reason is.
They gave him a specific number of days to get rid of himself. Yes, absolutely. I've said this twice.
Or else we'll expose you.
Yes, and the expose was they sent the tapes to the news. The news I just said.
What good does it do to expose somebody who's dead because he killed himself? What good does that do?
You're not paying attention. I just said they gave him time to off himself. If he didn't, they would release the tapes to expose him to force it anyway. That was their idea. It's either you push your own button, or we're gonna release these tapes, and by the time in the backlash you're gonna want to do it anyway. That's the whole point, and you know that. That's why the implied language of the FBI is so important here. And that's why I encourage all of you, if you watch this episode, look up the letter that the FBI sent to King for yourselves, and you tell me whether or not what they're implying. You tell me for yourselves. Don't listen to either one of us right now, because this idea that the FBI in any capacity was actually genuinely concerned about the civil rights movement surviving is bullshit, and you know it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, so the fact of the matter
is, the government
is,
wanted the civil rights movement to succeed, man. What the fuck?
Basing this notion that the implication was to kill himself on just the hunch you have. You sound a lot like Candace Owens to me.
Not the hunch, the objective evidence.
The reality.
Shout out to Candace Owens, by the way. Great work, Candace. Keep it up.
Whereas what I'm doing is I'm making deductive reasoning based on other documents that came out of what we've seen as it pertains to King and the surveillance thereof, where you have internal memos between William Sullivan and other FBI agents, where they're actually talking about, we need to get this person at the head of the movement instead of King. Or they were using language such as, and we'll actually cover this in the documentary, that the Negroes are being misled by this movement. We believe that this guy would be better off or better fit to lead the movement. It wasn't a desire to sink the movement. It was rather a desire to redirect the movement with somebody that they thought would be more fit to lead it. They didn't believe that King would be fit to lead it because of all of the extramarital affairs and things he was doing behind closed doors. And so, again, the reason
affairs been confirmed.
No affair has been officially confirmed. Outside of witness testimony, the tapes that the FBI has on King are not scheduled to be released until 2027.
So there's a book written by his best friend.
Sorry to cut you off, by the way.
No, you're fine. There's a book written by his best friend, Ralph Abernathy, where he confirms the fact that King was sleeping around. That book is called Tearing Down the Walls.
Have to do?
I think Tearing Down the Walls.
And the walls came tumbling down.
Yeah, ChatGPT does say most historians agree that MLK has had extramarital affairs.
Yeah. You can look at the work of Taylor Branch and other official King historians.
Yeah, I mean, Andy Young has spoken about this publicly, but again, from an official standpoint, those tapes are not scheduled to be released until 2027. So it's just, technically speaking, it's just what they know.
So Austin, the point that I'm making here is that, like, when I say that the implication was, step down from the movement or we're going to make your affairs and everything public, I'm basing that on the fact that the feds, according to the internal memos from FBI agents, was that we want the movement to exist. We just don't think that King should be at the head of it. So this notion, because you to use your word, you said that they wanted the civil rights movement to exist is bullshit.
No, I'm saying the fact that your argument that they were genuinely concerned with the success of the civil rights movement, that is bullshit.
No, they wanted the civil rights movement to succeed. Again, not only in the 60s, but dating as far back as, FDR's days and during Reconstruction, because what it would do is it would expand federal authority. That's the point that I'm making. And so that the civil rights movement, feminism, gay liberation movement, the hippie movement, all of these things, these social justice movements were were being utilized in many ways by the government to expand its own power through public opinion, because you first have to win in the court of public opinion before you can win in the court of law, as far as they could see it. In a monarchy or in a dictatorship where a king or a dictator can move unilaterally, you don't necessarily need the public opinion as much as you do in a democracy or a constitutional republic. And so as a result of this, our government was complicit in kind of fanning the flames of civil rights, of social justice movements in order to expand its own power. That's the point that I'm making. So yes, the feds absolutely wanted the civil rights movement to succeed because it would bolster them it would expand their power.
But that still doesn't, that still doesn't.
So the feds were complicit in that. Yes, they did want the civil rights movement to succeed. They just didn't believe that King should be ahead of it. And for me, I don't have a dog in the race because I don't believe
I don't
believe that the civil rights movement. I don't believe in the civil rights movement at all.
I agree with him.
I come from the Booker T. Washington school of thought. I believe in conventional means to success. And not only that, to the extent that we have a constitution, the Constitution and the Supreme Court, depending on whether that Supreme Court was super liberal or conservative, you did see states who attempted to try to pass some kind of to use your word, racist policy or what have you, and those laws and those restrictions and so on and so forth being basically being done away with by the actions of the Supreme Court and decisions that were made. I think 1917, I wrote it down here earlier, you had Buchanan v. Worley, that was 1917. And you had a few other Supreme Court cases where you did have at the state and local level this attempt to mandate segregation, which I believe is completely unconstitutional. Please understand, I believe that government forced segregation at the state level is completely unconstitutional. I'm in alignment with Bob Woodson, though. And how do you fight that? Do you fight it through desegregation or do you fight it through forced integration? There's a distinctive difference between those two. Bob Woodson left the civil rights movement because he saw that, and there's a picture that I have of Bob Woodson standing right next to Bayard Rustin, who was one of King's advisors and speechwriters. the reality of it is that to the extent that you render it unlawful and unconstitutional for the state to dictate what door a Negro go out of or comes in or what have you, versus leaving it up to the individual business owner to make their own decisions as to who they will associate with or disassociate with, you're running afoul of the Constitution.
But they did do that.
And so
Jesus.
Bob Woodson believes or said, and I agree, that desegregation was his goal. That is not allowing states to dictate how you run your private business. So what we did with forced integration in the civil rights movement is we essentially traded one tyrant for another. The tyrant of the state.
How is
enforcing segregation being replaced with the tyrant of the feds enforcing integration? And so again, both are infringing upon the individual's right to freedom of association.
If it's well documented, however, once again, going back to the very start of this discussion, if it is well documented that there's never been a point in American history where separate was ever equal, then it becomes constitutionally necessary. If we're going to be given equal protection under the law, then damn it becomes necessary for the federal government to ensure equivalent access to some of these institutions, mainly public accommodations. The only reason that the civil rights movement was successful is because it was literally founded upon the principle being put in practice that all men are created equal. If that's in our founding document, then why in the world should businesses and organizations not be compelled to treat all men as such? If all men are created equal, why should I have the right to stop somebody from coming into my business based purely on the color of their skin? If all men are created equal, why should I have the right to stop a woman from voting or stop anyone from doing anything that it is they want to do as long as they're not breaking the law? Because the second that you do that, what you are doing is undermining the supreme law of the land in the Constitution, and you know that as well as I do.
Okay, so you said a lot, and I'll try my best to remember everything that you said. So the reality of it is this notion that all men are created equal. Yes, we're created equal by God in terms of dignity, in terms of value, so on and so forth. But one of the things that God doesn't do is make us robots that just do everything we're supposed to do all the time. No, we have autonomy. We have decisions to make. The decision to be born again, to repent and be born again, is a decision that you have to make. We all have to give an account for the lives that we live individually.
And we shouldn't care about the collective good then. So we should do the opposite of what Jesus tells us to do.
One of the things that I think is fascinating is when it came to our founding fathers and the construction of our Constitution, they were really faced with a very interesting task of government building, of nation building. And one of the things that they were contending with as students of history is a lot of questions, philosophical questions. I mean, if you read the Brutus papers, if you read the Federalist Papers, the Anti-Federalist Papers, the writings of people like Alexander Hamilton, yes, who celebrated in our day, but also the readings or the writings of people like Robert Yates and Patrick Henry and others who were making some very interesting points that I happen to agree with about the size of government, the function of government, so on and so forth. It became a very contentious thing, as you well know. And what Robert Yates and Patrick Henry and Luther Martin and others were trying to warn against was we can't come off the back of having won this war for independence only to build our own behemoth federal government in the United States. We have to respect individual liberty. We have to, and I understand the contradictions of that, given the fact that slavery existed and all that notwithstanding.
Three fifths of a person.
But the reality of it is you have to respect sovereignty of the individual, of the local townships, of the states. We are supposed to be a United States, lowercase u, capital S. That's what we are supposed to be. Before we had the Constitution, we had the Confederation of the States. And there was this friction that was going on between the founding fathers, such to where, as you know, Patrick Henry didn't even show up to the Constitutional Convention.
Right.
He famously said, "I smell a rat," because he envisioned he foresaw the North reneging on a lot of the compromises, the so-called compromises that they were making in the Constitution. And so The
You do
reality of
understand
it
the
is-
inherent hypocrisy, though, of the founding fathers. You understand that.
The reality of it is they were dealing with what they had in terms of the history of the world, the writings of in the script.
See, this dumb fuck
Yeah.
literally is assuming that the founding was perfect. And as a matter of fact, that I've never known of, well, I guess I should say Thomas Sowell would be maybe one of the exceptions. Black people trusting states' rights is like crazy to me.
But the basis of the argument is that if you complain about America, then you're the problem, not America. That's always been there.
Yeah, it's just like he's acting like these founding fathers weren't slave owners. You have to respect individual rights. That's literally laughable coming from a descendant of slaves.
That's what I'm saying.
Where did he get the idea that the founding fathers were that enamored with individual rights? Dude, this guy.
If they only
is,
wanted
this guy,
landowners to vote, why the fuck would they care about individual rights?
yeah, this guy is fucking. I think he's off in the head. I'm just amazed at how just off kilter this guy's thinking is.
As well as the writings of people like Socrates and Plato, as well as
Dealing with what they had, there's nowhere in the scriptures that says that a black man is 3/5 of a person, Chad.
They were looking at some of the thoughts that the thinking that came out of the Enlightenment and so on, and so they were continuing with all this, and not only that, they were also looking at the history of the early settlers in the United States, specifically in Jamestown and Plymouth, where in Jamestown in particular, I'm building up to a point here. In Jamestown in particular, they implemented a communal system from each according to their ability to each according to their need. They would store.
That's the word I was thinking of. He's confusing communism with communal. Is he saying that Jamestown?
Deliberately doing that.
Yeah.
Store up all the grain and the storehouses, and the idea was you come and get it as you needed. And this system proved to be an abysmal failure. Within the space of 4 years, people were eating shoelaces and rats, and I think half the population died until John Smith, the famous John Smith, scrapped that system and implemented a system of.
Okay, there's a lot of history he's missing here. Okay, one of the reasons that they starved at Jamestown is they kept fucking with the Indians and burning their crops. Dude, the communal storehouses of grain, dude. This guy has no clue what he's talking about.
If you keep attacking your trading partner and you're not, germane to the fucking area, you'll fucking starve. But
okay,
right,
these people came here. They almost died because they were fucking racist. They were fucking with the Indians instead of making friends with the Indians. That's one of the problems.
Private property. And so there's a lot of history that goes into the concocting of our Constitution, which is to make for a more perfect union.
A hell of a lot of hypocrisy in there too. I love the Constitution,
but the reality of it is,
but a lot of hypocrisy, because these are the same brothers that said that you and I were only seen as 3/5 of a person in these people's eyes. We can't laud these men on one point, but then not understand that while they're flawed, we must pursue the full fulfillment of the Constitution in practice. We can't do that.
So
the question, going back to what I was saying earlier and why this is again so significant, is if all men are created equal. I remember you said this with your interview with Officer Tatum, that Title II and Title.
Let me help these guys out here. The all men are created equal part, they didn't mean it. They didn't mean it for black people. Stop. And Frederick Douglass, I'm convinced that he was taking a political position trying to, get people to live up to the Constitution. There's nothing in that Constitution that
So was Dr.
suggests
King.
that they were even they weren't even thinking that black people would be equal. So stop looking to the founders as these great, sure, they did a great thing, but do you think they were pro-black? Not hardly. The only one that might have been slightly pro-black was Thomas Jefferson. And, there are a lot of jokes, in that state.
7 of the Civil Rights Act were unconstitutional. If all men are created equal, even if it must be mandated by law or force, you should have equivalent access to anywhere that anyone else has equivalent access to.
Okay, so just to get back to the point that I was making, when it comes to the Declaration of Independence and the notion that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
Yes.
How do you implement that? How do you enforce that? Do you do it through redistributive means? And this is a rhetorical question. Do you do it through? This is a question, in fact, that the founding fathers were trying to contend with. The reality of it is what they had in mind, specifically Thomas Jefferson and others, was the pursuit of property and in private ownership, the ability to be to have rights within yourself, and the freedom of association, so on and so forth. What King and not just King, the whole liberal contingent would do later on is that they would reinterpret that to say that my equality is contingent on what the government gives me through redistributive and.
That is absolutely not correct. That doesn't even make sense. What does redistribution have to do with equal rights under the law? Those are kind of two different arguments that he's trying to combine into one.
Equitable policies and monies and so on.
There would have been nothing to redistribute had things been given out fairly to begin with. That's the part you're negating. You're negating the fact that slavery was one of the greatest, produced one of the single greatest economic imbalances between races in the history of this country.
Slavery,
and
slavery
the fact is,
exists and far precedes the history
I'm aware
of this
of
country.
it. I'm aware it precedes the history. I'm talking about how slavery within the confines of the United States directly impacted Black Americans. If I just told you, and we know, and this is on the record, that we produced over $230 billion for the Southern economy, yet didn't get one penny of it, that is an economic injustice that has been created that the federal government must now recompense us.
What's your proof that they didn't get one penny of it?
Have Black people in this country received reparations?
Okay,
a reparations bill. Have we received?
It is a fact that
have we been given the $250,000? Have the collective of Black Americans in the United States been given either?
Now I swear this motherfucker is gonna say, "Well, but they learned skills." They learned a trade.
The land or cash and land or some form of a reparations package to the same degree that the Japanese Americans that were interned in the internment camps got, or that the Jews have gotten from the pain they suffered in the Holocaust and the other instances where they were being unjustly oppressed. Has that ever happened on a national level? Just a yes or no?
So here's the fact. The reality is that, the
reality is we haven't got.
I'm not going to, again. So it's interesting earlier how you're talking about your Christian bona fides, but yet and still you believe that vengeance is yours, that you must be made right.
Okay, so asking for reparations is a form of vengeance? What in the actual hell is Chad on?
And the fact that slaves existed and there's the billions of dollars and we haven't gotten paid anything and we need to come and get our check, to use King's words. The reality of it is, like, is your God forgiving or isn't he?
God is very forgiving, but
God. Oh my God. So everybody else should get reparations, but Black people should just forgive. Oh, this dude is a piece of work.
So why are you trying to reach back into the past and get something that you think belongs to you?
Because the economic impact of the past still has an impact in the present.
Okay, so what
the 230 billion? Here's why. Because the 230 billion dollars that the black slaves contributed to the South's economy is one of the primary reasons that the United States is as strong as it is economically today, all these years later. That's why. So when the past economic injustice has a current present impact on the economic standing, is particularly of a given race, it would seem logical to me, because the effect is so long lasting, that you can do something to make those repairs. And again, this is coming from someone. Let me make this point. This is coming from somebody that is as conservative as they come. But the one reason that I'm very pro reparations is because it does not matter what we do with the money. Black people in this country endured a stigmification of our own skin color that has not been endured by any other race that has ever been here. Based on that, I mean, you can say, Lord have mercy. I mean, if the truth offends you that badly, then you might need to switch Bibles. But the point is that has happened. It's demonstrably provable that what I've said has happened, and it is demonstrably provable and verifiable that no overall reparations package has ever been handed to black people in the way that it has been handed out to other groups across time. Yeah. And you know that this is the truth.
So you sound like you just came here right after reading Nicole Hannah Jones' 1619 Project, or maybe Ibram X. Kendi's
the last thing I read was the Book of Proverbs. Actually, I read that this morning.
Or what have you. No. But the reality of it is, like, you're speaking, like, your presumption is out of this redistributive mindset.
No, it comes from my presumption comes from Daniel Patrick Moynihan and Richard Nixon, who proposed the UBI, which was founded on King's framework. Daniel Patrick Moynihan is actually the chief influence that I'm coming here with, because he stated that it is the duty of the federal government to issue as much economic corrective imbalance as needed to justly make up for the horrors of the economically that were visited upon black people by slavery. That's not me. That's not Martin. That's Moynihan.
The issue with...
So do you disagree with Moynihan, or is he also a communist?
I disagree with the solutions of Moynihan, but I don't agree. But I do agree with some of his findings in terms of the out of wedlock birth and things of this nature.
You agree with part one of the Moynihan report, just not part two.
Just because I agree with somebody's identification of a problem doesn't necessarily mean I'm always going to agree with their solution to fix the problem.
Well, he identified a slew of problems. The pathology of the tangle of pathology they talked about in part three of his report actually went back to the foundation of his work, which was based on E. Franklin Frazier, who you well know, who also spoke to the economic ridiculousness that was visited upon us via slavery. So you have E. Franklin Frazier, who's a black man, by the way, laying this framework down. A white man in Moynihan comes up, picks up where he left off, and says that the best thing that the government can do is offer an economic correction for black people because the economic injustice that was visited upon us by slavery. But you don't want to agree with that point of Moynihan, because it would force you to admit that your worldview is based on a faulty assumption, and it's based on a pseudo-Christianity, which is what you've been preaching this entire 2 hours we've been sitting here.
Okay.
This is my last point. There is no way you can say with a straight face that the gospel is not both social and theological. That's why I use the example of the Good Samaritan, because if someone is injured, if someone is down, you help them. When you see an injustice being done, you correct it.
You don't coerce the government by way of the taxpayer to help them. You help them. Yeah, I agree with that.
Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, and unto God that which is God's. And I don't know anywhere in the world, I don't know anywhere in the scripture where God condemns somebody for doing that which is right. I've never seen it on a national level or on an individual level. And I highly doubt that the carpenter that you claim to worship as I do would have a problem with me advocating for an economic correction to be given to my people, especially after they were raped and beaten and pillaged for 250 years, just like the descendants of Jesus himself.
Okay, Ibram X. Kendi. So the reality of it is, again,
King James Bible, actually. It's a much better book.
So here's the thing. I feel like you're talking in circles, with all due respect.
I could have said the same thing 40 minutes ago. I just let you talk.
I feel like you're talking in circles, with all due respect, and what you're doing is no different. I mean, there's nothing new under the sun. What you're doing is no different than any politician, and I know you have aspirations for running for president one day, so it's fitting. But what you're doing is no different.
I'm a person involved in politics. I'm not a typical politician. It's a combination of two words. Poly, which is Greek for many, and ticks, those are blood-sucking insects. I came to weed them out, not be one of them.
Well, that's interesting, because you sound like the quintessential politician insofar that you believe that the way to fix a problem that's inherently cultural is to throw money at it. That's what you're advocating.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. So the problem is inherently cultural. Yep, another anti-black.
Is that what that is?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm here to combat a sin problem.
Absolutely, yeah, touche.
Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, and I'm here only to correct
and
that
then he
issue.
quotes King again.
Well, I mean, the man, you said it yourself. He's a great orator. I like to think I'm close to him, but not quite there. So when he's great, you stay with the greats.
Most of his speeches were written not by him, but by his communist handlers.
No, that's an
But
absolute lie. That's an absolute lie. I have his own. I've seen his own writings in my own eyes. I've got my hands on quite a few of them, and they were not. The idea that Levison and
here's a book recommendation for you. Go read a book called Dangerous Friendship, which documents the friendship, the partnership between King and Stanley Levison, not written by a conservative, not written by somebody who hates King. In fact, it's written by somebody who's an admirer of King in Stanley Levison. Go read that book, and if you're watching this, I recommend you go read that book as well, and you'll get insight into the construction of King's speeches.
You will get insight.
He was great.
You'll get insight into a couple of the introductions and a couple of the frameworks of some of King's speeches, but to actually get a full view of him himself, I would suggest that you all go read his last book, Where Do We Go From Here, which was published in November of 1967 before he was assassinated.
Also largely handled and edited by Stanley Levison. So
there's no objective evidence to prove that either. So
the fact of the matter is, again, I do agree with you. I concede that it's inherently a sin problem. So thank you for that correction. But the point that I'm making is that there's practical and conventional means to dealing with the issues and the pathologies of a given people that politics can't fix, that throwing money at the problem cannot fix. And in fact, the notion that the people have in a given community that this policy is going to handle my problems, this so-called leader, this activist who's lobbying the government on my behalf is going to take care of my problems. What that then does is that de-incentivizes the responsibilities that are incumbent on each individual within that given.
I would love to ask Chragedy O. Jackson, are white people is there a problem with their culture? Don't they have politicians, like they will always say, call your congressman, call your congressman? Why can't Black people do the same thing? Why can't Black people expect government to work for them? These are the questions that this fool needs to be asked. And unfortunately, our buddy Austin is not up to actually listening to what Chad is saying and actually challenging some of these weirdo notions.
A community to do what is necessary within themselves to make a.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't know. It's like a closed-minded approach that you guys.
No, it's not closed-minded at all.
Very, very.
I want to know, are Blacks isolated? Other communities go to their congressmen. They literally set up offices, like senators and House of Representatives members literally set up offices, quote, back home. Constituent services is what they call it. Why can't Black people avail themselves of constituent services? White people do it all the time.
Way for themselves. I'm hoping that makes sense. And so, again, the reason why I said earlier that the work of King moved Blacks from a trying race to a crying race, that wasn't to be funny. That wasn't to, do a gotcha or a slogan. I said that because I genuinely...
See, this is just all bullshit. Okay, whites received welfare for decades before 1964. Where is the criticism of that?
Why are you worried about that?
Okay, because this dude is on YouTube spewing bullshit.
You should go stand in line with your hand out, get your scoop of porridge. There you go.
Okay, this has nothing to do with me. This has everything to do with Chad, who is spewing some warped history. And dude, he's entitled to his opinion. What he's not entitled to is to speak on shit he doesn't know and sound and attempt to present himself as authoritative. He wants to shit on black people and excuse white people for doing the same thing.
You only mean it. Again, how do you account for the upward trajectory, the upward mobility that you saw under the behest of the leadership of people like Booker T. Washington at the turn of the 20th century to all of a sudden this downward trajectory? I mean,
you know, the other question, and I don't know this, maybe I should Google it at some point. I don't think Booker T. Washington would have a problem with the civil rights movement. I have no reason to think he would.
People can say that it's racism and riots and all the things.
No, really? Why do you think he would have a problem?
Don't cast down your buckets where you are. What do you mean? What? You better get you better figure this out without begging on your knees like this shit. This shit is just sad to me.
See, y'all just want to talk about y'all would spend an eternity casting buckets into dry wells.
That's right. And y'all would spend eternity instead of digging for your reparations. Go ahead.
Instead of digging a fresh well, once the old well goes dry, y'all will just keep casting down the bucket into a dry well and pulling up dust. The well went dry and people were getting thirsty and they decided to dig a new well, and that was called the civil rights movement.
I don't know. I look around at this so-called community today. I'm not impressed.
I don't think there's a community.
Exactly.
There are communities, and quite frankly, I don't think there ever was a black community, but it's a better argument on, when everybody was pretty much repressed. Again, Booker T. Washington, who knows, maybe he was right for his time, but that Atlanta Expo speech was in like 1898. Okay, how long were people supposed to wait before they hey, it's been 50 fucking years. Let's go. Let's get some things changed. And this idea that, essentially that white people would finally go, oh, hey, we were wrong all these years. Let's change the laws. Y'all are fucking living. Y'all are living in your own heads. You're high on your own supply.
Yeah, really.
It had nothing to do with King. The downward trajectory, we already stated this.
It had to do with the mindset.
It had to do with black males leaving the home from 1940 through 1965. That has nothing to do with King. That has nothing to do. Moynihan himself could not confirm directly what caused black men to begin leaving the house from 1940 through 1964. Dr. King couldn't confirm it. No one did. But when Moynihan released his report, Dr. King calls Moynihan and says, I agree with you in private, but I can't support you in public, because the civil rights leaders called Moynihan a racist for that. So that has nothing to do with Martin Luther King. That has specifically to do with, for whatever reason, black men in the United States abandoning black families. The government never kicked them out. Government simply replaced them with welfare when they left. That was the downfall. That was the flaw of the social justice programs of the Lyndon Johnson administration.
Chad, I'm gonna let you respond to that. We got 10 minutes, just a heads up. Okay. And respond to that, and we'll do closing statements.
Okay. So again, this notion that it's exclusively has to do with black men leaving the home. Even if that were true, because I do understand that that's the point that Moynihan makes, that doesn't just happen just suddenly one day. It happens again after the shifting of a mindset. The reality of it is in the taking the proverbial hand off the plow and picking up the picket sign, what a young militant is doing, as we saw in the 1960s and 70s, as echoed by the late Nika Giovanni, who in an interview with James Baldwin said that our generation is different. We decided to become protesters as opposed to carrying on the businesses that our fathers and that our grandfathers made. She was saying something key that was happening with these baby boomers as they were coming of age, not only in the so-called Black community, but also in other communities as well. There was a mindset shift that was taking place that did result in the fathers leaving the house, that did result in a whole bevy and a whole slew of other things that contributed to the disparities that we now see. It's easy to blame it on racism and the legacy of slavery and all the things, but if that were true, how come we saw this upward mobility, this upward trajectory that took place after slavery from the late 19th century into the early part or the middle part of the 20th century? And so why is it that the effects of slavery skipped a generation or
they
two?
didn't skip the generation.
And so just to finish my point, the mindset shift is a very real thing. Whenever Joseph H. Jackson, which is somebody I highly recommend people look into, and I don't know if you're aware of who he is or not. He was a president of the National Baptist Convention.
Yeah, I also told Martin Luther King to get the hell out of the North. Yeah,
which the National Baptist Convention, it boasted, I think, 4 or 5 million Negro churchgoers. Joseph H. Jackson was from that kind of Booker T. Washington school of thought.
He sided with Mayor Daley, saying the Kings had no business in the North.
And Martin Luther King wanted to remove Jackson from his leadership, from his post at the National Baptist Convention. He and Stanley Levison came up with a plan where they would put up Gardner C. Taylor. King would send out letters to various pastors saying, next year is our year to remove Jackson from his post as a leader of the National Baptist Convention. They attempted to do it. The King and Gardner C. Taylor contingent tried to rush the stage, demanding a roll call, and the kerfuffle. Reverend A.G. Wright out of Detroit fell off the stage, cracked his head, and died. And as a result of this, King and his little misfits were kicked out of the National Baptist Convention. When you look at Joseph H. Jackson's preaching and teaching, he was preaching the authentic gospel with no Marxian ulterior motive, unlike King.
There is no Marxian ulterior motive in anything King said about the gospel.
One of the things that Jackson would say is that it's up to men to be men. It's up to men to be men. Again, this is reverberating not only from Booker T. Washington, but from the scriptures. It's up to men to be men. Stop comparing yourself to others. Again, it's a sin to compare yourself to others in the way that you're saying, oh, look at these people. They got their reputation. Look at them people. We deserve it too.
It's never a sin to tell the truth.
And so the fact of the matter is you have it within yourself to be a person of integrity, a man of honor, irrespective of what somebody else is or isn't getting. And so the reality of it is, when you look at Jackson's stance and position on what the responsibility of the man is, compared to the interview that I thought you were referring to earlier, and I was wrong, but the interview that he did with NBC from behind the pulpit at Ebenezer Baptist Church there in Atlanta, where he said that men can't be men because of the conditions and because of housing and because of this and because of that. What King is doing in that interview is indicative of the mindset shift that was happening at the time. He's tying your manhood to what the government is or isn't willing to give you.
He's tying your manhood.
And so the reality of it is,
and that's what he was doing.
That what King's rhetoric, what he was doing with his rhetoric, with the civil rights movement and all that, was instilling a sense of bitterness and a woe is me kind of mentality into Black folks, into Black culture. And so in so doing, he's moving Black Americans from a trying race under the leadership of people like Booker T. Washington to a crying race.
Dude, this guy is a fucking freak.
I love it.
It's a sin. It's a sin to bring up the fact that you have been an oppressed community for hundreds of years. It's a sin. Ooh, you should turn your other cheek and forgive. Dude, you know what? I wish I were there to put my foot up Chad O. Jackson's dumb ass.
Yeah, that'd make you feel good there.
You know what? It would.
Under the leadership of King, Abernathy,
he didn't even know what to say, did he?
Contingent. So yes, absolutely.
He didn't even know what to say, did he, Deacon? Motherfucker,
No.
I thought your dumb
Look at this
ass was
motherfucker
asleep.
mocking me. Look at this motherfucker.
I thought you were asleep, Mike. Too bad.
And you didn't think I was asleep. I'm listening to the dumb shit that you talking, Stanley.
You should have stayed in that golden slumber.
I'm over here dying laughing at your dumb ass, Stanley.
Yeah, well, you keep laughing on mute, bitch.
Absolutely.
You've never proved he was a Marxist this entire
when you
conversation.
look once again at the Cato Institute study conducted in 2019, where more blacks have a favorable view of socialism than the free market system, that is the legacy of the civil rights agenda, which is now the civil rights industry. That's what that's a legacy of. So we can bitch and moan all we want about the legacy of slavery. Oh, we deserve reparations, all this nonsense. To the extent that you do that, you sound pathetic.
The unfortunate
you sound
reason,
like a pathetic loser.
The
reality is, I don't have, like, I used to be homeless. I used to live out of my car. I know what it's like to be down on your luck and having not 2 pennies to rub together. I know what that's like. And it's through conventional means that I was able to make something of myself, where I now run a plumbing company, where I now run a film company. I didn't do it by going through some government program. I didn't do it by leaning into this. No, I did it by being a man. That's what's responsible.
Thank you. I think that's the biggest point.
This motherfucker
you know,
is lying.
most people need
This
that.
motherfucker
Daddy
is
government to
lying
pick 'em
through
up.
his teeth. He's lying through his teeth. Of course,
Right.
he had a hand up.
He had a hand up.
Yeah, I bet he was a Jay Prince.
Oh my God.
Responsible. That's what's required of us. In keeping with Booker T. Washington, in keeping with Joseph H. Jackson, I could be a protester today because I felt sorry for myself and the government owes me something. No, the conditions that led.
I couldn't be a protester because I have multiple cheeks to turn.
Led to my homelessness was done by yours truly. And yes, I may have been dealt a bad hand in this area or that area of my life, but at the end of the day, it's up to the victim to get himself up, to take advantage of his opportunities, whatever opportunities those are. And yes, those opportunities existed even during Jim Crow.
Listen to this fucking demented asshole. It's up to the victim. Don't hold the perpetrator of the crime accountable. It's up to the victim. Dude, this dude is warped.
So we can't do what the left does, what the Nicole Hannah-Jones does and the Ibram X. Kendis and others, and beg and moan and write and do all the things to say that the government owes us something, because to the extent that we do that, all we're doing, Austin, is we're feeding into this kind of woe is me mentality that doesn't breed genuine liberty, that doesn't breed genuine equality. All it breeds is more resentment. All it breeds is more issues and disorder and degeneration and all the things. I want to see that turn around. I want to see that begin to shift by people taking personal responsibility. Yes, I believe that we should have a freedom of association, but that's because, again, I should have the right to run my business, to conduct my business the way that I want to. And to the extent that somebody wants to discriminate against me, I'd rather know who those people are so I can avoid their business rather than having my food or whatever tampered with because somebody is coerced to do so by the government. I thank you for, again, calling this.
Listen to this freak. It's what I would rather do. It's not what other people might want to do or, no, it's what I want to do.
I noticed.
So the only accountability that a discriminatory business gets is they don't get Chad O. Jackson's business. Dude, this dude is a mealy mouth mouse. He's not a man.
He's a mouse.
This debate together.
You're not gonna let me say that?
You hear him talking about blaming the victim. It's up to the victim to deal with whatever hand they were dealt with. Never hold the perpetrator accountable. I'd rather know which businesses are discriminatory so they don't get my business. Dude, he's a mouse.
No, you can hold him. Well, listen, man, most people don't like that kind of man talk. I get it.
No, he is a pussy. If some white man comes up and slaps the shit out of him, he's gonna go, well, it was my fault. It was my fault. I got slapped to the ground.
And I'm sorry it got heated at moments, but I do respect you. I see the things that you're doing. I agree with you on a whole lot. But when it comes to this issue of King, we can't continue as Black people in particular that King is so great. We owe him all this honor and respect, and we owe him our firstborn because of all the things he did. Because to the extent that we do that and buy into this kind of mentality, this Marxian mentality that King set forth, we're never, ever, ever going to progress. We're always going to continue to regress. And even though things might look like they're heading in the right direction, the reality is that thing is always sure to implode because it's not held together by genuine progress. It's held together by a lot of symbols and things.
Listen to this dumb fuck. Oh, we're actually regressing. Even though it looks like we're progressing, we're not really. What a dummy.
Theatrics that doesn't really do anything to get to the heart of the issue. So that's my point.
Your final response, Austin?
My final response is very simple. I came here to do one thing, and I've done it. They refuted the nonsensical idea that Martin Luther King Jr. is a Marxist. That man said that we must remember that we have the bread of life within the confines of the church, and that one day somebody's coming by, some old person's coming by, some young person's coming by, to find the bread of life, and we have to make sure that we keep it fresh. If Dr. King was not a true Christian, and if he was genuinely a Marxist, then we would not have made the statement that we must remind the world that there's still a fountain that has been filled with blood drawn from Emmanuel's veins. You don't get more higher Christophany. You don't get higher Christology than a statement like that, because Emmanuel being interpreted as God with us. Dr. King stated that he had a dream, and that dream was one where the children that he had and the brothers and sisters that he had would not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. That is a meritocracy at its finest. But you don't get to a meritocracy until you remove the underpinned economic evil vestiges of racism, militarism, and segregation. If you don't remove those, you can't have the equivalent opportunity to see who really is great, who really is average, who really is below average. There's no way that you can produce that. And I'm not saying, and I don't ever want it confused, equal opportunity cannot and will not ever produce equal outcome. Michael Jordan gonna always be Michael Jordan. LeBron gonna always be LeBron. The fact is, the opportunity must exist. And Dr. King saying that it didn't cost the nation one penny to integrate lunch counters was true. Dr. King saying that it didn't cost the nation one penny to guarantee the right to vote was true. The fact is that the United States federal government is guilty still to this day of having supported white European peasant farmers with the passage of the Homestead Acts, which gave away more than 240 million acres of land in the West and the Midwest, while at the very same time they gave Black Americans nothing, who contributed $285 billion to the Southern economy, which led to the United States having one of the highest GDPs at that time. And you have stood here, and this was a great debate and a great discussion, but you said that King wasn't a Christian. In his college papers, I say that I agree with that. I think he did deny the resurrection. He denied the divinity of Christ Jesus. He denied all of those things. But in the middle of the Montgomery bus boycott, he met the Lord, and he speaks about this experience plainly. He says, I received a threatening phone call where someone said, nigga, if you ain't out of this town in 3 days, we're going to blow your brains out and blow up your house. And he talked about how he heard these things before, but this night it got to him, and he turned over and he prayed a prayer. He said, Lord, I'm trying to do what's right. And he said, I had grown up in the church, but religion that night became actually real to me. And I finally got to know God for myself. So Dr. King, by no stretch of the imagination, was a Marxist. He built off the work of Charles Hamilton Houston and the decision of the Brown versus Board of Education to simply do what he said he was going to do, which is try his best to say to America, all we want from you is what you said you'd give us on paper. If we lived in China or Russia, we can understand the denial of certain basic First Amendment privileges. But what Dr. King tried to bring to fruition in practice was the principle first established by our founding fathers, who said that all men are created equal. I sat here and listened to another Black man tell me that it's all right for a business owner to discriminate against somebody based purely on the color of their skin. That is a sort of racist, bigoted evil that Dr. King fought against. And for as long as I live, and for as long as the Lord allows me to get involved in politics, and eventually, in 15 years, I told Cenk Uygur on Jubilee I was going to run for president in 15 years. I want it stated on this podcast right here. I'm not a politician. I'm a person involved in politics. And so, Chad, while I love what you have to say in some bits and pieces, your stance on King is wrong. And in 14 years, I'll prove to you just how wrong you were.
Can I respond just real quickly? I won't be long. So you said that King found God during the Montgomery bus boycott. That's actually not true. Again, that was written in Stride for Freedom, which again was heavily
the Why
edited,
Jesus Called a Man a Fool sermon was written in Stride for was written by who?
Which is heavily edited by Stanley Levison. And the reality
Stanley
of it
Levison edited King's sermon? That's a lie.
What you talk about
the sermon he gave in November of 1967. Chad, you can't say that. That's an outright historical lie.
Let me try to be brief. again, I named the book title so people can go and read.
I named a sermon title. He named a book title. We're not going to misstate that. I quoted a sermon from Dr. King directly, which is why Jesus called a man a fool in 1967.
Yeah, link both. Okay, so let me just finish my point because I know we got to wrap up. So the story that you just told about him making a cup of coffee and all this stuff, and then that's the night he found God, that is included in Stride for Freedom. So just for the record, that was written in 1958. Later on, during the Nobel Peace Prize documentary, King would say that he believes that God is found in all the world religions. That's actually, that's not something a Christian would say because that violates the very first commandment. That I'm the Lord your God who brought you out of Egypt. You shall have no other God before me. And so that's in 1964, I believe, when he said that. That's after 1958, if we're getting our timeline correctly.
See, this dumb fuck. No, that statement does not violate the first commandment. He's not putting any other God. He said our God, assuming he means the Christian God, can be found in all religions. I don't see any problem with that statement. Chad is a weirdo.
Thanks, guys.
Again, when you look at the philandering, again, the fact of the matter is we know that pastors, those who profess to be teachers, will be judged more harshly. We can name thing after thing after thing that King said and did that actually proves that he wasn't living a regenerate life sold out to Christ.
By your logic, neither was King David or Abraham or Noah. Noah was a drunk.
King David was repentant, and he wrote about it in the Psalms. There's nothing that we have on record of
Samson slept with prostitutes.
There's nothing
Noah was accused of drunkenness.
The last point I'll make, I promise, is that we don't.
Peter denied him 3 times.
The last point I'll make, I promise, we don't have any record of King being repentant.
Yes, we do.
Of
Paul's letter to American Christians. America, you must be born again. That's a direct King quotation from his Paul's letter to American Christians.
But read the whole sermon in its context. You'll see that he's advocating for social justice, which is rooted in Marxism. To say
so, the gospel is social, according
to say in an isolated form that he told America they must be born again.
Again, nothing in there. See how he just keeps moving the goalpost all over. The moderator needs to just end this shit.
There's something about Chad tells me that he hates this motherfucker.
Something about what?
Something about Chad tells me that he hates this motherfucker, MLK.
Like born again by way of Christ. My dear friend Austin.
If he's writing as if he's Paul, that's exactly what it was doing. No,
anyway,
go watch the whole sermon.
That's my final. It's been a pleasure, guys. Thanks for booking time. We'll link your documentary. We'll link your socials. Yes. Guys, comment below what you liked, what you didn't like, who you thought won. Thank you for your time, guys. Peace.
I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Please don't forget.
Nagon, this is a guy named Chad O. Jackson, who is Shinebone. Yeah, I'm afraid that would pretty much cover. That would pretty much cover Chad O. Jackson, a Shinebone. Damn, he has almost 30,000 subscribers. 30,000 yeah, 30,000 Deacon days.
Yep, all 30K of us. Yep. I could be the heel. There's nothing wrong with that. Whether I mean it or not, it's up to your own interpretation. I really don't feel like I have any obligation to reveal my true feelings either way. However, this is very fun. It's entertaining.
Yeah. Just so everyone knows, and Yeti, let's see, I put both these links in the show notes. Yeti said that he sent the debate to his father, and his father really liked it. So that kind of feels good. I should have asked Yeti to have his father subscribe to the channel.
Why? So you could bring him in here and you abuse him? The fuck? No.
No. Plenty of people subscribe. They never come up to the panel though. So
I come up here because I enjoy the abuse sometimes. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, well, what? How
does you're my boy, Stanley. You really are.
How does the Rolling Stones song we
Stanley, stand down.
That's so nice of you to say. what's the Rolling Stone song? We all went somewhere to get our fair share of abuse.
I never heard it.
So, well, you know what? We do have Chad's little Chad O. Jackson talks recent MLK debate. And this damn thing is like an hour, over an hour and a half long. And I don't think we're going to do that tonight. I'm tired. I've had too much Chad, and you can't always get what you want. Yep. We've had too much Chad for one day, and poor Queen Sunkissed. She just probably couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah, we were a bit much. You know, I appreciate it.
I think she was entertained. I hope.
Yeah, you know, I try to give her some because I'll never forget the first time I had a panel over there. She abused me.
Oh, on Big J's channel?
No, yeah, but that was before you was coming over there.
Oh, okay. Well, it's good to know. It's good to know that she. I wish she'd abused Mike tonight.
I don't have nothing against her. She's a good sport.
Yeah, well, I think that I think we need someone like her who can smack a mic around a little bit, because it gets boring when I have to do it all the time.
Very entertaining.
All right.
I'm still working on my puzzle. I've still got this big ass. I got a million pieces still to do. I haven't been able to get to it because I was sick.
What type of puzzle are you working on?
It's a Star Wars puzzle. So,
I thought it was like a Chad O. Jackson.
Yeah, Jigsaw.
Chad O. Jackson MLK.
No, I could get
This
one.
motherfucker always trying to be funny.
It's otherwise, what would be the purpose of this show? To put up with the likes of you, Mike?
Yeah, yep, that's the purpose.
This would be the Mike 123 babysitting channel.
And see, Stanley, what your sick ass don't understand, I be trying to teach you something up here, but you don't try to listen.
Yeah, well, you can't teach an old dog.
You might want to go read you a book and probably hop on you another panel or something. And
nope, no more panels for tonight. It's let's see, what time is it? It's 23:39.
23:39, 11:39
on the East Coast, and I have no reason to.
Well, it's only 10
panels.
It's only 10:40 where I am.
It's kind of sort of possible that I may do this Chad O. Jackson eulogy or post-mortem, I guess would be a better term. But he wasn't that amusing in this debate. I can't imagine he's going to be more amusing, critiquing himself.
Critiquing himself.
Where have I heard of this book, The Delectable Negro? That term, I was just reading something or listening to something using that term, the Delectable Negro. Let's have a look at it right quick. I was trying to figure out how to download all my
well, your son JB may be able to help you, Stanley. Have you ever asked him to help you?
For what? I asked him if he wants to come up here to talk, it's going to be $50.
Oh, that's his business. It ain't got nothing to do with me.
It is his business. I'm trying to figure out how to download all these books on.
I just might pay for the bitch to come back just so I can ask him a question.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's in the chat right now. trying to figure out how to download all these book titles into a spreadsheet. I have 359 books on in my Kindle or up online.
What book are you reading right now?
It's a biography of Samuel Johnson.
Oh, I don't think I heard of him.
He's the one who did the dictionary.
The dictionary. Okay.
Let's see here. But I want to look up. Let's see here. Hold on one sec. Let me get this in.
Yeah, I was watching a football game. That's why I wasn't talking. The Bears just beat the Packers.
Here we go. Give me 1 second here. So what I need to do is this. Share screen, and then we need window this. So that's what's on my Kindle. And then we want to look up The Delectable Negro.
Acting White. I heard of that book before. Acting White.
Yeah, I got all kinds of books you'll
Is that what
find
you
amusing,
act,
I'm
Stanley?
sure.
You trying to act white, Stanley? Is that what you got that book for? You want to be white, Stanley?
Oh yeah, with all my heart.
It's okay.
Now, why can I not search the internet on here?
Are we getting a Deacon Dave show started this year, Deacon Dave? Are we gonna get a show started with you?
Nah, man, I'll be up there jiving and somebody will call me out. I might
You should
make
start
the
you a
thing.
panel. Mike
I don't-
123 support you.
I do have some ideas, but it's some people that keep me honest that I'd probably abandon it mid thought and I come off as crazy.
Yeah, you know, people gonna say what they gotta say. It don't bother me, but
Yeah, I do have times where I'll be at work and I'll practice rifting in my head, and it just, I don't know. It's, get in front of a mirror and you start talking, and maybe one day eventually you string along something that somebody else might enjoy. But I for the most part, no, I don't have the desire to do it, honestly. I would do it if we were just going, fuck around and kick it. That's all. I'd do that.
Oh, that's right. Okay, now I yeah. It was somebody talking about this book. Somebody talking about this book on a YouTube channel. Or was it a podcast? I just listened to so many of these things. Sometimes I can't remember exactly
what book,
what or where I see these things. But so The Delectable Negro, Human Consumption and Homoeroticism Within the U.S. Slave Culture. Yeah, this was actually, I guess you would actually probably somewhere within what would you call this book? It would be something like a critical theory sort of thing. Scholars of U.S. and transatlantic slavery have largely ignored or dismissed accusations that Black Americans were cannibalized. There's a couple instances where for one reason or another, these ships ran out of food, and they would literally eat the Negroes.
Damn, that's a crazy thought. Somebody wrote a book about that.
Vincent Woodward takes the enslaved person's claims of human consumption seriously, focusing on both the literal starvation of the slave and the tropes of cannibalism on the part of the slave holder, and further draws attention to the ways in which blacks experience their consumption as a fundamentally homoerotic occurrence. The Delectable Negro explores these connections between homoeroticism, cannibalism, and cultures of consumption in the context of American literature and U.S. slave culture, utilizing many examples of African American literature and culture, such as the slave narratives of Olado. How do you pronounce that? Olada Equiano, Harriet Jacobs, Frederick Douglass, as well as less circulated materials like James L. Smith's slave narrative. I don't know. I don't know that this would exactly be my cup of tea there, Nagon. This looks like
that is Nagon who suggested I read The History of Cotton, right? Was that one of his books?
Right, and I still haven't gotten around to it. I'm still trying to slog my way through this Johnson biography.
I guess you're going to read whatever you want to read.
In the winter of 1609 into 1610, I think those were the years, Jamestown they were so starved for food that they dug up the graves of people who had died and ate them. So there's cannibalism in Jamestown's history. Bet you didn't know that, Dave.
Not my cup of tea.
Hey, I'm gonna shoot you an email in the morning, Deacon Dave. I gotta ask you a question.
I got you. I'll keep my eye out. That's the first thing I think.
He's gonna ask you out for a date.
See, this motherfucker is sick, Deacon Dave.
Yeah, there's nothing about us remotely reminds you or make you think that either one of us are not hetero.
It was just the way he said, "I'm going to email you in the morning." I'm sorry. Just seeing
only sick motherfuckers think how you think, Stanley.
Only sick motherfuckers talk about emailing each other on YouTube.
You got a severe case of queerness and TDS.
Is that you oh.
It's okay, buddy.
All right. Well, I guess we need to wrap this mess up. It's getting weird.
No, you getting weird. You getting weird, and you the only weird motherfucker here, Stanley.
No, surely I'm not the only one.
But
okay, I'll read it. As a matter of fact, funny enough, they have it in the Kindle Unlimited library, so I don't even have to pay anything for it. So, yep, I will definitely do that.
What is it? The Delectable Negro?
Yeah.
Is that the one you're looking at? Okay. All right. You got to catch up because me and Dagon are getting our education on.
Yeah, it sounds kind of creepy. But
we read books. I don't know what you're doing.
It's disgusting.
Hey, what up? She's alive.
Yeah, she ain't said shit. She ain't said shit all fucking night.
I just been listening to y'all. I don't want to fight y'all to talk.
You had a lot to say earlier, so what happened?
What?
Yeah, don't mind Mike. He just woke up from being passed out on the floor.
Is that what happened?
Probably. That lump on your head. You tell us that lump on your head.
Well, the lump on the head. See, Mike 123 don't get lumps on the head.
That's right. The floor gets cracks in it.
But Stanley, you goddamn enjoy the rest of your goddamn queer ass night, and we'll catch up to you.
Yeah, okay. You make sure you email your pen pal Dave there. Maybe
I'm gonna shoot Deacon Dave. I'm gonna shoot Deacon Dave
y'all
an
can
email.
work. Maybe y'all can work on the quote puzzle.
Don't be like that,
Stanley.
Stanley.
I don't understand you, Stanley. You know, you say some weird shit, brother.
Well, I think it's just shit you don't understand and you think it's weird.
I mean, you don't joke around like that.
All right. Well, I see T. Looks like T.
Yeah, I don't fuck with
live.
T.
Let's see. What time did she go live? She
It's
went
hard
live
to watch
11
a
minutes
show.
ago.
It's hard to watch a show that as soon as the link is dropped, a bunch of nose wide open fellers go up there. I don't watch shit like that.
You know, I'm gonna be honest. It's been weird on her show here of late. It's like, you know, they get up there and then they start talking religion and stuff like that, and it's a weird mix of, you know, bunch of fucking thirsty Negroes talking Jesus.
Right. That's weird, man.
Weird. I pray to Jesus that you could be
thirsty Negroes talking Jesus. that should be a show title for you, Stanley.
You know what? You're right about that. Let me go ahead and
Thirsty Negroes talking Jesus.
That is good.
Yeah, let me go ahead and put that one down. It is pretty funny. A bunch of thirsty
You
Negroes.
made Mike 123 laugh with that.
Well, it's always good to know that I can make you laugh in the third person.
Call it what you want, player. You gonna hop up there with those thirsty Negroes and talk some Jesus?
No,
Stanley?
I might listen for a while, but I'm paneled out for the day.
You must have been on the Leprechaun channel earlier today.
The Leprechaun?
Yeah, Nightish. I call him he looked like the Leprechaun.
He's a little too
Who
tall.
stole me gold?
He does kind of, with that beard, he actually looks more like a gnome to me. You put one of those little gnome cone hat things on him, he could very easily be a gnome. He talks like a gnome.
Yeah, you sure you and Nightish is not brothers, Stanley?
Pretty sure. Someone said the other day that Callie has ruined a bunch of N-words, and I'm inclined to believe that. What is Smeagol? Is that a gnome?
Yeah, that's Lord of the Rings.
Oh, okay. I've never read Tolkien, never seen the movies or anything like that. So I
heard it was nothing but walking.
I tell Nightish that you know what, you wear a Schmeagol hat.
Schmeagol.
That's the guy that says.
That's the guy that says the precious.
I want to see him. I want to see him in. Actually, he would actually make a good Papa Smurf.
Yeah, y'all taking shots at night. That's crazy.
Oh, that's all right. You know what? I went up on his panel today and I took a bunch of body blows from Raw G and Cellulite. So
yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Because you know what? They made my point tried to make earlier on Big J panel. But I know like that mix of people it's a lot of closed-mindedness. You wouldn't want to hear the opposite, the opposing opinion. For me,
y'all act like that your reasoning and all is sound. It's just not.
You're right. It's just correct.
And Raw G reading from the US code, it's just too much dumbness, in one place. They need to spread out the dumbness across panels. They shouldn't concentrate it all in one place.
It's funny how you're always in the middle of it.
It is funny. It's like I'm a dumb magnet.
Stanley, you just go around stirring up shit is what you do.
It's like I attract all the Delta Novembers.
Yeah, that's it. All right.
Yeah, you did give me warning. That is for sure. Sin is my little Jiminy Cricket. You really shouldn't be doing this, Stanley. You'll regret it, Stanley.
Yeah, Sam be getting around on these YouTube streets.
Yeah, she ran stuff everywhere I see her.
Yeah, I done seen that a lot
How
of places.
do you do that, Sin?
You gotta change your avatar to an attractive young white woman.
I think this picture is actually pretty attractive.
Is Sin white or no?
She says she has no life. Are those actually your eyes, Sin? If those, I think it's a pretty attractive picture, to be honest. That she doesn't have any life. Too bad I don't live anywhere near you, Sin. We could go to the movies or something.
You gonna give her some life, Stanley?
No. I said if.
If was the fifth, we'll all be drunk.
But I think I've heard. I think she's alluded to how she treats her boyfriends. I don't think I would survive the experience.
Well, seeing 7, she about 60, ain't it? She about your age, ain't she?
No, I don't think so. She is a vibrant young woman.
You see how you just started talking about these
pictures filtered. How do you mean filtered? I don't really know that much about filters, so apparently something's filtered about the picture, and I don't really understand how that sort of stuff works. So I'll just enjoy. I mean, I like the pictures. She looks pretty attractive, but kind of like very Cruella de Vil. She looks like something that actually could be from the Game of Thrones, for that matter.
Well, blow the picture up and sleep up under, put it up under your pillow and sleep with it, and maybe something will happen.
So what I'm gonna do more. I'm gonna do more than sleep with it.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, that Stanley. That was disgusting of you.
Yeah,
that's probably the most disgusting thing I ever heard you say.
That is. Well, wait. I didn't say what I was gonna do. I just said I'd be doing.
Well, you got people speculating. It sounded weird, and
hey,
we don't know what you really gonna do with it.
Speculating is good. For all you know, I might just sit down and have a cup of tea and gaze at it.
That's weird. That's even weird. That's more weird than Stanley. You might need to hang. Stanley, you might need to end the show.
It would be a cup of hot chamomile tea. Me just kind of gazing into that filtered picture, and going,
Yeah, I think it's time for you to end the show, Stanley, because you don't tip the hat.
Yeah, it probably is. It probably is.
Yeah, he up here talking sideways.
A bunch of thirsty Negroes talking sin seven sin. This show is getting long in the tooth.
Thirsty
So
Negroes talking Jesus. I'll be on the lookout for that show.
and look at John. That's bad form. Well, damn, it's just chamomile tea. All right, folks. So
that could mean something
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I may do a show tomorrow, but I'm not going to promise it. I'm trying to get this goddamn sourdough starter to do.
Hell, you've been working on the goddamn bread for a whole fucking 2 weeks, ain't you?
No, I've made a couple loaves, but I'm trying to, making a sourdough starter totally from scratch. It's winter is not a good time to be starting a sourdough starter, apparently. These starters do better in when the room temperature is fairly warm. So I'll figure it out. I just don't want to go buy a starter. I want to do it, from scratch.
What you said you made a couple of loaves already?
Yeah, I made a couple whole wheat for my father, and then I made one using just plain bread flour about early last week. I still have some of it left, but I want to do another loaf because I just want to do another loaf just so I get good at it. Like I can whip out regular sandwich bread, like something like hot dog buns or hamburger buns. I could probably literally have them in an oven an hour and a half, and that's including the rise, the bread, the proofing of the bread.
So why is it so hard for the sourdough?
Sourdough is just totally different because you don't depend on the yeast for the rise initially. A lot of getting the bread ready so the yeast can act on it, it's a lot of technique. With regular breads, you don't have to do the stretch and folds and all this fancy stuff. You proof it in the refrigerator for like 24 to 48 hours. It's just you don't just whip out sourdough bread. It's kind of
I
a
wouldn't have
long
the patience for that type of shit.
Well, when you're old and got an empty nest, sitting around drinking beer, doing sourdough.
I don't even like sourdough bread.
Playing with your AI editor, and this is one of their creations. I thought it was interesting, even if not realistic. Damn, I was hoping it was realistic. I'm going to switch it to the regular pick. It's based on to show you what filtering can do. Interesting. All right.
Yeah,
well, I will be seeing that picture the next time I see you, Sin. Like I said, here for the tea. Y'all go over to here for the tea. I have not figured out how to send an audience to another show.
Yeah, Mike not going over there.
Manic
y'all have fun.
Pixie Dream
Nah,
Girl.
me either, man.
So go over there and harass T. And don't be a thirsty boy talking about Jesus to her.
Sipping with Jesus.
It's not an aged bread. It's just sourdough bread. Usually it takes about 7 days to get a sourdough starter. So what you do is basically you can keep the starter in the refrigerator, but you take a bit of starter and then you feed it flour and water, and it makes a levain, which is better, basically a bread starter. But the secret is the dough. I'm sorry, the yeast in the sourdough starter has kind of like a balance between an acid taste and a kind of like a sweet sour. Y'all know what sourdough bread tastes like. Well, the taste actually comes from the starter. And there are people who have like yeast starters that they hand down like generationally. Like I was listening to someone who said, their bread starter's like fucking 50 years old. They started the starter 50 years ago, and you just basically keep it in the refrigerator, and every now and again you give it some flour just to keep the yeast alive. It's almost like a pet, I guess.
And was that shit safe to eat that goddamn low?
Yeah, it's fermented bread. Yeah. Fermented food, sourdough bread can actually be healthy because it doesn't have any, the homemade bread doesn't have any preservatives. It's just salt, water, yeast, and sometimes you'll put
Yeah,
salt.
that don't register
So
with Mike
it's
123.
just 4 ingredients, and then the sourdough starter. It's basically fermented. Part of the flour in the bread is fermented. That's where the taste comes from, and it's actually, I don't know. I like processes, and I stopped buying bread products years ago. I can even make bagels, if it comes down to it. You can pretty much make any bread product. I've even made shit like um, I've even made fancy desserts. Like I can make a pie crust from scratch. It's not
You
that
eat that
hard.
much bread, Stanley?
Not really. As a matter of fact, you'll eat less bread if you have to make it.
I was gonna say that's a lot of bread.
It's gonna be aged as long as it's taking you. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. I was gonna say that I've made like what the hell do you call those things? Like croissants. I've made them, but they are just like really complicated, and I don't like pastries that much. But I remember one day my son wanted cookies or something. So I told him, "Well, you know how to make cookies. Why don't you make them?" He's like, "Well, never, no thanks, never mind." So if you want to get your kids to stop eating cookies and stuff like that, make it from scratch. They will suddenly lose the urge. Like I wanted my son to make a apple pie for his grandpa, and that pie never got made. So I got I got like fucking 12 apples that I guess I forgot to tell my son to take them back to the dorms with him. But I guess that's the next thing I'll do. Next week I'll make a couple apple pies. Actually, what I may do is just make like a apple galette, which I like. I just like the concept of a galette better. It's like a pie, except it doesn't have a top crust, but they look fancier. I like the looks of them better than pies.
All right, that's enough of the bread talk.
What?
Hey, fellas, I'm gonna go ahead and skate. Mama done tugged up my shirt a couple times, so I'm gonna go ahead and pack.
Mama pulled your shirt.
Yeah, it's cold in the room because you know how that go.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take my Sin 7 Sin picture and retire for the evening.
Damn. Salute.
Hey, there's no shame in my old man game.
All right, Perv. Mike,
All
be
right.
easy.
All right. Y'all too.
I enjoyed it, everybody. May do a show tomorrow, but don't depend on it. And I will see everybody definitely Monday afternoon. So y'all have a good night. Oh, and pay attention to my closing theme here. Thank you to Latino for Trump.
Bro, like, listen, right? I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only
books
person I have
with
been
a
on Stanley.
squint in his eyes, spins tales so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand
American
culture. It's a white
If they
people
want to
problem.
beef with you,
Okay,
it's called Stanley versus the world.
and just assume their character by stereotype.
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
Do I think it's okay?